Chapter 37:18. As soon as Xiaohua moved, Xingzi didn't dare to stay still. Seeing the hundreds of water lights and ice shards rushing towards him from all directions, Xingzi's body started to glow with starlight. His entire body gradually became blurry. Woo-woo. Similarly, the natural yuan qi descended from the sky like a hurricane and landed within the starlight. Immediately after, another ray of light flew out from Xingzi's hand. That falling star was activated by Xingzi. The several zhang long starlights soared into the sky and directly pierced into the water lights. It emitted a sizzling sound. Xiaohua had already released a trace of his divine sense. He was constantly paying attention to Xingzi's movements. Although Xingzi's magic treasure released starlight, he was still activating the qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua wasn't disappointed. He knew that Xingzi was using the power of the stars. However, this power of the stars was condensed from a magic treasure. It couldn't be considered the real power of the stars. However, even if that was the case, Xingzi's skills were still powerful. Xingzi's body was like a bright star that shone rapidly and resonated with the falling star. A desolate qi came out from the falling star and pressed down on the formation along with the starlight. Rumble. Huge tremors appeared continuously and suppressed the space around Xingzi, who was thousands of feet away from him. Sun Kong Shangren, Zhang Daoran, Xiaohua, and Xingzi were respectively at the east, west, north, and south of the misty mountain maze. They used their divine powers to suppress the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation and the blue sky underworld formation. It was as if four giant hands were pressing down on the four corners of the formation. Even if the formation spirit and the qi of yin and yang were stirring crazily, they still couldn't break free from this suppression. However, when the suppression above the four corners landed in the center of the formation like waves, puff puff, a sound like a fountain suddenly appeared. Right between Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin, a crack appeared in the formation. It was as if a huge eye was slowly opening. This eye was flowing with two colors. One was a clear green qi. Inside it, billions of inscriptions flowed like tadpoles. The other was a golden Buddhist light. Inside it, layers of golden inscriptions were like a Buddha or a heavenly dragon, stirring up thousands of Buddhist chants. As the huge crack split open, the two colors began to rush madly towards each other. An indescribably terrifying aura was born along with the noble spirit in the void, as well as the power of thought that came out of nowhere. Hiss. Xiaohua's divine sense sensed this, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He secretly said, "Sure enough, it's a great array carefully arranged by a great array master." If the great array was in good condition, not to mention 4 late nascent soul stage cultivators, even 4 late spirit severing stage cultivators wouldn't dare to break the array. I really don't know what other tricks this Gongshu Isin has. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, he heard a clear sound coming from Gongshu Isin's location. It was like the cry of a phoenix or the cry of a bird. 3-colored qi rushed into the air and condensed into a Z. That somewhat graceful Z grabbed with its hand. Gongshu Isin's ladder-like imperial equipment fell into the air. Rumble rumble, countless ant-like inscriptions fell from the imperial equipment and fell into the formation called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. These inscriptions were very strange. As they fell, they expanded. Not only did they devour the inscriptions inside the formation, they also stole the noble qi from the void. Moreover, these inscriptions formed poems and articles, falling into the formation. As the number of poems increased, the formation was no longer able to drown them out. Every inscriptions that came into contact with these poems were assimilated, turning into words and sentences of the poems. What was special was that the poems and articles formed by these inscriptions condensed extremely quickly. The poems condensed into articles, and the articles condensed into scrolls. Hundreds, thousands of scrolls formed a mountain of literature, suppressing the Golden Wind and Jade Dew formation, not allowing the formation to disperse at all. What was special was that the scrolls under the mountain of literature fell one by one, forming a dragon-like book city, separating the inscriptions of the formation from the Buddhist light of the formation. While Gongshu Isin was controlling the imperial equipment to block the formation, Gusuchuri was not slow either. The imperial equipment that looked like a copper cup tilted slightly, and a stream of green water poured out of the cup, rushing into the Buddhist formation like the Milky Way. The golden inscriptions in the Buddhist formation gave off Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was crystal clear, and every inch of it had a glass Buddha hidden inside. However, when the green water fell and the Buddhist light pierced into it, there was no reflection or penetration. It was as if the light had disappeared. When the thousands of chants fell into the green water formed by the primordial water, they also disappeared into the countless small kiliocosms inside the primordial water. The book mountain expanded rapidly, blocking the light of the primordial formation like an iron wall. The blue water surged like a transparent barrier, blocking the light of the Buddha formation. For a moment, the crack actually stopped there, and the rumbling of the entire formation started to weaken. Incredible, incredible. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua was astonished when he saw the great array begin to slow down. This great array could even block a 7th grade essence energy cultivator in the past, but now it has actually declined to this extent. Can a few 5th grade essence energy cultivators like us suppress it? No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Hua saw that things were going so smoothly, far exceeding what was recorded in the jade eyes. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Xiao Hua did not know about other people's divine abilities, but he himself had thought about it for a long time. Some divine abilities that were not afraid of being seen through were supposed to be used here, but just one seal of turning sea suppressed the gate guarding formation that was close to a tribulation passing expert strength. Wasn't this too much of a tribulation passing expert? Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's doubts arose, it was like a wave rising and falling. Just now it was a wave trough, but now the formation's power suddenly rose, and a huge wave rushed up. Whether it was Xiao Hua and the other Dao cultivators, or Gusu Churi and Gongshu Isin, a huge force appeared under them at the same time, pouncing towards them. Weng weng. The seal of turning sea roared loudly, and countless phantoms pounced on the formation one after another. Powerful ripples in the void were actually struck out by these phantoms. Although this seal of turning sea had not been completely refined by green-robed Xiao Hua, the aura of a spiritual weapon had already taken shape. All of you, quickly retreat. Although the seal of overturning sea had suppressed a corner of the grand formation, Xiao Hua was alarmed and had a bad feeling. He hurriedly shouted at Fu Jiwen and the others, "Come back after this grand formation is broken." "Yes, disciple understands." Fu Jiwen, Xueping, and the others did not dare to be negligent. They urged their figures to fly far away. Sun Kong and the others also saw the figures of the other disciples hurriedly escaping. This formation was indeed not something they could participate in with their cultivation. Moreover, Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The power of his spiritual weapon was powerful, and it suppressed the north pole of the formation in an instant. Then, the cultivators of the other 3 poles of the formation would not be able to withstand it. Boom boom boom. 3 loud sounds, like the growls and roars of ferocious beasts, were heard. The counterattack of the formation pounced on Sun Kong. It was so powerful that it caused the faces of the 3 late nascent soul cultivators to change. Sun Kong and Xiao Hua worked together to suppress the profound purity spirit forbidding formation. His counterattack was the most powerful. The hundreds of mountain ridges seemed to have come alive at this moment. They broke free from the formation and crazily extended from Xiao Hua's location to Sun Kong. "Daoist Master Xiao, you are testing me." Sun Kong bitterly smiled and slapped the top of his head with his hand. Poof! A 6 feet long baby flew out with a snake-like whip in his hand. This baby was wearing exquisite spiritual armor. As soon as it appeared in mid-air, it immediately opened its mouth. Woo! A huge wind column was born in mid-air. Several spiraling flows of vital chi of heaven and earth descended from the sky, forming a huge hole and falling into the nascent soul's mouth. Weng weng. Wind flowers flashed around the nascent soul's body. The nascent soul's entire body seemed to be inflated with air. In a moment it was 1,000 feet tall. Poof! Sun Kong's nascent soul Dharma body had just formed. He pointed his finger, and the crimson flame rock that was originally floating in mid-air immediately turned into a ball of flame. Countless fire rings flew out from the flame and enveloped an area of several miles. Go! A huge roar came from the nascent soul's mouth. The nascent soul raised its hand again, and the snake-like whip turned into a whirlwind that wrapped around its hand. Soon after, the hand grabbed the flame. The flame borrowed the wind's power and made an even more powerful sound. Tiny thunderclaps came from the void. Strands of hair-like crystal threads rushed into the flame. The flame condensed into 100 feet in size. Outside the flame, there was a layer of faint green wind flow. Fall. This sound seemed to explode from the nascent soul's body. Strands of chi waves rushed in all directions along with this sound. The flaming rock fell with a loud bang. Layers of fire flowed along the roaring mountain ridges in all directions and instantly dyed one side of the formation red. Ao ao. Hundreds of tiny cries came from the mountain ridges. The mountain ridges trembled rapidly and then calmed down. Xiaohua's first move forced Sun Kong to have no choice but to use his nascent soul Dharma body. Zhang Daoran and Jianghu, who were in charge of suppressing the blue sky underworld formation, clapped their hands at the same time and released their nascent souls. Their nascent souls also solidified and turned into Dharma idols that were 100 feet in size. However, Jianghu's body flashed with strands of nebula. On the other side of the nebula were the star marks that were deeply imprinted on the skin of the nascent soul. Looking at Zhang Daoran's nascent soul, although there were some faint talisman scripts around it, these talisman scripts were gradually disappearing. The origin energy of heaven and earth swarmed around the nascent soul's body and not the talisman scripts. Weng Weng. Jianghu and Zhang Daoran activated their nascent soul Dharma bodies almost at the same time. The difference was that Jianghu's nascent soul's 7 orifices produced a suction force. 7 dragon-like whirlwinds whizzed into the Dharma body. On the other hand, Zhang Daoran's nascent soul opened the top of his head. The origin energy of heaven and earth poured in like a waterfall. For a moment, within a radius of 1,000 miles, wind and clouds surged and the weather changed greatly. Chapter 37:19. Ha, ha. Zhang Daoran and Jianghu's nascent soul avatars roared at the same time. Jianghu's falling stars turned into 7 dazzling stars, and Jianghu's nascent soul avatars were in the center of the 7 stars. The 7 stars fell along with the giant hand. Boom! The earth shook, and the spring water flowed backward. The yin qi that just rose up was immediately suppressed. However, when Jianghu's main body was shaking, his eyes flashed with a very puzzled expression. Jianghu muttered to himself, "Strange, this place seems a bit strange. Why does it make me feel like this?" Seeing that Jianghu had succeeded, Zhang Daoran did not dare to be negligent. The nascent soul's hand grabbed the magic treasure, and the magic treasure descended at lightning speed. Roar! The magic treasure seemed to have come alive under the control of the nascent soul. The strange beast raised its slightly damaged head and raised its 3 hooves. A strange aura pressed down. For every 10 feet it descended, the condensed ice shards would drop by 10 feet. When the huge beast and the nascent soul's hand landed, the yin energy and the jade current that had surged previously charged towards the center from both ends. Boom! After the collision, everything immediately calmed down. Although there were still small ripples flowing back and forth, regardless of whether it was the mysterious pure spirit forbidding formation or the Yellow Springs formation, the damaged areas became increasingly damaged. Waves of inexplicable fluctuations surged out from those areas. The yang energy and yin energy that surged out formed thousands of air explosions in the sky above the formation. However, these air explosions were like small firecrackers in front of the 3 nascent soul avatars. They couldn't do much. The outside of the formation was very dangerous. Inside the formation, the Golden Wind Jade Du Origin formation was suppressed by Gongshu Xian's imperial weapon. There was no resistance at all. The brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation resisted a little, but it didn't cause any big waves under the Imperial Weapon's copper cup and the innate true water. Seeing this, Gongshu Xianxia's face bloomed with a flower-like smile. Hee, if we're talking about spells, the Daoist cultivators are more powerful. These 4 cultivators are only at the upper 4th level, but they can suppress the outer layer of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. This really surprised me. Big Sister Chiu, your Xianxia is much stronger than that Sun Kong Shangren. Although Gusu Chiu Di was not proficient in the art of formations, her cultivation was stronger than Gongshu Xianxia's. It was easy for her to control the copper cup to defend against the Buddhist sect. Seeing that Xianxia was fine, she was relieved. Hearing Gongshu Xianxia's words, the corner of her mouth curled up. She used her chin to point at Xiaohua's direction and teased, Xingzi is considered powerful, but compared to that person, he is still lacking a lot. Look, he didn't even release his nascent soul, yet he forced Sun Kong and the others to utilize their nascent soul spirit bodies. He is the most formidable. So what if he's powerful? Gongshu Isan lazily replied, when little sister thinks that he's nearly 2,000 years old, my heart feels sick and nauseous. Sister Chiu, please don't mention it again. Gusu Chudi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But at this moment, a faint trace of black gas suddenly appeared between the Essence formation and Buddha formation. The black gas was filled with tiny devils, and a bloody stench instantly filled the entire formation. Devil chi? Gusu Chudi frowned, she didn't understand why there was devil chi here. She looked at Gongshu Xian, who was also shocked. She stared blankly at the devil chi floating out, unable to react for a moment. She also didn't understand the use of devil chi appearing in White Cloud Mountain's maze formation. But in just a moment, Gongshu Xian's expression suddenly changed, as if she thought of something. But she didn't have time to explain to Gusu Chudi. She shouted, Sister Chiu, 5 chi's unifications, exterminate the devil chi. Okay. When Gusu Chudi heard this, her expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, she slapped her hand on the top of her head and tricolored chi surged out. Her entire body reached out and the tricolored chi immediately turned into a ball of chi that was dozens of feet large. Opposite her, Gongshu Xian also activated an extremely pure 2-colored true chi. The true chi turned into 2 giant dragons, rushing towards the devil chi. Whether it was the chi ball or the chi dragon, they both let out a powerful roar. In the midst of the roar, the void cracked, the mighty chi pillar suddenly arrived, killing the thin devil chi. But Gusu Chudi and Gongshu Xian were fast, but they still couldn't be faster than the mighty chi of the Essence formation and Buddha light of the Buddha formation. As the devil chi appeared, the first to surge was the Essence formation that was suppressed by Gongshu Xian's imperial artifact. The inscriptions under the One Mountain seemed to have seen an irreconcilable enemy. They all emitted a strong light. This light instantly drowned the One Mountain, rushing towards the Book City. And between the devil chi and the Essence formation, there was also a mighty chi pillar that broke through the void, attacking the devil chi. This mighty chi pillar was indeed rushing towards the devil chi, but still, the mighty chi pillar closest to the Essence formation turned to attack the Book City and the One Mountain. The mighty chi pillar was so mighty, and it was also the pure power of heaven and earth. How could Gongshu Xian's imperial artifact block it? Under the pincer attack, in just a moment, the inscriptions on Gongshu Xian's imperial artifact exploded one by one. Waves of mighty turbulence flew above the Essence formation. In the turbulence, the One Mountain and Book City suddenly collapsed. The scrolls mixed with the writings flew all over the sky, and when these writings flew into the air, they involuntarily rushed towards the devil chi. The ladder-like imperial artifact flashed with multicolored light. Not only did it not restrain the crazy inscriptions, it even assisted the Essence formation in attacking the devil chi. With Gongshu Xian's current cultivation level, she couldn't control the imperial artifact at all. Take drastic measures. Gongshu Xian's face was pale, her arrogant head slightly lowered, her bright eyes looking at the monstrous inscriptions and mighty chi waves. She whispered in a low voice. She knew better than anyone that Song Langzi, who set up the Essence formation, had already predicted her plan to break the formation. I really underestimated Senior Song Langzi. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid we have to use that thing. Gongshu Xian couldn't control the imperial artifact. Gusuchuri also panicked. But Gusuchuri's sub-body used the three qis converging to help Gongshu Xian's two-colored true qi destroy the devil qi. But the devil qi was used by Tsang Langzi to set up the formation. How could it be so easily defeated? The two's true qi destroyed a lot of the devil qi, but the devil qi was even more rampant, attacking the innate primordial water under Gusuchuri's copper cup. Gusuchuri's innate primordial water was powerful, but it couldn't block all of the devil qi. When the devil qi was created, the Buddha light of the glazed golden light Buddha formation shone brightly, and countless Buddhas, heavenly flowers, and heavenly dragons rushed out from the Buddha light, roaring and roaring as they rushed towards the innate primordial water. Gusuchuri's sub-body was huge, so was the imperial artifact's copper cup. Unfortunately, Gusuchuri relied on the imperial artifact to control the innate primordial water. She couldn't truly unleash the power of the primordial water, and even Gusuchuri herself didn't dare to look directly at the primordial water. Now, under the pincer attack of the devil qi and the Buddha light, the primordial water had already revealed a flaw. As soon as the flaw was exposed, it was immediately invaded by the demonic qi. Sizzle. Countless sounds rang out in the void. Some were miserable cries, some were the mixing of blood and fire, and some were the roars of anger. All kinds of strange sounds came from the innate primordial water. The demonic qi actually started a battle with the Buddhist light in the mini-kiliacosm. One battlefield after another, lives were born and extinguished in the battle between the Buddha and the demonic qi. This had long surpassed Gusuchuri's expectations. Amitabha Buddha. In the glazed golden light Buddha formation, an unknown Buddha chant came out, and a huge Buddha statue came out from the Buddha light. This Buddha statue was in the shape of 1,000 hands, and each hand held a Buddha weapon. In the center of each hand, there was a Buddha eye, and these Buddha hands executed techniques to subdue the devil, attacking the devil qi through the flaws. Gusuchuri's face turned pale, and she also realized that when she used the innate primordial water to suppress the glazed golden light Buddha formation, the Buddha formation did not show much power. After all, the Buddha formation was the same as the cultivation of the Buddha sect, which emphasized tolerance. But now, with the appearance of the devil qi, the mercy of the Buddha formation mixed with the thunderbolts had already exceeded the limit of her control, and the innate primordial water had already started to crumble under the pincer attack of the devil qi. This was still not the most important thing. What made Gusuchuri and Gongshu Xian tremble with fear the most was that the overwhelming wave of energy and the blazing glazed golden light unavoidably came into contact with the devil energy. Waves of terrifying aura were produced between the two. Strings of bubbles disappeared into the void where the two were sent out. Moreover, the sounds of huge explosions that seemed to resound in their hearts caused the void to collapse. The two's true qi shook uncontrollably. Even their previously awe-inspiring sub-bodies began to tremble from the inside out. Not good. In an instant, Gusuchuri and Gongshu Xian thought of the strange phenomenon recorded in the jade eyes that Xueping found. Wasn't the scene of the tragic attack on the Misty Mountain Maze formation like this? Go. Gongshu Xian immediately had the thought of escaping, and she looked up at Gusuchuri. That Gusuchuri also had fear in her eyes, and her Jinqi started to shrink. However, at this moment, boom, boom, boom. The situation of the Misty Mountain Maze formation going out of control had already spread to the outer formation, and the two formations that were suppressed by Xiao Hua and the others just now started to counterattack even more crazily. But looking at the Xianxing spirit-restricting formation, the hundreds of ridges that were hundreds of miles long were now completely floating in the air, and huge rocks were shaking off from the ridges, and the flames that spread for dozens of miles were also extinguished under the trembling. Under the ridges, roar, roar. The souls that were imprisoned by the formation let out valiant and unyielding, and even angry roars. They were released by the formation, and Sun Kong's nascent soul Dharma body and red flame stone started to tremble under the counterattack of these souls, and patches of golden light were shaved off from the nascent soul Dharma body. Run. Sun Kong instantly had the same thought as Gongshu Xian when he faced the uncontrollable souls, and only one thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 37:20. However, Master Sun Kong's nascent soul only moved a few inches before a huge force lifted him and the red flame stoned several feet away. This force forced Master Sun Kong to give up. However, at this moment, Venerable Master Sun Kong's nascent soul raised his head and scanned the formation with his divine sense. The entire formation was a mess, and his divine sense was cut off by the formation. Venerable Master Sun Kong couldn't see the situation of the others clearly. However, he knew that if he stayed here and fought, it might be a dead end, but if he escaped, it would be a dead end. He didn't believe that without his suppression, Xiaohua could resist the backlash of the hundreds of souls in the profound purity forbidden spirit formation. Maybe I'll die. If it was before the Jade Pavilion conference, Master Sun Kong wouldn't have cared about the life and death of others. However, after years of life and death together and the trust between them, he understood the importance of trust. Maybe I'll escape. I don't have many choices, but for that heavy trust, I have no other choice. Even if I die here today, I have to face Brother Dao Ran and Daoist Xiao, who exposed their backs to me. Forget it, then. I'll die. Thinking about this, esteemed Master Sun Kong looked at the rapidly shrinking nascent soul that was about to enter his body. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence was crimson. When the seal landed on the blood essence emitted layers of golden light. Layers of strange fluctuations appeared in the void and landed on the blood essence. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the void and soon, the blood essence was refined into a blood-red rune. Go! Master Sun Kong waved his hand and the rune turned into a stream of light that landed between the nascent soul's eyebrows. Then, Master Sun Kong closed his eyes. Break! His divine sense rushed into the nascent soul's eyebrows like a tide. Boom! A light sound came from between the nascent soul's eyebrows. As the rune landed, his divine sense also poured in and a strange rune appeared out of thin air. It was at this moment that Master Sun Kong cut off his connection with the nascent soul. The avatar left in the nascent soul's body let out a miserable scream. Hiss! Even Master Sun Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. A heart-wrenching pain came from his Naiwan palace. This pain seemed to be unbearable. However, Master Sun Kong didn't have time to comprehend this out-of-body feeling. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with his hands again. His entire body rapidly expanded under the influence of the seal. Roar! Seeing Sun Kong like this, the spirit monkey Changgung also roared at the sky. Not only did all the hair on its palm-sized body stand up, it also flashed with demonic aura and its body began to uncontrollably expand. As Sun Kong's body expanded, his nascent soul slowly shrank. It was at this moment that Sun Kong's crimson flame stone began to crack under the attacks of the hundreds of souls. Flames shot into the sky, followed by hundreds of primordial souls. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Sun Kong. Woo-woo! A huge pillar of primal chi of heaven and earth descended from the sky and landed on Sun Kong's body and nascent soul. The two spirit bodies of the same size opened their eyes at the same time. Clear light flashed in their eyes and they were filled with indifference. Roar! The spirit monkey Changgung transformed into a demon body that was hundreds of feet tall and flew into the air. He landed in front of the two spirits. Break! The two souls of Master Sun Kong sneered at the same time. They each reached out a hand and placed it on the spirit monkey's shoulders. Boom! Spirit monkey Changgung's eyes emitted light pillars that were several dozen feet in size. The two light pillars created a powerful suction force. The souls of the ferocious spirits that had already attacked Master Sun Kong were first afraid, then they became even more ferocious. They recklessly charged at Master Sun Kong's nascent soul as if that soul was their innate delicacy. The two light pillars were like a huge whirlpool. Every time they swept across a type of evil spirit, the evil spirit's soul would be firmly sucked in. A large number of evil spirits fell into Changgung's light pillars, and Changgung's body involuntarily expanded. However, whether it was Master Sun Kong's body or nascent soul, the large hand on Chang Gung's body also shone brightly. The souls were sucked into the two souls, reducing the pressure on Chang Gung. However, how powerful were the ancient ferocious spirits? How could the spirit monkey Chang Gung resist them? In just a few seconds, Chang Gung's face was filled with pain. His huge demon body began to swell. Even Master Sun Kong's body and nascent soul began to uncontrollably expand. The light around them rapidly trembled. Fight! Esteemed Sun Kong's face was already as white as a sheet of paper, but he let out an angry roar and took out a broken piece of jade. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of essence blood. The jade expanded and turned into a palm-sized monster. This jade was actually a rare jade talisman. Shua. This jade talisman was different from Xiaohua's phoenix illusion. As Master Sun Kong pointed his finger, the jade talisman fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows, which was where the strange rune disappeared. Roar. Master Sun Kong's nascent soul trembled in pain, then light overflowed. As the world's origin energy crazily rushed in, the entire soul turned into the monster's shape. Woo! The monster opened its mouth and spat out a green light. Several ferocious spirits near Master Sun Kong were immediately covered and turned into streams of light that entered the monster's body. However, when the ferocious spirits entered the monster's body, the nascent soul monster's body expanded, and expanded again. Master Sun Kong's eyes flashed with desperation. Even the large hand on Chang Gung's body increased the suction force. Chang Gung's body also expanded. Ancient ferocious spirits. Even if Master Sun Kong activated the jade talisman and paid with his life, with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he might be able to devour one or two. However, there were hundreds of ferocious spirits in front of him. How many could he devour? The Misty Mountain Maze formation, even if it only had 30% of its power, was definitely not something a nascent soul cultivator could covet. Perhaps in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Master Sun Kong would be swollen by the ancient ferocious beast's soul. No regrets. At this moment, Master Sun Kong's heart was filled with satisfaction. There was nothing more satisfying than this moment. That confidence that was worthy of the trust made him generously go to his death. At this critical moment. Wang, 100 miles away, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Master Sun Kong was forced to release his nascent soul and even forced to activate a secret technique to enter the out-of-body realm. How good would Wuxia Xianxia and Zhang Daoran be? Although the blue sky underworld formation was different from the Xianqing spirit forbidding array, its power matched the Xianqing spirit forbidding array. When the ferocious beast's soul of the Xianqing spirit forbidding array broke out, the blue sky underworld formation naturally had a corresponding change. When the fierce souls attacked Venerable Sun Kong, the blue water hidden in the formation also poured out. Waves of blood-red light flashed and a bloody aura that would make one's blood boil rushed out of the formation. Among this aura, a strand of blood-red nether water that was smaller than a thumb rushed into the air along with a strand of blue water that was more than 100 feet thick. This. Zhang Daoran and his nascent soul Dharma body's 4 eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhang Daoran's main body almost cried out, "This is the yellow spring water?" Yes, wasn't that blood-red water the extremely rare yellow spring water in the hidden immortal continent? Countless runes flashed in the green water. The runes were not only used to set up the formation, but also to confine the yellow spring water. Gongshu Isin said that the green water's power was not as powerful as before. The truth was that the core of the blue sky underworld formation was inside the formation. All the yin qi and water that appeared outside the formation was just a cover to hide the ferocious teeth of the blue sky underworld formation. At that moment, Zhang Daoran used a Dharma treasure to suppress the yin qi within the formation. However, when the yin qi receded, the water of the yellow springs surged again. The runes in the water of the yellow springs peeled off layer by layer. The blood-red water of the yellow springs quickly dyed the water red. The huge water flow was like a blood dragon rushing through the formation and pouncing towards Zhang Daoran. If it was Zhang Daoran before the Yaotai conference, he might not be able to recognize the yellow spring water, or he might not be so afraid of it. However, Zhang Daoran obtained one of the 3 exotic treasures of the Yaotai conference, the cold ghost gall. Although he had not completely refined the cold ghost gall, he had a keen sense of the netherworld's items and knew the power of the yellow spring water. Zhang Daoran was only a late Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if he reached out-of-body or Fenshin stage, his physical body, his Yuanying spirit body could not touch a trace of the yellow spring water. The yellow spring water was death qi, and the Yuanying was a spirit body. Zhang Daoran could use a secret technique to refine the cold ghost gall with his spirit body, but he definitely did not dare to refine the yellow spring water. Run. Zhang Daoran had the same feeling as Sun Kong Shengren. A way out appeared in his heart. Moreover, Zhang Daoran was very confident that although the water of the yellow springs had begun to overflow, with his nascent soul and the refined ghost guts, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed from the yellow springs. Run? It was just a thought, but Zhang Daoran immediately killed it. After he escaped, the misty mountain maze would lose its balance and the entire formation would kill everyone on the spot. Moreover, once he left, the yellow spring heaven formation would crazily counterattack Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi would definitely not be able to resist it. Other than death, there would be no other ending for Zhai Xingzi. Zhang Daoran might not have Xiao Hua's heaven-defying luck, but the mercy in his heart was not much less than Xiao Hua's, or even more. Since he did not intend to escape, Zhang Daoran immediately made a decision. Chapter 37-21. Zhang Daoran's hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. A strange, black object flew out from his chest. It looked like a giant rock, but it was also very broken. Poof! Zhang Daoran opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Ga. The giant rock let out a long cry and extremely strange runes came out from its body. They turned into a red halo that surrounded the giant rock. Rise! Zhang Daoran let out a roar and his entire body became a hurricane. As the red halo shined, it also began to expand like crazy. Shwa! A giant wave came and a death aura mixed with blood rushed toward the rock. Roar! The magic treasure controlled by Zhang Daoran's nascent soul also let out a roar and a red halo appeared around its body. The shape of this halo was similar to the rock's. Countless halos appeared before Zhang Daoran and the nascent soul. When the blue water fell on the halos, it was immediately divided into dozens of small streams. However, within these small streams, the water of the underworld was still there. Right at this moment, Zhang Daoran's nascent soul spat out azure light from its mouth, and the infernal glacial ghost gall bladder that was in its hand instantly fell into the light. Wang wang. Violent vibrations erupted from the infernal glacial ghost gall bladder, and a series of ghostly heads emerged from within with hair-thin translucent threads intertwined between them. The phantom chill ghost gallbladder fell into the light and the nascent soul sucked. The phantom chill ghost gallbladder followed the light into the nascent soul's mouth. The moment the phantom chill ghost gallbladder touched the nascent soul, Zhang Daoran's body flashed. Just like Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran cut off his own origin soul. However, Zhang Daoran's timing was clearly more mature than Sun Kong's. Aside from the pain on his face, there was also a hint of nervousness. Boom! Icy flames mixed with the smell of blood emerged from the nascent soul's head and washed down the nascent soul's face. Go all out. Zhang Daoran's Dharma body, which was almost 100 feet tall, also urged his true essence. He cast one strange spell after another. Wherever his magic power fell, the yellow spring water from the 2 magic treasure rings was drawn into the nascent soul. Sizzle! The nascent soul's spiritual body collapsed as soon as it touched the yellow spring water. However, the icy flames and blood that fell from the nascent soul's head rushed over and fought with the water of the yellow springs. Phew! Zhang Daoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Then, he pointed at the 2 magic treasures again. 2 eye-like cracks appeared on the back of the magic treasures, and 2 dark hurricanes emerged from them. The water of the underworld in the halo was instantly sucked in by the hurricanes. Zhang Daoran sighed as he watched his nascent soul collapse and reform from time to time. The ghostly frigid guts and the water of the underworld were locked in a tug-of-war. He endured the pain of his body being corroded by the water of the underworld and looked at the blurry array in the distance. He said in his heart, "Fellow Daoists, this old man can only do this much. Before I die, I will buy as much time as I can. I hope you can safely retreat." As the saying goes, when someone is sad, there will naturally be someone who is happy. Just as the water of the underworld gushed out crazily, the runes in the water were chipped off layer by layer due to the array's attacks. The water of the underworld dyed the water red, and the huge blood dragon roared and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked at first. However, when the bloody aura and the unparalleled chi of death rushed into his nascent soul, the starlight around his nascent soul swelled like a lantern. A strange expression appeared on Xianxia's face, as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. He actually cried out in a low voice, "Damn it, no wonder this old man felt that this place was very strange." It turns out that the array here actually contains the water of the underworld. I've searched for who knows how many years, and I actually found it here today. Heavens! Is this old man's luck finally here? Or did my luck change after I followed Xiaohua? As Xianxia laughed secretly, the water of the underworld had already rushed into the air. Xianxia patted his head again. Puff! Several streams of true energy spurted out. Amidst these streams of true energy, a talisman half the size of a palm surged out like a moon surrounded by stars. Although this talisman was only half a piece, it was densely covered with star runes. The star runes formed strange runes. As the streams of true energy landed on it, strands of star runes flickered. Between these flickering star runes, there vaguely appeared stars of various sizes. He then looked at Xianxia's other hand. He reached into his Qingquan bag and took out a black, ancient magic tool. This magic tool had 9 bends. Between the bends, there were crystals that emitted a strange light. Xianxia's nascent soul waved its hand. The falling star that had previously transformed into a 7-star flew into the air, still in the shape of a 7-star. Immediately, the nascent soul grabbed, and the demonic artifact fell into the nascent soul's hand, once again combining with the 7 stars. Collect. Xianxia chanted an incantation. The 7 stars emitted starlight that rushed into the demonic artifact's crystal. Wave after wave of star rings emerged from the demonic artifact, falling onto the water of the underworld. That water of the underworld was immediately absorbed by the star rings into the demonic artifact. The water of the underworld that practically could not resist corrosion was unexpectedly absorbed by Xianxia's ineffable demonic artifact. Good. Xianxia's originally anxious heart instantly relaxed. He thought to himself, the nameless ancient scroll's cultivation method is indeed not bad. This demonic artifact can absorb the water of the underworld. In this way, this water of the underworld naturally can help me step into out-of-body realm. As he thought this, Xianxia's nascent soul's other hand slapped downwards. The star crest that had previously flown out from Xianxia's Niwen palace landed on the hand. The nascent soul slowly raised its hand, as if a giant mountain peak was suspended in its hand. However, although this hand appeared slow, it was actually extremely fast. In no more than a few breaths' time, the hand pinched the star crest and placed it on its own forehead. Boom! An extremely brilliant starlight flashed from the nascent soul's forehead. The nascent soul's entire spirit body immediately became illusory. Specks that were like brilliant stars covered the nascent soul's entire spirit body. Break. Just like Master Sun Kong, Xianxia silently chanted an incantation. His mind's connection with the nascent soul's primordial spirit was severed. Xianxia's face showed an expression of pain. Wang, wang. Xianxia's nascent soul let out a rumbling sound. Its entire spirit body suddenly compressed, condensing into a fist-sized star core in an instant. Success or failure depends on this one move. Xianxia steeled his heart. His hand seals activated, and that vast and mighty underworld water was immediately divided into a stream that charged towards the star core. ZZZT. The star core was submerged by the underworld water, letting out an unpleasant hissing sound. Wisps of green smoke emitted from the star core. When the first stream of underworld water dripped down, that star core unexpectedly transformed into 365 tiny fragments. These fragments did not have starlight, but even the underworld water could not melt these fragments. Boom! Immediately afterwards, another stream of underworld water washed down. Xianxia's corporeal body slightly trembled. When the underworld water fell, those 360 fragments again shrunk by half. Xianxia endured an indescribable pain. This pain was more severe than having his tendons pulled out and his bones pulled out. This pain originated from his soul. This was precisely the pain of refining the soul that was mentioned in the secret art. Xianxia's nascent soul star core was washed no less than 9 times with the underworld water. Not only were each fragment as small as they could be, but each fragment also flashed with a trace of bloody light. What a pity! Xianxia's whole body convulsed into a ball. Hiding behind the demonic weapon, he avoided the torrential underworld water. He secretly regretted in his heart, according to the secret art, the more underworld water washes, the more beneficial it is for the nascent soul. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough, so I can only wash 9 of them. If I can wash 9 of them, not to mention stepping into the spirit-severing stage, even crossing the heavenly tribulation is within reach. Forget it. Just as he regretted, Xianxia woke up again. Opportunities are opportunities. In this moment, I can use the underworld water to cleanse my body. The demonic weapon also contains the underworld water. In the future, there is hope for me to refine the star arts. Why should I think more? Immediately, Xianxia urged on the secret art again. A mouthful of essence blood fell onto those 365 star cores. Wang, wang. Several hundred star cores vibrated at the same time, each emitting faint star markings. These star markings floated in midair, forming a complete star crest. Boom, boom, boom. A myriad of heaven-earth origin chi condensed into a hurricane that fell towards the star crest. Strands of sparkling light flickered, and thunderbolts similarly struck down. An extremely small nascent soul appeared from the flat star crest. It slowly swelled, reaching more than 100 zhang. But this nascent soul's entire body was covered in star markings under the thunderbolts. Following the disappearance of the thunderbolts, all of the star markings also disappeared. The entire nascent soul was incomparably solid, no different from an ordinary corporeal body. The nascent soul originally had its eyes closed. When the spirit body was completed, the nascent soul opened its eyes. Its 2 black pupils flashed with endless starlight. Swoosh! The nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. Both of its hands waved, and 2 pillars of starlight fell onto the still roaring underworld water. That water flow instantly quieted, and the blood-colored markings quietly contracted. Wang, wang, wang. 100 li away, an anomaly suddenly appeared. Xianxia raised his head to look. It was precisely Xiaohua's North Pole. Xiaohua. A slight smile suddenly appeared on Xianxia's originally pained face. He turned his head to look at his nascent soul that seemed to have been reborn after breaking through. Then, he looked at the already receding underworld water. Unexpectedly, he used his hand to rub his nose and laughed. This kind of opportunity, even this old man can benefit from it. Presumably, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran can also do the same. We are already like this, so what fortuitous encounter did Daoist Master Xiao have? It's a pity that this old man's divine intent cannot pass through. That is, when Xianxia muttered to himself here, he saw that at the North Pole of the Cloud Mountain bewildering array, hundreds of magnificent lights soared into the sky, imposing and vast. Back to Xiaohua, when that profound purity spirit forbidding great array gave birth to an anomaly, Master Sun Kong's nascent soul body was sent flying into the air by the power of hundreds of vicious spirits. Xiaohua and Master Sun Kong respectively suppressed the head and tail of the mountain ridge. The force of impact he received was not any less than Master Sun Kong's. However, How could Master Sun Kong compare to Xiao Hua's cultivation? Moreover, when Xiao Hua saw that the force coming from the bottom of the great array was about to overturn his body, he immediately roared and took out the wishful staff. He gathered his strength and fiercely struck at the bottom of the great array. Chapter 37:22. There was a loud boom. As the wishful steel staff fell, the fierce soul attacking Xiao Hua was immediately suppressed. Of course, this suppression was only temporary. With the strength of Sun Kong, he could only resist 1 or 2 fierce souls. Xiao Hua suppressing 4 or 5 of them was already good. Immediately, hundreds of fierce souls broke out from the runes on the ridge and rushed madly towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked and urged the heavenly law embodiment technique. The hurricane within a radius of 10 miles suddenly rose, and countless heaven and earth essence chi poured into Xiao Hua's golden body. Beat! Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff in one hand and sent the fierce souls flying. His other hand clenched into a fist, and almost one in each hand, the fierce souls were also sent rolling in the air. Unfortunately, the ancients said that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. What's more, Xiao Hua was facing hundreds of fierce souls. Which one of these fierce souls was not a powerful beast in the past? Although after thousands of years of tempering, these fierce souls had dissipated a lot, but it was still not something that Xiao Hua could resist alone. Although Xiao Hua's staff technique was exquisite, although Xiao Hua's fists and feet were unparalleled, in just a moment, Xiao Hua was already a little tired. Where is the green-robed friend? Xiao Hua saw that he was unable to resist and did not dare to neglect, so he shouted. Woo! Above Xiao Hua's head, a 6-colored brilliance suddenly appeared and enveloped a fierce soul that was pouncing towards him. Ao ao. The fierce soul tumbled in the air and howled in grief. That fierce soul's figure had become much dimmer. Woo woo woo. The green-robed Xiao Hua took control of the invisible Yuanying and urged the Kunlun mirror to destroy the enemies. Similarly, after another moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua felt that it was somewhat strenuous. Although the Kunlun mirror was powerful, it had not reached the point where it could kill the ferocious soul. Although the ferocious soul temporarily retreated, when it counterattacked again, its strength became even more powerful. The light beam of the Kunlun mirror became more and more difficult to condense, and its power began to decline. Rumble. Seeing this, the green-robed Xiao Hua did not hesitate to grab with his hand. Countless heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air and fell on hundreds of fierce souls. Swoosh. Seeing the heavenly lightning falling, a thin mist was produced in the blue sky underworld formation. There were traces of blood-colored underworld water in the mist, and the heavenly lightning turned into nothing when it fell into the mist. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed angrily. He knew that Song Lungzi had already plotted against him using the thunder-drawing technique. Boom boom boom. The heavenly lightning did not fall, but the ferocious spirits were stimulated by the heavenly lightning's might. Ferocious spirits of different colors and shapes rolled down the mountain rocks, roaring as they rushed out of the great formation. Each and every one of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Xiao Hua. How terrifying! As he looked at the ferocious spirits that were far more ferocious than him, Xiao Hua felt a sense of powerlessness. He could execute a divine ability to kill 1, or he could rack his brains to kill 10, but he couldn't kill a few hundred ferocious spirits at once. Although Xiao Hua's fleshly body had been tempered to an incomparably solid state by the enormous stone formation of Yaotai Mountain, it was still slightly insufficient in front of these ferocious spirits. Xiao Hua could imagine that if he were to be careless and allowed these ferocious spirits to get close to him, not to mention his fleshly body, even his golden body might be torn apart by the ferocious spirits. What should I do? Xiao Hua was at his wit's end. Roar. Right at this moment, a ferocious spirit that looked like a jackal and wolf pounced over. That ferocious aura once again rushed towards Xiao Hua's mind. Chao Ni. Suddenly, a familiar figure and name appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. That was the ferocious spirit that almost killed Xiao Hua and Xiao Ming when he was building his foundation many years ago. How could Xiao Hua forget about it? Furthermore, a secret technique that Xiao Hua had almost forgotten about also appeared. Spirit Husbandry Sect. Spirit Awakening 5 Accumulations Formation. Xiaohua's previous memories instantly flashed through his mind, and he recalled the situation of the Spirit Husbandry Sect when he was building his foundation in the Flame Forest Swamp. Damn it, didn't I get the secret technique to absorb the souls of ferocious spirits from that Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple? Thinking of this, a strange expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. That's right, the secret technique that he had almost forgotten about, and the hundreds of ferocious spirits in front of him. Now that they were gathered together, wasn't he the catalyst to unlock the profound purity spirit sealing array? Xiaohua silently recited the secret technique in his mind a few times, and he had already comprehended it in a short while. Then, he saw the green-robed Xiaohua waving his hand, and the Kunlun mirror was kept in his body. Then, he slapped his head with one hand. Pooh! A beam of light shot up into the sky from his head and landed on the nearest ferocious spirit. Roar, roar, the ferocious spirit roared and wanted to dodge, but the light was like a maggot that stuck to its bones. No matter how the ferocious spirit struggled, it couldn't escape. Furthermore, the light produced a strange wave and suction force that tore the ferocious spirit into pieces and absorbed it. In just a moment, the ferocious spirit became much dimmer. Needless to say, as long as Xiaohua had enough time, he would definitely be able to easily absorb this ferocious spirit. The secret technique of the Spirit Husbandry Sect was indeed the nemesis of ferocious spirits. Roar! This ferocious spirit roared, and it was very tragic. More and more ferocious spirits nearby heard it and rushed over. Green-robed Daoist, please return. Xiaohua sneered and ordered. Green-robed Xiaohua urged his formless nascent soul to enter his dantian. Where is the soul cultivator? Xiaohua shouted again. I'm coming. A green light flashed, and soul cultivator Xiaohua appeared in his dantian. His hands were like dancing butterflies, and in an instant, a green mark appeared between the eyebrows of the 140 nascent souls in Xiaohua's dantian. Rise! Soul cultivator Xiaohua softly called out. These nascent souls simultaneously raised their left hands and hit their own heads. Rise! Xiaohua's nascent soul sat cross-legged on top of these nascent souls' heads. The head of his nascent soul sprayed out a brilliance, and the heads of the 100 nascent souls also sprayed out a multicolored brilliance. Under the leadership of Xiaohua's nascent soul, hundreds of brilliance sprayed out from Xiaohua's head. Rumble. These 100 or so brilliance might not be conspicuous in Xiaohua's dantian, but when they came out of his dantian, they were a myriad of phenomena. Not only did they produce a rumbling sound, they also stirred up the world's origin energy. One by one, they turned into pillars of light several feet in size and soared into the sky. Not only did they illuminate the North Pole where Xiaohua was located, but they also illuminated the entire 100-mile radius of the Misty Mountain bewildering array. The indescribable phenomenon shrouded the area around Xiaohua and immediately attracted the attention of 3 nascent soul cultivators and 2 Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua stood in midair with a calm expression and looked at the 100 or so brilliance that soared into the sky. He calmly chanted a mantra. Swoosh! The 100 or so brilliance descended, and every single brilliance enveloped an ancient ferocious soul. Every single nascent soul was executing the secret technique of Spirit Husbandry Sect in Xiaohua's lower dantian. Strands and pieces of ferocious souls were refined by this secret technique and rushed into the spirit bodies of the nascent souls. Every single nascent soul's spirit body was visibly swelling up. Rumble. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in his middle dantian also didn't miss the opportunity to execute the 5 qi righteous lightning. The places where the lightning landed were like the water of the netherworld cleansing Xianxia's nascent soul's spirit body. It cleansed the ferocious souls that were absorbed into the spirit body mercilessly and helped the nascent soul to absorb them. None of the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls were inferior to Chao Ho. In fact, every single one of them was even more ferocious than Chao Ho. They were all ferocious souls that Sung Langzi had carefully selected to guard the door. How bad could they be? Although they had been imprisoned in this profound purity spirit forbidding great array for tens of millions of years, they still had the nourishment of the great array. Although the restriction of the great array had gradually been worn down, they were still as ferocious as before. Now that they saw someone actually challenging them, how could they dodge? One by one, they gathered the souls that they had distributed within the great array and madly attacked Xiaohua. Buzz! Xiaohua frowned. His divine sense rushed out and did his best to resist the imprisonment of the great array. Although he couldn't rush out more than 10 miles, within a range of a few miles, Xiaohua could still barely resist. However, these ferocious souls were really too powerful. Just as Xiaohua's divine sense was set up, it was immediately shattered by them. Xiaohua had no choice but to release his divine sense again. But even so, Xiaohua's divine sense was able to block the ferocious souls every time to prevent him from being surrounded and killed. This gave him time to absorb these ferocious souls. Seeing so many ferocious souls like carps crossing the river, Xiaohua did his best to resist while unconsciously narrowing his eyes and smiling. Little ones, take your time, take your time. This place here is warm and tight. You've been lonely outside for tens of millions of years. Now, go home. Follow this lord and you'll eat and drink well. Just as Venerable Master Sun Kong was about to drink poison to quench his thirst, he suddenly heard a deafening roar from 100 miles away. Then, a vision suddenly appeared. Hundreds of light pillars soared into the sky and landed within the great array. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Venerable Master Sun Kong's senses were sharp. Every light pillar landed on an ancient ferocious soul. The ferocious souls that had previously pounced on him like a tide were now like a falling tide. They were all attracted by the light pillars and pounced on the light pillars one after another. Only a few ferocious souls that had been sucked in by his yuanying didn't leave despite their extreme struggles. Xiao. Daoist Master Xiao. How can he be so powerful? The source of that brilliance was precisely where Xiaohua was. Venerable Master Sun Kong truly didn't dare to believe his eyes. What kind of divine ability was this? He had just faced an ancient ferocious soul, so he was very clear in his heart. Every ferocious soul had the strength of yuanying and above. He had already reached his limit by barely dealing with 2. How could Xiaohua deal with hundreds of ferocious souls? However, Venerable Master Sun Kong clearly sensed that every light pillar had the strength of a yuanying. Hundreds of light pillars, that was the strength of 100 yuanying. Xiaohua, what cultivation level is he at? Venerable Master Sun Kong originally had an overestimation of Xiaohua, but now, he was even more certain that Xiaohua was unfathomable. So much so that an extreme sense of loss spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. Yes, if Xiaohua could resist the attacks of 10 Venerable Masters, Venerable Master Sun Kong wouldn't necessarily be envious. But this was the attack of 100 Venerable Masters. How could Venerable Master Sun Kong endure this? In the instant that Venerable Master Sun Kong felt lost, his Tao heart became slightly unstable. His monstrous yuanying suddenly shook and wanted to return to human form. Chapter 37:23. Oh no, this is bad. Sun Kong Xianxia is startled. He immediately calms his mind and activates his secret technique. He secretly cries out, "Why am I suddenly confused at this time? There must be geniuses in this world, there must be almighty people who are stronger than me. Rather than letting this almighty person be my enemy, it's better to let this almighty person be my old friend. It's my good fortune to be able to meet Daoist Master Xiao. Not to mention that because of Daoist Xiao, I joined hands with Zhang Daoran in the Jade Pavilion Conference and avoided the ending where both sides suffered heavy losses. Not to mention that because of this, I obtained the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. Today, because of Daoist Xiao, I was able to make great progress in my cultivation because of the secret technique. Based on this alone, what qualifications do I have to be jealous of Daoist Xiao? I can't thank him enough, right? But why is my Tao heart suddenly unstable? Oh no. Sun Kong Xianxia suddenly realizes something. A burst of ecstasy rushes into his heart. Could it be that I'm going to break through? Soon after, Sun Kong Xianxia didn't dare to think too much. He tried his best to connect with his nascent soul and let go of the ominous soul that he couldn't completely control, leaving only the ominous soul that he could control to continue absorbing. However, just as Sun Kong Shangren was going all out, a trace of doubt appeared. Perhaps Xiaohua also has the same idea as this old man? He may not be able to deal with these vicious souls, but he wants to sacrifice himself to save our lives. At this time, Xiaohua is naturally not fighting alone. More than 100 nascent souls are fighting together. With these 100 nascent souls, the Xianxia spirit forbidding formation is no longer a threat. After absorbing hundreds of ancient vicious souls, it's only a matter of time before his cultivation improves greatly. Moreover, as the Xianxia spirit forbidding formation stabilizes, the Yellow Springs formation of the cloudy mountain maze starts to wreak havoc again. Oh! What's this? The aura of the Yellow Springs water weakens and floats to Xiaohua's left side. Xiaohua frowns. His heart is moved. Netherworld water? This formation. Oh, I understand. In just an instant, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. His admiration for Tsang Langzi was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. This is a formation master, this is a senior of our Taoism. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, it will definitely shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. With this ancient ferocious soul and the netherworld water, the balance of yin and yang, the fusion of life and death, it is truly difficult to resist. Oh no. If that's the case, then Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi will be in deep trouble. If it was anyone else, it would surely be difficult to deal with this netherworld water that was filled with death qi, and they would surely have no choice but to flee if they didn't possess a great divine ability or an unusual secret technique. However, for Xiaohua, it was an extremely simple task, especially now that he had successfully tempered his divine will. Quick! While thinking, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth and the Kunlun mirror flew out. Xiaohua formed a seal and hit the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror emitted a six-colored brilliance from mid-air and covered the area around Xiaohua. Then, Xiaohua withdrew his divine will and swept it towards the netherworld water. As soon as he touched it, his divine will was immediately corroded by the netherworld water. However, the moment Xiaohua's divine will was corroded, the netherworld water immediately flowed into the yin side of the space like a trickle. For Xiaohua, who had the yin side of the space, collecting the netherworld water, was that simple. Xiaohua was that willful. Using his mind to absorb things was naturally much easier than using a secret technique to absorb the primordial ferocious souls. After a short while, the primordial spirit forbidding formation and the Yellow Springs formation returned to a temporary balance. The raging primordial qi of heaven and earth and the rampant restrictive spells slowly calmed down, and the formation within 100 miles became calm again. No one knew that Xiaohua had actually taken away the uncontrollable water of the Yellow Springs without anyone noticing. Both Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran saw the phenomenon of Xiaohua absorbing the ancient ferocious soul clearly. However, Zhang Daoran didn't think that Xiaohua could help him. The Yellow Springs formation was so powerful. Needless to say, the profound purity spirit forbidding formation was even more so. Even if Xiaohua could break the profound purity spirit forbidding formation, he probably couldn't save him from danger. Moreover, the netherworld chill ghost gallbladder was refined by Zhang Daoran with the help of the netherworld water. It only took the time to drink a cup of tea to finish. Of course, this kind of action was more of a resistance than a refinement. Without the netherworld chill ghost gallbladder, Zhang Daoran didn't have the strength to resist the netherworld water. Thus, while Zhang Daoran was hoping that Xiaohua and Sun Kong would be able to escape the formation alive, he also used his cultivation technique to fuse the refined netherfrost ghost gall into his nascent soul, once again resisting the corrosion of the Yellow Springs. Between life and death, Zhang Daoran didn't have any extra thoughts to be happy about his cultivation rising. He only wanted to resist for as long as possible. Until the end, he realized that the netherworld water was gradually decreasing. There were even signs of it drying up. What's going on? Zhang Daoran was surprised at first, then he was ecstatic. The reason why the netherworld water was decreasing was no longer important to him. The important thing was that he didn't have to die. The important thing was, he could use the remaining netherworld water to integrate the netherworld chill ghost gallbladder that wasn't completely refined into his nascent soul. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran didn't dare to delay. This was an opportunity that was fleeting. Zhang Daoran didn't have time to withdraw his Dharma body. He sat cross-legged in mid-air and started to cultivate. Zhang Daoran, who was in the most dangerous situation, was already fine. Xianxia, who used the water of the underworld to cultivate, was even less of a threat. When he saw that the water of the underworld had slowed down, he was happy because he didn't have to divide his attention to resist the water of the underworld. He only had to finish practicing his secret technique before the water of the underworld disappeared. Actually, to Xianxia, the most important thing was the beginning of the cleansing of the star core by the netherworld water. That was to use the qi of death to wash away the impurities in the nascent soul, then use the qi of life to cultivate the nascent soul from the star core. After this stage, the netherworld water could only be used as a support. What was truly useful was his secret technique and the qi of heaven and earth. When Xiaohua started to collect the netherworld water, a 3-inch nascent soul was already born from the netherworld water. When the qi of death and qi of life were in a stalemate, it slowly grew. Strands of starlight lingered around the nascent soul's body as the secret technique was activated. After Xiaohua made his move, the outer layer of the misty mountain maze had already started to calm down. Unfortunately, this tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. The huge explosion that caused the outer layer to tremble rumbled once again from the center of the formation. Two auras that were even more terrifying than the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls and the underworld water rushed out. The chaos that had just calmed down in the outer layer was born again. No matter if it was the spirits or the netherworld water, they started to struggle again. Sigh, one wave after another. Xiaohua sighed in his heart as he urged his mind to collect the water of the netherworld. Then, he flew toward the center of the qi that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Following Xiaohua's body, the hundreds of light pillars and ancient spirits also flew up. These light pillars were now controlled by the green-robed Xiaohua and the soul cultivator Xiaohua in his lower dantian. There was no need for Xiaohua to worry about them. When the overwhelming qi wave and the dazzling golden light clashed against each other, a string of bubbles sounded in the void. The void in front of Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin collapsed. The entire inner formation was completely out of control. Not to mention Gongshu Isin, who was only a 4th-grade elemental energy cultivator. Even Gusu Qiudi, who was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator, couldn't help but have a huge change in expression. She wanted to escape. However, what the two didn't expect was that Gongshu Isin was too careless. She placed herself and Gusu Qiudi in the inner formation. This was the most appropriate method, but at the same time, it was also the most dangerous method. Just when the inner formation went out of control and affected the outer formation, the area around the two was already sealed by the mystic pure spirit sealing formation and the heaven fall underworld formation. Not to mention escaping, even if they were to fly up a few feet, they would be restrained by the yin and yang forces of the netherworld water and the netherworld water. Facing the two outer formations, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran already had thoughts of escaping. How much power could Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin have to resist? Especially Gusu Qiudi. Seeing the outer formation shaking, she was already worried for Xianxia. She knew that escaping wasn't the best choice. The inner formation was the core of the formation. Only by stabilizing the inner formation with Gongshu Isin and herself, or even, as long as they stabilized the inner formation for an extremely short period of time, the outer formation would be stabilized as well. Only then would she be able to escape with everyone else. Spinning a cocoon around ourselves. This is the real definition of spinning a cocoon around ourselves. Of course, Gongshu Isin also sensed that her escape route was sealed. Her originally firm state of mind was shaken. In my life, I don't know how many primordial formations and dharma formations I've solved. Now, I'm trapped in a dharma formation. It seems like the ancient people are right. I must die today. However, to be able to see such a beautiful Daoist formation, I have no regrets in this life. Yes, the outer formation had 2 layers of shocking Daoist formations. The inner formation was against the Buddhist formation. In the middle, there was even devilish qi as a guide. In Gongshu Isen's eyes, such a great formation was more beautiful than the most beautiful scenery in the world. She really felt blessed to be buried in it. In the chaos of space, the explosive forces were like cultivators attacking blindly and crazily. There was no pattern at all. Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isen couldn't be distracted by the primordial and Buddhist formations anymore. The only thing they could do now was to protect themselves. Their previously majestic subbodies were torn apart by the forces everywhere. They were in pain. However, the 2 of them didn't dare to completely retract their subbodies. The scarred subbodies were barely able to protect their main bodies from the attacks of the inner formation. However, the torn subbodies didn't seem to be able to protect the 2 for long. Isen. Gusuchuri's desire to live was much stronger than Gongshu Isen's. She still didn't want to give up. While trying to stabilize the primordial water, she transmitted her voice. What should we do now? Gongshu Isen looked at the imperial equipment that was still standing in the violent airwaves. In fact, it was shaking violently. Her face was unusually pale. There wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Chapter 37-24. Hearing Gusuchuri's question, Gongshu Isen shook her head slightly. Sister Chiu, I'm at my wit's end. Though I still have some tricks up my sleeve, Senior Tsang Lungzi didn't just test the art of formations, he also tested my cultivation. Though I know how to break it, I can't stop the demonic aura with my remaining tricks. Also, the 4 Daoist seniors on the outer layer aren't bad either. They might be able to stop the 2 great formations on the outer layer, but to stop the demonic aura, it's beyond their power. What's more, right now, the vast chi wave and the dazzling glazed golden light have begun to clash with each other. We have already fallen into Senior Tsang Lungzi's trap. None of the 6 of us have the ability to separate these 2 things. Hiss. Gusuchuri felt incredulous and said in surprise, if it's as you said, then this cloudy mountain maze formation must be attacked by 7 7th level essence energy experts at the same time to break? That's right. Gongshu Isen's eyes were blurred. She nodded. For Daoist cultivators to suppress the 4 outer layers, 1 Confucian cultivator to suppress the golden wind and jade dew, 1 Buddhist cultivator to suppress the golden light and jade dew, and 1 demon to extract the demonic aura. Alas, only now did I understand the meaning of the golden wind and jade dew. Once the golden wind and jade dew meet, it's better than countless things in the mortal world. Actually, Senior Tsang Lungzi had already told us that the golden wind and jade dew is an essence formation and a Buddhist formation, but I didn't expect it. I'm too far behind Senior Tsang Lungzi. Gusuchuri ignored Gongshu Isen's disappointment. She frowned. It's not realistic to gather 7 experts of such cultivation. Is this Misty Mountain Maze formation unbreakable? Of course it's unbreakable when Senior Tsang Lungzi is meditating in the cave. Gongshu Isen said, didn't I say it before? Now that the formation only has 30% of its power, we might need 7 people to work together. Now that the formation has so many flaws, we don't need to work together. As long as we stabilize the inner layer, break the outer layer, break the inner layer and find the way into the cave. However, it's a pity that even though it's only 30% of the formation, our strength is still insufficient. It's impossible for us to enter the cave. Are we really hopeless? Gusuchuri was also disappointed. She didn't dare to use her chi of nature or genuine chi to attack the bright glazed golden light Buddhist sect. She could only use her imperial equipment to activate the innate primordial water. However, this method had little effect. Little sister can die in such a formation, Chiu Jijia can die with her lover. Gongshu Isen said lightly, we have no regrets in this life. Sigh, that's right. That day, that moment, that glance seems to have been imprinted in my heart forever. Gusuchuri looked at the primordial formation and Buddhist formation that were about to merge together. She knew that the moment the 2 merged together would be the moment of everyone's death. She couldn't help but murmur, perhaps at that moment, the heavens began to fulfill our wish of loving each other forever. You are the metal wind in the primordial formation. Xianxia is the jade dew in the Buddhist formation. The demonic qi is the heavenly palace that separates the two of you. Gongshu Isin said coldly, if you can't erase this demonic qi, you can never meet again. Gusuchioti's eyes slightly blinked. She looked at the increasingly violent aura and asked thoughtfully, Isin, if you want to stop this formation and save us from this danger, you only need to erase this demonic qi? How can it be that simple? At this moment, Gongshu Isin seemed to be talking to a close friend. Her tone was calm as she said, this misty mountain maze formation needs to be broken from the inside out. Only by suppressing the primordial formation and Buddhist sect in the inner layer can we have a chance to suppress the two yin-yang formations in the outer layer. And now, the biggest possibility is to erase the demonic qi. Then suppress the Confucian formation and Buddhist sect separately. Unfortunately, not to mention the inner formation, the outer formation, is already raging. No one can stop it. What if someone can stop it? Gusuchioti suddenly thought of something and asked. Gongshu Isin shook her head slightly, impossible. There can't be a cultivator who is proficient in the essence of Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism. While they were talking, the impact of the primordial formation and Buddhism sect had already begun. The waves that soared into the sky began to bloom. No matter if it was Gusuchioti or Gongshu Isin, although they tried their best to activate their cultivation and unleash the greatest power of the two imperial weapons, their power was too weak. It was even weaker than an ant trying to shake a tree. The two sub-bodies collapsed and could no longer protect the two of them. Gusuchioti and Gongshu Isin were the same as Zhang Daoran. Their hearts were as cold as ashes. However, they were still inferior to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran still had a trace of hope, but they only had despair. However, just as the destructive aura filled the entire formation, the two female cultivators' hearts were like dead ashes. They could only rely on the thought in their hearts to maintain the formation. Suddenly, Gusuchioti shouted, Xian, hurry up. The outer formation has stabilized. We can escape. How is that possible? Gongshu Isin's cultivation was lower than Gusuchioti's. She was stunned when she heard Gusuchioti's reminder. However, she immediately used her divine sense and was immediately overjoyed. However, her thoughts were more profound than Gusuchioti's. She frowned and said, could it be that the Taoist elders have found a way to break the formation? At the same time, the destructive aura rose from the inner formation again. Xiao Hua, who was flying nearby, was shocked again. He immediately sent a trace of his divine sense into the inner formation. In just a moment, Xiao Hua understood Gongshu Isin's embarrassment. Damn it, this Tsang Langzi is really powerful. No matter how many praises I have, I can't describe the admiration I have right now. Primordial formation, Buddhist formation and demonic qi, even I can't set them up with my current cultivation. However, Gongshu Isin is still out of my expectations. She can actually hold on until now. She's also a Confucian cultivator that can't be underestimated. As for the key now, I'm afraid we can only kill the demonic qi and balance the primordial formation and dharma formation to stabilize the formation. At this point, it's not important how to break the formation. As long as you can escape with your life, that's better than anything else. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said loudly, fairies, don't worry. I got a demonic weapon by chance. It can take in the demonic qi. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure flew forward once more, and the several hundred rays of light followed behind him. The ancient ferocious spirits of the profound purity spirit restriction grand formation were like little tails behind him. In the current situation, even if the ancient ferocious spirits wanted to let Xiao Hua go, Xiao Hua would absolutely not give up. Because in his dantian, no matter if it was the formless Yuanying or the 140 Yuanying, they all grew a lot. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, he could enter the 5th level of primordial qi at any time with simple cultivation. Come out. Xiao Hua roared, his voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone to tremble. Soon after, a plate-like demonic artifact appeared in Xiao Hua's hands. Come back. Xiao Hua shouted, his hands formed an indescribable seal. No one knew what it was, but a powerful gust of wind could be heard coming from the inner formation. Woo! Near the demonic artifact, countless pitch-black flames and demonic chi were born. The demonic chi that was originally wreaking havoc in the inner formation seemed to have seen its kin. Other than having tears in its eyes, the demonic chi was even more affectionate than ordinary people. It rushed towards the demonic artifact. Gongshu family's girl. Xiaohua stood in the air and hurriedly shouted, "My cultivation is limited. I can only control this demonic weapon for half a meal's time. I don't know if you have the confidence to break this formation. If you can't, while I can still control it, it's better for us to escape as soon as possible." Humph. Gongshu Isin sneered, "Sister Chio's control of the weapon is not good. How can I control two formations? Don't try to provoke me. It's better for us to retreat now." "Good." Xiaohua shouted, "Then I'll help you again." After saying that, Xiaohua stretched out one hand and the clear water bottle landed in his hand. His other hand took out the willow branch and waved it. Like a rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water turned into a barrier between the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. Although the explosion of the immortals and Buddhas destroyed a small part of the rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water's control was far more precise than Gusuchuri's. In a moment, the innate primordial water separated the golden wind and jade dew formation with great difficulty. Jinren Shao. Gusuchuri saw this and really didn't know how to express her surprise. She happily shouted, "You really didn't disappoint me." "Good." Gongshu Isin saw this and also shouted, "Since Elder Shao has this ability, then I'll leave the formation to you." After saying that, Gongshu Isin activated the weapon again. Under the weapon, when Mountain and Book City majestically appeared again and firmly controlled the golden wind and jade dew formation. The strangest thing was not Gongshu Isin's primordial chi formation. The Golden Light Buddhist sect was originally crazily counterattacking. When Xiaohua's innate primordial water separated the Buddhist sect from the primordial chi formation, the Buddhist sect had already calmed down. Then, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Buddhist sect became as docile as a dog. Gongshu Isin didn't have time to think about the changes in the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. While activating the weapon, one scroll after another mixed with runes, and even some Buddhist documents flew out of her hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, she saw a thumb-sized whirlpool suddenly appear on the left side of Gusuchuri. Gongshu Isin was ecstatic. "Great. I finally found the essence of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Canglangzi is really a rare Daoist sect senior. Compared to Canglangzi, the difference is like heaven and earth." It was rare for the arrogant Gongshu Isin to lower her head like this. Xiaohua tried his best to activate the innate primordial water, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Lady Gongshu, don't just think about worshipping our Daoist sect senior here. Hurry up and break the formation. We can't hold on for much longer." Chapter 37-25. What Xiaohua said was actually correct. He was really busy right now. On one hand, those hundreds of light pillars rushed out from the top of his head, covering nearly 100 miles of the Great Formation. More than 100 yuanying in his lower dantian were intensely absorbing the souls of the evil spirits. On the other hand, Xiaohua's mind was even more focused, absorbing the water of the yellow springs into the netherworld sea of blood. Apart from these two areas, the most troublesome thing for Xiaohua was collecting the devil energy. Xiaohua didn't dare to release too much of the devil flame, fearing that he would be attacked by the golden wind, jade dew, and the brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation at the same time. He could only release his telekinesis first, wrapping the devil flame in his telekinesis, and he still had to pretend to hold that indifferent plate. Oh, in the end, Xiaohua still had to use his telekinesis to control the innate primordial water to isolate the origin formation and the Buddha formation. If it was an ordinary formation, Xiaohua might not care, but this misty mountain formation was too powerful. A rare tiredness rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua's words weren't fake. "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment." Gongshu Exine naturally couldn't see too much, but she saw the light beams, devil chi, and innate primordial water. She also understood that a Daoist cultivator couldn't control 3 magic treasures at once. Xiaohua's ability to use such a method was truly extraordinary. She agreed, then hurriedly took out a palm-sized imperial artifact. This imperial artifact looked like a small bridge. Jianghu Xian opened her mouth, and a breath of true qi fell on it. The small bridge produced clouds, and layers of inscriptions rushed out from the clouds. In the void, streams of noble qi rushed out, and the entire small bridge turned into a rainbow bridge, falling towards the whirlpool beside Jianghu Xian. Unfortunately, just before the small bridge rushed to the whirlpool, a strong resistance came from the whirlpool, blocking the small bridge. No matter how Jianghu Xian urged, the small bridge couldn't rush into the whirlpool. Jianghu Xian's face instantly turned red. Qiu Xianzi. Xiaohua hurriedly called out in midair, "I'll give you a few more drops of innate primordial water. How about you block this Buddha formation for me? I really can't do it." "All right." Gusuchuri, who had just escaped from the jaws of death, heard Xiaohua's words and quickly nodded. She activated the copper cup and received the innate true water from Xiaohua. The innate qi in her body surged and thin layers of innate true water gushed out from the copper cup, landing beside Xiaohua's innate true water. Xiaohua waved his hand and put the clear water bottle into the space. His figure slightly swayed a few times as he frowned at the demonic aura in the array. He already understood that the thin layer of black he saw with his illusion breaker magic should be the demonic aura. To be honest, this devil qi was not of much use to Xiaohua's cultivation. Compared to the devil flame and devil qi he obtained at the bottom of the Saint River, it was far inferior. Moreover, Xiaohua also understood that the demonic qi was a kind of array. Sang Langzi wouldn't arrange too much of it. Xiaohua also didn't think that Sang Langzi would be able to obtain too much demonic qi. Sure enough, within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the demonic qi became thinner and thinner. The noble qi that was still surging under the Wenshan Book City gradually calmed down. The Buddhist light also stopped attacking through the innate primordial water. The primordial formation and the Buddhist formation in the inner layer were once again balanced. All right. Xiaohua hurriedly put away the plate and glanced at Jianghu Xian, who was staring at the whirlpool with her eyes flashing with silver light. He called out, "Lady Jianghu, the Misty Mountain Maze Array's outer and inner formations are temporarily suppressed. You can slowly think about it. There's no need to be too anxious." Unfortunately, Jianghu Xian was already focused on breaking the array. How could she listen to Xiaohua's words? Gusuchuri bit her lips and asked, "Daoist Xiao, how are Star Child and the others?" Xiaohua knew that Gusuchuri didn't dare to split her attention to look at the outer formation. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Jai Xing profited from his misfortune. Now he's refining his yuanying. If there's no accident, he won't need to wait 10 years. He'll reach the 5th level of origin power." Ah! Gusuchuri was overjoyed. But then she became worried. How could it be so fast? Isn't it too fast? Xiaohua thought that Gusuchuri was worried about Jai Xing's Dao foundation being unstable. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Jai Xing's Dao foundation is very strong. If it wasn't for the lack of opportunities, he would have reached the 5th level of origin power long ago. Now that he's using the netherworld water to refine his yuanying, his entire yuanying has been reborn. It's only logical for him to enter the out-of-body realm. His Dao foundation won't be unstable." Gusuchuri nodded slightly. But the worry on her face didn't disappear. Xiaohua knew that the more one loved, the deeper one's worries would be. He didn't care about Gusuchuri's worries and said, "Oh right, Qiu Xianzi, suppress the brilliant glazed golden Buddha formation here. When Jianghu Xian comes back to her senses, tell her that she doesn't want to make any mistakes. I need time to stabilize my cultivation and break the outer formation. Let her slowly break the formation." "All right." Gusuchuri nodded. She activated her vital energy to control the imperial equipment while paying attention to Jianghu Xian's movements. As for Xiaohua, he had long since left. He flew into the air and sat down cross-legged. He released his mind to collect the netherworld water with all his might. When the time was right, Xiaohua withdrew his mind. The remaining netherworld water was enough for Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran to use for their cultivation. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xing naturally didn't know that the netherworld water was collected by Xiaohua. They were overjoyed when they saw the netherworld water disappearing. Both of them closed their eyes and activated their secret techniques. One was reconstructing the Yuanying while the other was refining the ghost gull. Both of them were slowly moving towards the 5th level of origin power. Weng. The entire array was stabilized. Xiaohua's mind also entered his lower dantian. His hands formed seals. Thunderous sounds could be heard from the void nearby. Streaks of lightning swam around the light pillar. When they landed on the evil spirits were immediately torn apart. The fragments increased the absorption speed of the light pillar. For a total of 49 days, Xiaohua didn't stop for a moment. The light pillar rotated above the array and absorbed all the ancient evil spirits into his lower dantian. Of course, it was impossible for the nascent souls to refine these evil spirits all at once. Even Xiaohua's formless nascent soul had absorbed a lot more evil spirits than normal nascent souls. They were all piled up in the nebula, waiting for the right time to refine and truly absorb them, turning them into his own spirit body. Rumble. When the last evil spirit was absorbed by Xiaohua's invisible Yuanying, the entire cloud mountain shook. Thick cracks appeared where the mountain ridge was previously. The entire cloud mountain shook and moved rapidly, slowly breaking into 3 parts. The jade-green water that surrounded the cloud mountain had completely dried up at this moment. Deep holes appeared all over the cloud mountain. Roar. A long roar resounded from the east, and then Sun Kong Shangren's figure arrived in the form of a rainbow. Seeing Sun Kong Shangren's refreshed appearance, Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, brother Sun Kong. I don't dare. Sun Kong stood in the air and respectfully returned the greeting. It's all because of Daoist Zhao's great ability. If it weren't for Daoist Zhao suppressing these ancient evil spirits, how could I have such an opportunity? Once again, I thank Daoist Zhao for his kindness. It's not that this Zhao is great, it's that this Zhao's magic treasure is powerful. Xiaohua answered with a smile. Moreover, this is also Brother Sun Kong's own opportunity. Brother Sun Kong's previous accumulation is enough. It has nothing to do with this Zhao. Sun Kong knew Xiaohua's cultivation was profound, but he definitely didn't expect that those several hundred ancient evil spirits were absorbed by Xiaohua. He nodded and said, magic treasures are part of the abilities of our Daoist cultivators. Daoist Zhao having such a magic treasure is our Daoist's fortune. Congratulations. Zhang Daoran flew over as well. Looking at his smiling face, it was also a blessing in disguise. Same to you, same to you. Sun Kong returned the greeting. He looked Zhang Daoran up and down and said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother Daoran to have such a harvest. Looks like you also had an opportunity. That's right. Zhang Daoran was very emotional. I thought I would be buried in the Jade Fall Yellow Springs formation today, but who knew? Just as they were talking, Zhai Xingzi's voice came from afar. Brother Daoran, you're really amazing. So much Yellow Springs water was absorbed by you? Zhang Daoran was a bit dazed. He looked at Zhai Xingzi, whose cultivation improved greatly, and said curiously, how could it be me? I thought it was you who used your ability to absorb the Yellow Springs water. I even wanted to thank you. How could it be me? Zhai Xingzi landed in front of everyone with a face full of disbelief. He shook his head and said, although I need the Yellow Springs water, I don't have the ability to absorb so much Yellow Springs water. As they spoke, the two looked at Xiaohua at the same time. How could Xiaohua admit it? He hurriedly waved his hand at the two and said, don't look at me, Daoist friends. Brother Sun Kong and I suppressed the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation and were almost swallowed by the several hundred evil spirits inside. I relied on the magic treasure that I obtained by chance to absorb those evil spirits. How could I have the energy to absorb the yellow spring's water? That's strange. Xianxia and Zhang Daoran looked at each other with puzzlement. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said with a smile, right now, little girl Gongshu is still racking her brains. Tell her about the situation of the blue sky yellow springs formation. Perhaps she can find some clues from it. Zhang Daoran and Xianxia nodded and told him about the situation that they encountered. As for their own cultivation, that was their own secret. They skimmed over it and didn't talk about it in detail. If that's the case. Xiaohua glanced at exalted Master Sun Kong and said, Brother Sun Kong, we're not as lucky as Brother Daoran and Daoist Jiaxing. They might have escaped death because the origin formation and Buddhist formation in the inner layer were slightly broken, which caused the yellow spring's water to stop flowing. What do you think? Of course, it should be like that. Exalted Master Sun Kong heard this and immediately thought of the danger he faced. He said with lingering fear, it was really dangerous before. Those were evil spirits from ancient times. Chapter 37-26. After listening to Sun Kong's narration and Xiaohua's embellishment, Xianxia and Zhang Daoran couldn't help but change their expressions. Xiaohua and Sun Kong actually faced hundreds of ancient spirits. This was definitely not something two nascent soul cultivators could resist. It was already good that Xiaohua could use a magic weapon to collect these spirits. He really couldn't split his attention to collect the water of the netherworld. Actually, the most dangerous. Xiaohua was most proficient in the spring and autumn annals. Now, he immediately drew Xianxia's attention to Gusuqiudi. He said, it's still Qiu Xianzi and the girl from the Gongshu clan, how are they? Inside the formation, Xianxia didn't dare to release his divine sense for fear of causing a change in the inner formation. Now that he heard this, he already threw away his doubts and asked in a low voice. Fortunately, it's safe now. Xiaohua told them what he saw and did. When everyone heard that there was still demonic qi in the inner formation, they were even more shocked. They looked at each other and rejoiced. This was really a new lease on life. Looking at the three people's somewhat fearful expressions, Xiaohua simply omitted the somewhat superfluous explanation. Where should we go now? Zhang Daoran looked somewhat worriedly into the distance. The clouds there were still thick, and they couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He encountered the greatest danger. He couldn't help but ask, should we continue to break the formation and enter or return home? Although Zhang Daoran asked Xiaohua, Sun Kong and Xianxia both turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, in these dozens of days, it seems that except for this Zhao's cultivation that didn't advance, the three of you have all made great progress. In fact, we've already achieved more than half of our goal of exploring the formation. Indeed. Zhang Daoran nodded. With this old man's attainments, I only need to go into seclusion for a dozen years after returning to the cave. Stepping into the out-of-body realm shouldn't be a problem. Brother Daoran's accumulation is enough. Sun Kong continued. I'm afraid I'll have to spend a few more days, but I'm also confident that I can step into the out-of-body realm. When he spoke up to here, Master Sun Kong seemed to have thought of something, and he stretched out his hand to take out a jade box from his bosom and passed it to Xiaohua. He said, Brother Xiao, this is the azure dragon saliva that I obtained at the Jade Pavilion gathering. It was originally intended to be used to extend my lifespan, but now that I'm about to break through, my lifespan is already sufficient. I'll give this to you, and it can be considered a gift of thanks from me. All right. Xiaohua knew that this was Sun Kong Shengren trying to understand the cause and effect, so he bluntly received it and put it away. My situation is similar to Brother Daoran's. Xianxia frowned. However, in my opinion, since Gongshu Xian has more or less destroyed the formation, why don't we go in and take a look? Although Cang Lungzi's formation was powerful, he couldn't have set up another powerful formation in his own cave abode, right? There won't be any danger in there. We've obtained the opportunity, but what about the juniors outside the formation? They haven't obtained it yet. Yes, Brother Jiaxing is right. There's also Senior Cang Lungzi's orthodoxy, which is very important to the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent. Zhang Daoran thought for a while and nodded. I agree to go in. Alright, in that case, Brother Sun Kong, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at the situation around the formation, and also call Shui Ping and the others over. Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiaohua said, we'll go take a look at the situation of the Gongshu family's girl. If she can destroy the formation, there's no harm in us going in. Master Sun Kong flew out of the formation and released his divine sense. While checking the situation of the formation, he called Shui Ping and the other disciples over. Xiaohua took Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi to the inner formation. The outer layer's 49 days were harvest time. The 4 Dao sect cultivators all had different degrees of improvement. In comparison, the inner layer's 49 days were tempering. Not to mention Gusu Chudi using her imperial artifact to block the Buddhist formation, and not to mention Gongshu Isin splitting her attention to suppress the origin formation. Just by looking at Gongshu Isin's haggard and abnormally pale face, one could tell that she was racking her brains to break the formation. Of course, the current formation was different from the one Xiaohua saw before. In front of Gongshu Isin, the thumb-sized whirlpool had expanded to the size of a fist. Moreover, around the whirlpool, there were 9 holes of different sizes. It seemed that each hole could be a passage to the cave abode. As for the imperial artifact that looked like a small bridge, it was still at the edge of the whirlpool and couldn't enter. Zhai Xingzi entered the inner formation. He glanced around and flew towards Gusu Chudi. The falling star in his hand flew out and turned into a star curtain in front of the innate true water, helping Gusu Chudi block the Buddhist light. Xiaohua and Zhang Daoran landed behind Gongshu Isin and frowned at the 9 holes. Xiaohua whispered, Lady Gongshu, what's the situation? See for yourself. Gongshu Isin answered coldly. She didn't even turn around. Clearly, she was very annoyed. Xiaohua heard this and smiled wryly. He looked at Zhang Daoran's expression and shook his head slightly. Gongshu Isin's heart was in a mess now. It would be strange if she could break the formation. Immediately after, Xiaohua released his divine sense to explore the surroundings. After a long time, he saw 9 different rhythmic fluctuations within the 9 holes. Xiaohua's heart stirred. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a gust of wind behind him. Venerable Master Sun Kong flew over with Shui Ping, Fujiwen, and the others. Sun Kong saw Xiaohua and whispered, Brother Daoran, Brother Xiao, things aren't looking good. Oh. What's wrong? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Sun Kong looked at Gongshu Isin who was focused on breaking the formation. He lowered his voice and said, I used my divine sense to carefully check the surroundings of the formation. The entire formation is severely damaged. Apart from the inner formation, there are 2 pieces in the north and south that are also dozens of miles in size. The cracks in the 3 pieces are pitch-black bottomless abyss. I used my divine sense to look down dozens of miles and felt an extremely cold feeling. It's very strange. I didn't dare to look deeper. Also, at the edge of the formation, there seemed to be a few strange auras seeping out. They seemed to be different from the energy of heaven and earth. How many of these strange auras are there? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. There wasn't any surprise on his face. 4. Sun Kong didn't understand and replied. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at Sun Kong and asked, if I'm not wrong, it should be near the 4 poles where the 4 of us were suppressing the formation, right? Sun Kong thought for a moment and nodded, Brother Xiao is right. It's just, how did you know? Xiaohua smiled. He looked at Gongshu Isin who was frowning and staring blankly at the 9 holes. He said in a low voice, the onlooker sees clearly. Perhaps the passage to the cave mansion isn't at the center of the formation. At this moment, a slightly timid voice sounded not far from Xiaohua, Senior Xiao, this disciple feels that this formation is somewhat familiar. I don't know if I can give it a try. Xiaohua looked up. It was Fujiwen. Of course you can. Xiaohua knew that Fujiwen also understood formations. Since he could see the strangeness of this formation, Fu Jiwen might also see some clues. He smiled and replied, but you'd better discuss it with Miss Gongshu. Yes. Fu Jiwen received Xiao Hua's agreement and flew to Gongshu Isen's side. He bowed and said, Senior Gongshu, this junior looks at the arrangement of the formation. It seems to be the 9-song ghost lock formation of the Daoist sect. Is this junior's guess correct? Daoist sect's formation? 9-song ghost lock formation? Gongshu Isen was surprised. She looked at Fu Jiwen with disdain. She was about to scold him when suddenly, her eyes flashed with understanding. She immediately turned her head and stared at the 9 holes and the whirlpool in the middle of the holes. After a few minutes, she raised her head and laughed, ha ha ha, so that's it. Tsang Langzi, Tsang Langzi, you're really amazing. This junior has to prostrate himself in admiration. Then, Gongshu Isen turned her head and looked at Fu Jiwen. Her face was flushed with excitement. What's your name? Junior's name is Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen respectfully replied. Correct. Gongshu Isen nodded. What you said is very reasonable. But you're still wrong. Senior, please enlighten me. Fu Jiwen's expression didn't change. Gongshu Isen pointed at the 9 holes and said, on the surface, this formation looks like a Daoist sect formation. Even the spiritual power fluctuations inside are Daoist sect. But in fact, it's a pure origin formation. In other words, it's a Daoist sect formation set up with noble spirit. At first, I only thought that since it was a restriction to open the cave, it must be Senior Tsang Langzi's best formation. Moreover, this Misty Mountain Maze formation is a formation outside, while the inner layer is an origin formation and a Buddhist formation. The restriction to open the door must also be a formation. Who knew that Senior Tsang Langzi was so unexpected? He completely used Confucian techniques to set up a Daoist sect formation. I really don't understand. Gongshu Isen looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile. You're a Confucian cultivator. It's really rare that you know Daoist sect formations. Come, you're the only one here who knows about formations and how to use noble spirit. Help me. If you can break this restriction, I'll consider taking you as my disciple. A stunned expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. It seemed that when they were greeting each other earlier, he had already made it clear to this proud daughter of heaven that he was serving Xiao Hua. But he didn't dare to offend Gongshu Isen, so he respectfully replied, yes, please enlighten me on how to break this formation. Immediately, Gongshu Isen transmitted her voice to Fu Jiwen as she pointed at the 9 holes and explained to him how to break the formation. After Gongshu Xianxia finished speaking, Fu Jiwen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Zhenqi. Inscriptions flew out one by one. Fu Jiwen made a hand seal and the inscriptions split into 3 groups in the air. Each group of inscriptions began to condense into 3 different inscriptions. The size of the inscriptions was the same, so it was obvious that they were the same inscriptions. Chapter 37-27. Illusion. Fu Jiwen uttered the mantra, and the 3 groups of inscription A turned into fine streams and rushed into the 3 holes in the wall. Immediately, the 3 holes emitted 3 colors of light, and the sound of chanting came out from inside. Good. Seeing Fu Jiwen activate the inscriptions so easily, Gongshu Xianxia cheered again, and then, puff puff puff. She spat out 3 mouthfuls of Zhenqi. These 3 mouthfuls of Zhenqi had different colors, and in each mouthfuls of Zhenqi, there were also inscriptions, which were similar to Fu Jiwen's talisman. These inscriptions were divided into 6 groups, and under Gongshu Xianxia's control, each group turned into different characters, and as Gongshu Xianxia pointed her finger, the 6 groups of inscriptions fell into the 9 holes almost at the same time. Boom! The 6 holes shined brightly, and the roaring sound was incessant. The vortex in the middle began to rotate, and the 9 colors of light changed. Go! Gongshu Xianxia's face showed a smile, and she pointed at the small bridge. Whoosh! The inscriptions at the bridgehead surged and rushed toward the vortex. The small bridge fell into the vortex, and there was no obstruction at all. Rumble. Just when the small bridge broke through the vortex, the whole formation shook violently, and the whole mountain also shook. Amidst the vibrations, the golden wind Jade Du origin formation began to slowly fade away. Even when Shan and the City of Books could not stop it. At the same time, the dazzling golden light Buddha formation began to recede and the Buddha light gradually disappeared. Gongshu Xian looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, "The misty mountain formation has been broken, and your foundation in formations is quite good. If you become my disciple, you will make progress in the future." This. Fu Jiwen slightly frowned, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "Junior has already served Shaojinren. I am afraid it is not good to worship another master. Senior's kindness, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness." Gongshu Xian was a little stunned, and her face was a little ugly. She had always been arrogant, and not to mention accepting disciples, she even disdained to teach others. Today, she was in a good mood, and it was rare for her to open her mouth, but Fu Jiwen did not buy it. She felt very dispirited, and waved her hand and said, "Humph. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Fu Jiwen's eyes swiveled, before he opened his mouth and said, "If Senior has any insights regarding Yuan arrays, can you record them in your jade eyes and bestow them to this junior? In your dreams." Gongshu Isen sneered, "Do you think my Gongshu clan's primordial array Dao is something ordinary people can spy on?" Yes, this junior understands." Fu Jiwen's face was very awkward, and also a little panicked, which made Gongshu Xian's mood somewhat recover. Of course, whether Fu Jiwen's embarrassment was real or fake, Gongshu Xian couldn't tell. Humph. Gongshu Isen glanced at the smiling Xiao Hua and said, "You're really obsessed. Following a Dao cultivator, how can you have a bright future?" At this moment, the rumbling sound in his ears gradually calmed down. However, to Gongshu Xian's surprise, the 9 holes disappeared, and so did the whirlpool. The bridge was pushed out by the whirlpool and landed in front of her. What? How is this possible? Gongshu Xian's confidence was shattered again. She inconceivably used her silver moon eyes, looking at the empty space, shouting, the so-called 9-song ghost lock restriction was clearly broken. This cave, why didn't it open? Immediately after, Gongshu Xian once again waved her imperial weapon, dancing crazily near the left side. Was she fighting against the Great Formation? Or was she looking for the formation's restriction? In fact, not just Gongshu Xian, even Fu Jiwen frowned, looking around in disbelief, and then at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stood to the side with a smile, rubbing his chin as if watching a joke. Xiao Hua's ease really puzzled Fu Jiwen. He originally wanted to use the clear eyes technique, but when he looked at Gongshu Xian's silver moon pupil, he didn't find any clues. His own clear eyes technique couldn't be compared to others, so he simply didn't use it. Fu Jiwen looked around, using his divine sense technique. At this time, the essence formation had stopped, and the Buddha formation also disappeared. Gongshu Isen's 2 imperial artifacts flew back to her side. In the distance, Gusuchiodi, accompanied by Zhai Xingzi, flew over with an imperial artifact copper cup. This was clearly a scene of a formation being broken. How can this be? Why didn't the cave's door appear? Could it be there's something else in the formation? Fu Jiwen thought of this, suddenly moved, looking at the edge of the formation. At this time, the clouds in the center of the formation had dissipated, returning to its previous state. However, Fu Jiwen's cultivation couldn't see the edge of the formation. Senior. Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua nodding slightly at him. He knew what to do, whispering to Gongshu Xian, who was still angry at the formation, "Junior thinks. What do you think? Say it." Gongshu Xian was just rejected by Fu Jiwen, feeling ashamed and angry. Her words were even more unfriendly. Junior thinks this is the core of the formation and the key to breaking the formation, but the entrance to the cave may not be here. Fu Jiwen still answered respectfully. Gongshu Xian's delicate body slightly stiffened, then she looked up, her starry eyes had calmed down. She glanced at Fu Jiwen and said faintly, "You think you're the only one who knows?" Then, Gongshu Xian looked at Gusu Qiudi and said, I just want to see if there are any other mechanisms and restrictions here before Qiu Jijie comes back. Seeing Gongshu Xian's twisted logic, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. In fact, when Sun Kong Shangren said there were 4 strange qi at the edge of the formation, Xiaohua already thought of another possibility. But at that time, the last restriction hadn't been broken, he couldn't speak blindly. As for now, Xiaohua was more willing to let Fu Jiwen gain more experience. Also, using Fu Jiwen to dampen Gongshu Xian's spirit was more satisfying than Xiaohua himself. Elder Sun Kong, Elder Dao Ran, Elder Xiao, you 3 go to the 3 extremes you were guarding before and see if there are any abnormalities nearby. Gongshu Xian calmly ordered, Qiu Jijie, we'll go to the place Jai Xingzi was guarding. Okay. Sun Kong Shangren had already checked briefly before, but hearing Gongshu Xian's order, he still agreed and flew into the sky. Xiaohua and the others didn't say a word and also flew up, releasing their divine senses to investigate carefully. In less than an hour, everyone flew back. Sun Kong Shangren first said to Gongshu Xian, Miss Gongshu, I found an entrance at the eastern extreme of the formation. I went in to check and found there was another maze formation inside. My spirit sense was restricted. When Sun Kong Shangren said this, Xiaohua and the others had strange expressions. Gongshu Yisun looked at Xiaohua and the others and sighed. Seniors, do you all see the entrance? Yes. Zhang Daoran nodded. The place I was guarding also had an entrance with a strange presence. My spirit sense was also restricted. AI. Gongshu Xian didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak. She looked at the formation below and sighed heavily. Cloud Mountain Maze Formation is called a maze formation. Of course there's a maze formation. Elder Tsang Langzi set up 4 entrances outside his cave. Naturally there are 4 maze formations. Who knows which one is real? Gusu Qiudi's face showed some fear. She looked at Gongshu Xian and said, Xian, this Cloud Mountain Maze Formation is indeed strange. Since we're not sure, let's just forget it. Our 4 Dao sect friends all got something. We didn't come in vain. Gongshu Xian bit her lips. Her face showed shame and anger. Xiaohua and the others all got something, but she didn't. She really didn't want to give up. She thought for a moment and looked at the messy array. She seemed to have thought of something and the corners of her mouth curled up. Elder Sister Qiu, Senior Tsang Lungzi's mountain protection array has been broken by us. This so-called maze array. I'm afraid there won't be any powerful restrictions. If there is, it will only be some crossroads or mazes. We just have to be careful and there won't be any problems. Okay. Gusu Qiudi nodded, then we'll split into 4 groups and choose an entrance. Let's see who has the opportunity. Gongshu Xian smiled. What do you mean, Sister Qiu? You want to leave me? No matter what, I'll go with you. Of course. Gusu Qiudi glanced at Jai Xingzi and said, Xingzi and I didn't bring any disciples, of course you'll come with us. Then Gusu Qiudi looked at Xue Ping and the others and asked, is anyone willing to come with us? We're willing. Seeing Gongshu Xian and Gusu Qiudi split into 2 groups, several Daoist cultivators answered in unison and flew out. Good, follow me to the entrance of the South Pole. Jai Xingzi nodded and was about to fly up. Zhang Daoran quickly called out from nearby, fellow Daoist Jai Xing, please wait. Zhang Daoran took out 4 jade green toads of the same size and waved his hand. 3 of them flew towards Xiaohua, esteemed Sun Kong, Jai Xingzi, and the others. He said, this is Reverend Zhang Han's enchanted treasure, the one-heart toad. If there aren't any special restrictions, it can communicate with each other within 100 li. I borrowed it from Reverend Zhang Han. You and I each take one. The method to use the enchanted treasure is carved on the inner wall of the enchanted treasure. All right. Jai Xingzi agreed. He took the toad and scanned it with his divine sense. Joy appeared on his face and he smiled, this is a good item. Then, Jai Xingzi formed a seal and struck the one-heart toad. A jade green halo shone from the toad. The halo rushed out and landed on Xiaohua and the others' toads before disappearing. Xiaohua and the others took the toads and refined them simply. Then, their halos flew out and landed on each other's toads. Chapter 37-28. Afterwards, Xianxia held the toad in his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoists, this old man will go first. Fellow Daoists, this old man will go first." Instantly, Xiaohua, Sun Kong, and the toad in Zhang Daren's hand all spoke. Their voices were exactly the same as Xianxia's. Haha. Not bad indeed. Xiaohua held the toad in his hand and laughed. The other 3 toads also laughed. This old man will go to the entrance to the North Pole. Whoever wants to follow this old man can come. Xiaohua put away the toad and flew towards the North Pole of the formation. Fujiwen, Xueping, and several others followed behind. Afterwards, the remaining cultivators also followed Sun Kong and Zhang Daren's disciples to the east and west. Xiaohua flew to the entrance of the maze formation and squinted his eyes to take a look. At this time, the entrance was several zhang wide, and there were some chaotic streams of air rushing out from inside. The streams of air sometimes emitted heat, sometimes emitted cold. Occasionally, there was also some aura similar to that of a magic treasure pouring out. After this aura, there was even a fishy smell assaulting his senses. Fujiwen, what do you think? Xiaohua didn't rush in. Instead, he stood in front of the entrance and asked with a smile. Senior. Fujiwen frowned and looked around. He even released his divine sense and whispered, "In Junior's opinion, this formation isn't as simple as Senior Gongshu said. There must be a powerful restriction inside. Senior must be careful. Are you all ready? This old man will go in." Xianxia's voice sounded from Xiaohua's robe. Hee, fellow Daoist Xianxia can go in first. Sun Kong's voice sounded again, "This old man will take my disciples and explore carefully." Alright, this old man will go first. I will wait for you all in Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave. Xianxia smiled and his voice disappeared. Fellow Daoist Xianxia. After a while, Xiaohua took out the toad and whispered, "Did you hear it?" "I heard it." Xianxia's voice came again. "This old man's entrance is a bit troublesome. Not long after we came in, we encountered 9 forks. Although Lady Gongshu has the imperial plate, she can only rule out 5. The remaining 4 cannot be judged to be real. This old man and the others can only choose one to enter first." Zhang Daren's voice said with a smile, "This old man's entrance has been very smooth. I haven't encountered any forks in the road so far." Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen and said with a smile, "Fujiwen, you bring Xueping and the rest in. This old man will be at the back. This kind of maze is not this old man's strong suit. It's better for you to break it. Also, you don't have to worry about your safety. This old man has a Confucian cultivator's nation treasure and can take you in at any time. In fact, if you're willing, I can take you in now and let you out when we're in the cave. On one hand, we want to obtain some magic treasures and cultivation techniques. On the other hand, we want to gain some experience, so we don't want to be suppressed into the nation treasure yet." A cultivator looked at the people beside him and nodded slightly. Then, he said respectfully to Xiaohua, "If we encounter any danger later, Senior Xiao, please take action to suppress it." "No problem." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Follow Xueping and Fujiwen in." "Yes." The cultivators bowed respectfully to Xiaohua and turned to follow Fujiwen and Xueping into the cave. They rejoiced in their hearts. Since Xiaohua had a nation treasure, as long as Xiaohua did not encounter any danger, they would be able to keep their lives. They had made the right choice in choosing Xiaohua. "I'm going in too," Xiaohua said as he pinched the concentric toad and flew into the cave. Meanwhile, Sun Kong's voice came from the toad again. "Damn it, this old man has a ferocious beast here." Sure enough, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard outside Sun Kong's voice. "Senior Sun Kong." Gongshu Isen's voice sounded. If you encounter any danger, immediately turn back. There's only one path in the maze that's safe. There won't be any ambushes on this path. As long as you leave the area controlled by the ferocious beasts won't chase after you. Huh, this old man knows. Quickly retreat. Sun Kong laughed and hurriedly urged the disciples to retreat. Hearing Sun Kong's laughter, Xiaohua knew that Sun Kong gained a lot from the Xianxia spirit forbidding grand array. Sun Kong could deal with the ferocious beasts inside the maze with just the souls of the ancient ferocious beasts. Thinking about Sun Kong's gains, Xiaohua felt proud again. There were hundreds of ferocious beasts inside the Xianxia spirit forbidding grand array. Sun Kong only obtained 1 or 2 of them. The rest were all taken by Xiaohua. His gains were incomparable to Sun Kong's. In particular, Xiaohua's invisible nascent soul absorbed several times more ferocious beasts than other nascent souls. Xiaohua felt that as long as he cultivated quietly for a while, his realm would definitely reach the middle or late nascent soul realm, or even higher. What was special was that Xiaohua's lower dantian was extremely lively right now. 100 or so nascent souls circulated their energy to absorb the ferocious beasts. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua used the 5 qi righteous thunder. When the 5 qi righteous thunder landed on the invisible nascent souls, it was divided into hundreds of lightning threads. The lightning threads melted some of the ferocious beasts accumulated inside the nascent souls for the nascent souls to absorb. There was also that soul cultivator Xiaohua who didn't hurry to return to the mysterious dark clouds to cultivate. He temporarily assisted green-robed Xiaohua in his dantian. These 100 or so nascent souls moved at the same time as soul cultivator Xiaohua. They were like puppets tied with silk threads. These 100 or so nascent souls don't have physical bodies. The only thing they can do now is cultivate scattered souls. Thanks to Xianxia, he was able to cultivate scattered souls and found a future for these 100 or so nascent souls. However, these ferocious beasts. I'm afraid Xianxia won't have a chance to share them. I'll think about how to compensate him when I remodel my body with human essence. Xiaohua thought as he flew behind the group of cultivators, heading towards the depths of the maze formation. Xiaohua and the others flew into the cloudy mountain maze formation. The chaos inside the formation didn't disappear. The 4 entrances also didn't close. A few days later, several divine senses swept over from the sky in the west. First, they aggressively swept through the entire formation. Soon after, they locked onto the 4 entrances. In just a short moment, several nascent soul cultivators arrived and landed at the edge of the formation. The one at the front was a female cultivator dressed in palace attire. She had a tall stature, slightly protruding cheekbones, and a pair of watery eyes that revealed an indescribable charm. However, at this moment, her eyes revealed an indescribable anger. The brilliance around this female cultivator dissipated, revealing a short Daoist cultivator beside her. This cultivator seemed to be a little dizzy. He looked around but couldn't tell where he was. However, the female cultivator lowered her voice as if she was suppressing her anger. She asked, "Dao Cheng. Is this the cloudy mountain maze formation you mentioned?" The cultivator named Dao Cheng released his divine sense. After looking for a moment, he smiled bitterly. "Senior Xiangfeng, you should know that this place is different from the cloudy mountain maze formation that Junior knows. Moreover, Junior's divine sense can only reach a range of 10 kilometers. I can't tell. If Senior came according to the map that Junior gave, please send Junior there. There should be a temporary cave abode that Junior and the others opened there." As he spoke, Dao Qing identified the direction and pointed at the cave abode where Xiaohua and the others were. "No need." Fairy Xiangfeng waved her hand coldly. "There's an empty cave abode there. Xiaohua isn't there, nor is Shueping and the others you mentioned." "If that's the case." Dao Qing looked at the grand formation that was in a mess beneath him and said, "That Xiaohua has definitely arrived. Moreover, he even helped Shueping break through the misty mountain maze formation." "Impossible." A handsome male cultivator behind Fairy Xiangfeng shook his head. "If it's the cloudy mountain maze formation, how can Xiaohua break it with his cultivation? Even this old man, together with Fairy Xiangfeng and the others, don't dare to say that we can break it. Dao Qing smiled bitterly. On the way, Junior has already told you about the cloudy mountain maze formation. The evidence that Junior found is enough to prove that this is the cloudy mountain maze formation. Daoist Master Dichuan. Fairy Xiangfeng said coldly. Whether this is the cloudy mountain maze formation or not, as long as Xiaohua is here, as long as Xiaohua goes in, I will go in. But another nascent soul cultivator hesitated and said, Fairy Xiangfeng, this old man wants to remind you of something. This time, many nascent soul cultivators died in the Yaotai meeting. Reverend Xiangtian died on the Yaotai mountain. It might not be Xiaohua's doing. The message you received is very strange. It can't be explained clearly. How can you prove that it was Xiaohua's doing? It might be a frame-up. Someone wants to take your hand and kill Xiaohua. Hearing the nascent soul cultivator mention Reverend Xiangtian, Fairy Xiangfeng's entire body trembled. Her eyes revealed an indescribable hatred. She said, Reverend Han, your guess is right. Someone wants to take my hand and kill Xiaohua. However, although that person's message is strange, the description inside Xiangtian's death is true. This person must have seen Xiangtian and is with him. If I want to find Xiangtian's enemy, I must find Xiaohua first. Forcing Xiaohua to speak, let's see who he offended. Then the person who sent the message, who is it? Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the other nascent soul cultivator. Mingzi, in fact, I have a feeling. I have been restless in the Soaring Pond country. I feel that something will happen to Xiangtian. When the message came, my first feeling told me that this message is definitely true. That cultivator called Xiaohua must be the one who killed Xiangtian. This is the intuition of us female cultivators. Mingzi was a tall and sturdy male cultivator. While he was cursing in his heart, he said with a fake smile, of course, you female cultivators are all sensitive people. This Reverend Xiangtian is your lover, so your feelings should be right. However, this old man is not interested in who is the real culprit. This old man will only follow the agreement with you and help you kill Xiaohua. Chapter 37-29. Very good. Fairy Xiangfeng nodded and revealed a satisfied smile. She then looked around at the three nascent soul cultivators and said, as fellow Daoist Mingzi said, fellow Daoists only need to help me kill Xiaohua. There's no need to care if he's the real culprit. It has to be said that female cultivators who are blinded by hatred are truly terrifying. It doesn't matter if she's a real female cultivator or not. This is going to be troublesome. Daoist Master Han looked at the messy array and retracted his consciousness from the holes in the four extremes. He said thoughtfully, previously, we were only discussing how to kill Xiaohua, but we never discussed how to enter the Cloud Mountain Maze array. But now, this Cloud Mountain Maze formation seems to have been broken by someone. We didn't see Xiaohua. Who knows if it was Xiaohua who broke the formation? Who knows if Xiaohua entered the Cloud Mountain Maze formation? In particular, if Xiaohua can't break the formation by himself, then he must have invited others. The one we're facing is not Xiaohua alone. To be honest, I don't think I'm a match for a Daoist cultivator who can break the Cloud Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiangfeng's face turned ugly. How could she not have thought of what Daoist Han said? If she could invite friends, why couldn't Xiaohua do the same? The reason why she rushed over was because she wanted to catch Xiaohua off guard. Furthermore, she also heard from Dao Qing that Xue Ping and the rest were only at the second or third grade of essence energy. It was unlikely that they would be able to find a senior at the fourth grade of essence energy. The four of them, as nascent soul cultivators, would have no problem killing Xiaohua. Now that a few Daoist cultivators who can break the Jade Mountain Maze formation appeared, what she promised Daoist Han and the others was probably not enough to move them. However, Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the formation and said confidently, I know there's a change in the situation. However, there are 4 holes in this formation. Even if Xiaohua has help, they can't enter from one hole. We only need to enter one hole and block Xiaohua inside. I don't believe that Xiaohua alone is our match. Daoist Di Quan sneered, Fairy Xiangfeng, there are 4 holes here. How do you know which hole Xiaohua entered? Besides, it's best if we can meet Xiaohua. What if we can't? Fairy Xiangfeng smiled and said, I've already thought about it. Right now, we are standing in front of the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. The formation has already been broken, and the door to Senior Tsang Langzi's Immortal's Cave is already half open. It is fate that brought us here. Regardless of whether Xiaohua is inside or not, we must enter. Of the 4 cave entrances, I will choose one and we will enter together. If we are able to meet Xiaohua, it will be the same as the agreement between me and the fellow Daoists. As long as we kill Xiaohua, I will fulfill my promise to the fellow Daoists. Moreover, after we enter the cave, I will only take 10% of the things inside, and the 3 fellow Daoists will each take 30%. If we can't find Xiaohua, then we'll break into the Immortal's Cave. The 4 of us will each take 25% of the things inside, and I'll leave my share behind everyone. That's a good suggestion. Daoist Han narrowed his eyes and looked at the other 2. What do you think, fellow Daoists? Alright, let's do as Fairy Xiangfeng says. Daoist Master Di Quan pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the Misty Mountain Maze Formation had already been opened. This was an opportunity in itself, and he could not give it up. Since Daoist Han and Daoist Master Di Quan agreed, Mingzi naturally had no objections. At this moment, Dao Qing hurriedly said with a trembling voice, Seniors, this junior did not dare to place his hopes on the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Now that there is an opportunity, please help this junior. Sure. Fairy Xiangfeng said faintly, if there are any cultivation methods or magic treasures inside, you can choose 1 or 2. What do you think, fellow Daoists? Daoist Master Di Quan and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded slightly. However, just as the 3 of them were about to discuss in detail, a few tyrannical spiritual senses swept over from another direction. Who? Fairy Xiangfeng's face changed slightly as she looked at Yi Mingzi and the others. The 4 of them clapped their hands at the same time and took out their magic treasures. At this time, the Dao sect cultivators who could come to the Misty Mountain Maze Formation were definitely enemies and not friends. Just as the 4 of them were preparing for battle, another 4 nascent soul cultivators and 4 second-level essence force cultivators flew over. Xiao. Li Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng and company did not speak. Dao Cheng, who was at the side, was abnormally shocked. He seemed to have recognized the 4 cultivators who were at the 2nd grade of essence force. He hurriedly whispered, Senior Xiangfeng, those 4 cultivators are the same as me. They all received Xue Ping's invitation. However, they did not believe that Xiaohua could break the array and had already left. Now that they came back, it seems, they invited some seniors. Oh. Hearing that it was a cultivator trying to break through the formation, Fairy Xiangfeng relaxed. Daoist Han frowned. He looked at the petite figure with a cold face. That cold and arrogant gaze swept across him. He said in a low voice, Fairy Xiangfeng, the female cultivator in front seems to be Fairy Su Ming from Ji Province. Yi Mingzi also said softly, that's right, the cultivator behind her is Ji Province's Xian Kongzi. I've met him once before. While Fairy Xiangfeng and the others were discussing in a low voice, Fairy Su Ming was also discussing something with the 3 nascent soul cultivators. Even the 4 second-grade Essence Chi disciples were also discussing something from time to time. After a while, Fairy Su Ming flew forward and bowed, I'm Fairy Su Ming, is the other Fairy Xiangfeng? Fairy Xiangfeng took a deep breath and did not put away her magic artifact. She also flew forward and bowed, I'm Fairy Xiangfeng, greetings fellow Daoist Su Ming. Fellow Daoist Xiangfeng, are you here for the Misty Mountain Maze Formation? Fairy Su Ming asked straightforwardly. That's right, we're here for Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave abode. Fairy Xiangfeng smiled and said, isn't fellow Daoist Su Ming here? Hee, we're here for the same reason. Fairy Su Ming also smiled, but she changed the topic and asked, however, I have a question to ask fellow Daoist Xiang Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng sneered and looked at the arrogant Fairy Su Ming. She replied, fellow Daoist can ask any question, but it's up to me whether I'm willing to answer. Okay. Fairy Su Ming bit her lips as if she wanted to get angry but held back. Did fellow Daoist and the others break the Misty Mountain Maze formation? No. Fairy Xiang Feng said firmly, if we were the ones who tried to break the formation, we would have already entered. That's good. Fairy Su Ming nodded and asked, then, did Fairy see the person who broke the formation? Fairy Xiang Feng asked curiously, what does fellow Daoist mean? That's the second question, right? I'm not going to answer. Fairy Su Ming gritted her teeth, and her face turned ashen. She stared straight at Fairy Xiang Feng and said coldly, fellow Daoist, it's your choice whether to answer or not. I just want to ask you, have you seen Xiaohua? Xiaohua? Fairy Xiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Fairy Su Ming's expression and asked curiously, why are you looking for Xiaohua? Why do you care what I do? You just have to tell this old lady whether or not you've seen Xiaohua. Fairy Su Ming completely flipped out, revealing her arrogant attitude. If Fairy Su Ming asked someone else, Fairy Xiang Feng would definitely turn hostile. However, Fairy Su Ming was asking about Xiaohua with a face full of hatred. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know what happened? She said with a smile, fellow Daoist Su Ming, you don't have to hide it anymore. Are you looking for Xiaohua for revenge? Did Xiaohua hurt your relatives at the Yaotai banquet? That's right. Fairy Su Ming could no longer hold back and cursed, Xiaohua, that damned bastard, actually dared to hurt my beloved Daoist Chu Feng. If I don't grind his bones and scatter his ashes, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Did fellow Daoist Su Ming also receive an inexplicable message? This message clearly stated what happened that day, but even with fellow Daoist's ability, you can't find out who sent this message. Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Fairy Su Ming sneered, I don't care who sent the message. I only know that whoever hurts my Chu Feng, I won't let that person off. Xiaohua dared to touch my Chu Feng on the Jade Mountain, so I dare to kill him on the hidden immortal continent. Seems like Fairy Su Ming also received the news that Xiaohua is here. Fairy Xiang Feng wasn't angry and still asked. That's right. This old lady has already sent out a message. Whoever can tell this old lady about Xiaohua, this old lady will give a great reward. Fairy Su Ming nodded and said, Xiao Li and a few other juniors heard the news about Xiaohua. When he came here, they specially informed. At this point, Fairy Su Ming seemed to have realized something. She stared at Fairy Xiang Feng and asked curiously, what? Fairy Su Ming also received the news about Xiaohua? That's right. Seeing this, Fairy Xiang Feng no longer concealed the matter and explained the cause of the matter. When Fairy Su Ming heard this, she was even more hypocritical. She and Fairy Xiang Feng hit it off, and the two of them actually discussed how to join forces to kill Xiaohua. Seeing the two fairies together, Dao Qing also flew to Li Xiu and the others on behalf of Daoist Han and the others. Not long after, the two groups also gathered together. Fairy Xiang Feng and Fairy Su Ming chatted happily. Both of their faces showed satisfaction, and in the end, the two of them actually communicated with each other through sound transmission. After the two finished their discussion, they returned to the other 6 nascent soul cultivators. The other side also came to a conclusion. Then, the two groups of people separated and entered through 2 different entrances. As luck would have it, Fairy Su Ming led 3 nascent soul cultivators into the entrance to the North Pole where Xiaohua was. The 2 groups of nascent soul cultivators who were chasing Xiaohua entered the Misty Mountain Maze, and the entire sky above the formation regained its tranquility. However, this tranquility only lasted for half the time of a meal. In the direction where Fairy Su Ming and the others came from, layers of ripples flashed in the air, and many inscriptions gushed out from the ripples. Chapter 3730. Immediately, a scholarly cultivator in a brocade robe appeared in the inscription with an imperial weapon in his hand. The scholarly cultivator was burly and dignified, and the thick eyebrows on his face were eye-catching. The scholarly cultivator stood in the air and looked at the cave where Fairy Su Ming and Fairy Xiang Feng flew into with interest. He muttered to himself, Dao sects have always had internal strife since ancient times, this saying is really true. If I go to find Xiaohua by myself, I can only go to the Black Wind Ridge to touch the impregnable array. Fortunately, I was smart enough to think of starting from the Dao sect's cultivators. This Xiaohua is really a troublemaker. Not only did he kill Fairy Su Ming's lover, but he also killed Fairy Xiang Feng's lover, TSK. Then again, if not, how could I follow Fairy Su Ming to this place? I have also heard about Song Lungzi's cave mansion. There seems to be some Dao sect's mystic arts inside. Since I am here, I will take the opportunity to see if I can get Song Lungzi's orthodoxy while killing Xiaohua. If I can bring this orthodoxy back to the clan, I will be rewarded by the patriarch. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? After the scholarly cultivator finished speaking, he raised his hand and put away the imperial weapon. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he flew toward another entrance, disappearing in a moment. This scholarly cultivator could follow Fairy Su Ming and others without being discovered. It was not only because of the strangeness of the imperial weapon, but also because the strength of this scholarly cultivator was far beyond Fairy Su Ming and other nascent soul stage cultivators. Another half a day later, dusk gradually rose. 3 Confucian cultivators dressed in bright yellow robes also appeared in the air on auspicious clouds. The 3 of them did not directly enter the formation. Instead, they first flew into the cave that Xue Ping and the others had opened up. After checking that there was no one there, they flew into the formation. The 3 of them looked at the 4 entrances again and again, whispered a few words, and chose a different entrance from Fairy Xiang Feng, Fairy Su Ming, and the scholarly cultivator and rushed in. From beginning to end, these 3 Confucian cultivators did not speak loudly, nor did they reveal their identities. Even if Xiaohua and the others were nearby, it would be impossible for them to know the intentions of these 3 Confucian cultivators. However, since they had entered the Misty Mountain Maze, they would definitely meet Xiaohua and the others in the end. At that time, everything would come to light. Xiaohua didn't expect that just as he entered the bewildering array, there would be 8 nascent soul cultivators chasing after him for revenge. He also didn't expect that there would be a Confucian cultivator at the 5th grade of essence energy following behind him. There were even 3 Confucian cultivators who entered the bewildering array with unknown motives. The development of the situation had long exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. At this moment, he was flying steadily behind Xue Ping and the others. He released some of his soul sense and saw Fu Jiwen holding a palm-sized imperial disc in his hand, breaking through the maze while flying. The imperial disc in Fu Jiwen's hand was called the heart-calming disc. It was an imperial tool used by Confucian cultivators to break through bewildering arrays. The imperial tool was engraved with horizontal and vertical lines, and between the lines were common inscriptions such as A, B, C, D. Every time Fu Jiwen flew for a while, he would stop and mark something on the heart-calming disc. Every time he encountered a fork, he would activate the heart-calming disc. When a fingernail-sized inscription appeared on the disc, he would use the clear eyes technique to check it and then choose a suitable route from it. Xiaohua had always been indifferent to bewildering arrays and directions. Seeing that Fu Jiwen was proficient in controlling it and hadn't encountered any danger after flying for a long time, he naturally understood that Fu Jiwen's heart-calming disc was very effective. Therefore, he simply ignored it and stayed on guard behind the others. Seeing that they had arrived at another fork in the road, facing 4 exits, Fu Jiwen activated the heart-calming disc. Clouds surged above the imperial tool and covered the entire imperial tool. The inscriptions were like ants rushing out from the inside. Fu Jiwen used the clear eyes technique to look down. In his eyes, the inscriptions were 4 big characters, each flashing with a different light. Fu Jiwen stretched out his finger and true qi rushed out. This true qi slowly moved along the lines of the heart-calming disc under the inscriptions. As Fu Jiwen's finger moved, the 4 big characters began to flicker and different places on the large characters began to extinguish. When Fu Jiwen's finger moved away from the lines and landed on the inscriptions, more than half of the light from the 2 big characters had already been extinguished. Fujiwen's finger moved as if he was playing a zither. Every time his finger touched an inscription, the remaining 2 inscriptions would move. The small inscriptions inside would either flicker or extinguish. After half a cup of tea's time, Fujiwen stopped and looked at the 2 inscriptions that were about the same brightness. He turned his head with a bitter smile and said, "Senior Xiao, this disciple is incompetent. I can't determine which of the 2 entrances is the real one." "No matter." Xiao Hua heard and flew to Fujiwen's side. He smiled and said, "Which 2 entrances?" When Fujiwen pointed them out, Xiao Hua released his soul sense and looked. He also shook his head and said, "This old man can't determine either. It seems that we can only force our way in. You all fly behind this old man. If there's anything wrong, immediately escape." "Yes, this junior understands." Shui Ping and the others' expressions tensed. They hurriedly retreated a few meters and bowed. "Let's take a look at this first." Xiao Hua casually pointed at the left entrance and said with a smile, "However, this Xiao seems to have a premonition that this Zhao's choice is most likely wrong. Then senior might as well go to the other entrance." Fujiwen said with a smile, "Wouldn't that be in the bag?" "How is that possible?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "If this old man chooses that one, that entrance is most likely fake." "Senior, is this mysterious?" Fujiwen was dumbfounded and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, then follow me." Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and flew into the fork. Fujiwen and the others didn't dare to delay and followed behind. Sure enough, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the cave became deeper and deeper. A gloomy coldness came from the stone walls. Xiao Hua's soul sense was blocked and his soul sense also showed signs of being imprisoned. "Fujiwen, I'm afraid this is not good." Xiao Hua flew in front and asked. "Senior." Fujiwen replied in a low voice. "This junior's imperial artifact heart calming plate can no longer be used here. This junior is not sure, Wu." Just at that moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew. This chilly wind did not blow out from within the cave, but instead seeped out from the stone wall near Xiao Hua and the others. However, Xiao Hua had naturally already inspected the stone wall when he flew over, and there was nothing abnormal there. This chilly wind was extremely strange. "Retreat." Xiao Hua saw that something was wrong and made a prompt decision. With a wave of his sleeve, he covered the several people behind him and urged his magic power to retreat. Xiao Hua had just flown a few feet away when he heard a roar. Roar, layers of fog seeped out from the stone wall about 100 feet away. This fog was thicker than ordinary clouds and fog, but thinner than demonic qi. Moreover, the fog emitted a sour and fishy smell, which was very unpleasant. Roar. Another roar sounded, and it was still emitted from within the fog. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and that divine sense seemed to have been swallowed by the fog. There was some indescribable numbness. Strange. Xiao Hua was bewildered, because there weren't any strange beasts within the fog. He really didn't understand where this roar came from. However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His body didn't slow down and he still retreated. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was flying very fast, and the area covered by the fog was also very large. Xiao Hua flew a few more meters forward, and the fog was already blocking his path. Roar. Suddenly, the fog in front of Xiao Hua rolled and a strange beast head came out of the fog and bit down on Xiao Hua's head. At this time, Xiao Hua understood that this strange beast head was condensed from the fog. However, this fog itself was made of particles smaller than mung beans. These tiny worms could fly in the air. Moreover, when Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out, these worms seemed to be able to swallow Xiao Hua's soul sense. Xiao Hua's current soul sense was not simple. It was a soul sense that could be condensed into a hammer. Even this kind of soul sense could be swallowed by these worms. Ordinary soul sense would be torn apart by these worms. In particular, the roar of the strange beast that Xiao Hua heard before was not the roar of the beast head, but the trembling of these worms. What kind of strange worm is this? Xiaohua didn't dare to rush in rashly. His figure retreated quickly. At the same time, he waved his hand and cast a spell. Boom! A huge fireball was born from the fog and fell into the mouth of the strange beast like an embroidered ball. What made Xiaohua flabbergasted was that the fireball only made a rumbling sound before it landed in the mouth of the exotic beast. The head of the exotic beast, which was originally made up of worms, began to tumble again, like the waves of water. However, in just a moment, these rolling turned into calmness, as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, the worms around the beast's head had expanded by several times. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked because after the beast had expanded, the worms that took advantage of him roared again and rushed over. Moreover, the nearby beast heads of different sizes frequently appeared and rushed towards the place where Xiaohua's figure was located. This is Senior Tsang Lang Zi's immortal cave. These worms, in the end, they are for him to guard the door. Xiaohua looked around. It was as if he was surrounded by these strange worms. There wasn't much space left for him. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself, who is this old man guarding against? Daoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhist disciples are all possible, but he is a Daoist cultivator, so he naturally understands Daoist cultivators the most. If there is no accident, most of the things in this maze are things that can be used by Daoist cultivators. The restriction of divine sense is a clear proof, so if I use Daoist cultivators' divine sense, I'm afraid it will be half the result with twice the effort. Of course, this Xiaohua's tempered golden body is not necessarily afraid of these strange worms, but this Xiaohua won't use his own body as bait. While pondering, Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed a few worms out of thin air. Sure enough, the worms that were wrapped by Xiaohua's magic power struggled frantically and tenaciously devoured the magic power. But when Xiaohua opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of true qi, the worms immediately became obedient like flies blown by the autumn wind. What made Xiaohua laugh even more was that these worms actually gathered together and condensed into a small beast head, letting out a very low roar, as if threatening Xiaohua. Chapter 37-31. Hee, this is indeed interesting. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he had a plan in mind. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to spit out the flying sword, his heart skipped a beat. Several soul threads fell from his glabella and pierced the worms. Things went so smoothly that it exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Against the soul threads, the worms did not put up any resistance at all and could not even detect them. As soon as the soul threads pierced through, the worms strangely disappeared without leaving a trace. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed in the face of the worms that were almost unstoppable by the Dao sect's divine ability. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down the body. This saying is too true. With that said, Xiaohua glanced at the Dao sect disciples beside him who were already trembling abnormally. At that moment, even Xue Ping and Fu Jiwen, who were extremely confident in Xiaohua, turned pale. Fu Jiwen's body flashed with array talismans as he prepared to shield Xiaohua from the front. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand and said very calmly, Xue Ping, you and the other Dao sect disciples follow behind me. Fu Jiwen, activate the array talismans and follow behind. Yes, I understand. Seeing how calm Xiaohua was, how could Fu Jiwen not know that Xiaohua already had a way to deal with it? With a response, the inscriptions around him flowed and various array talismans began to form an inscription armor around him. With that said, Xiaohua turned around and flew back. At that moment, he did not fly very fast, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. However, what surprised Xue Ping behind him was that he did not see Xiaohua use any divine ability. There was no brilliance, no dermic power fluctuation, no spell art, and not even a movement of his hand. Although the fog within 100 feet around them had hundreds of beast heads that were roaring madly and pouncing at them, it was as though a breeze had blown past. The fog was like the melancholy in one's chest that was swept away in an instant. There was no trace of it as it disappeared into thin air just like that. Xue Ping was ecstatic. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at the thin and tall cultivator in front of him with incomparable reverence. This was truly unfathomable. Exalted Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, they were nothing to this seemingly ordinary cultivator. Sigh, what a pity. Just as Xue Ping was prostrating himself in worship, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. He turned his head slightly to look at Fu Jiwen. Why did I have thoughts of probing that day? If I can meet Zhenren Shao for the first time and give him a good impression, won't I also be able to become his disciple? It's just that, the Daoist Shao of that day, he really wasn't Daoist Shao. He looks like that. How could he possibly be a senior of our Dao sect? But, how could Fu Jiwen have such an opportunity? According to Fu Jiwen, he met Daoist Master Shao in the Bronze Pillar State, which was not long after me. What did this mean? I'm afraid I don't have such an opportunity. However, since I was able to invite Daoist Shao here, and Daoist Shao even invited seniors like Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, and Zhai Xing to break through the Cloud Mountain Maze formation, isn't this my fortuitous encounter? Needless to say, Xue Ping's mind was filled with mixed feelings. Xiao Hua had already flown to the earliest fork in the road. Fu Jiwen, you do it. I'm at my wit's end, Xiao Hua called out with a smile. Fu Jiwen responded loudly and flew in front of his head with the heart-calming compass in hand. After flying for more than half a day, they did not see the end of the maze formation. Instead, they encountered many ferocious beasts, fog, yellow spring, and blazing objects. To Xue Ping and the rest, these were fatal things. However, to Xiao Hua, they only stunned him and made him admire Cang Langzi a little more. They did not harm him at all. Fu Jiwen. Seeing that they had come out of another maze formation, Xiao Hua looked at the marks they had made when they entered and asked helplessly, what we're doing now seems to be trying one by one. This heart-calming compass of yours actually doesn't have much use. Do you have any other convenient methods? I'll let you know, senior. Fu Jiwen said with a wry smile, my heart-calming compass can already choose 4 out of 10. It's more than twice as fast as trying one by one. Furthermore, Senior Cang Langzi's maze formation is really troublesome. I don't know why he set up so many traps in his cave abode. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Fu Jiwen and said, of course Senior Cang Langzi knows how to get to his cave abode. In the old man's eyes, every fork in the road would have a mark that the old man himself knew. We've spent so much time, and he's already sitting on the cloud bed. Yes, you're right, senior. Fu Jiwen nodded. If I walk again, even if I enter the cave now, it won't take long for me to reach here. There's another possibility. Xue Ping took the opportunity to say, the entrance we entered is not the real entrance. This. I don't know, Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua and answered Xue Ping, only by walking to the end, eh? There's someone? Who is it? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He looked behind him and said with a smile, is it Brother Sun Kong or Brother Daoran? It can't be fellow Daoist Zhai Xing, right? Is that perfected Shao in front? Just as Xiao Hua looked up, an unfamiliar female cultivator's voice was heard. Huh? Xiao Hua was surprised and immediately became alert. Magic power surged around his body and he waved his hand, indicating for Fu Jiwen and the rest to fly behind him. Then, he replied indifferently, who are you, fellow Daoist? How can you be here? Hee, so it really is perfected Shao. The woman laughed coquettishly and said, I am Li Qiuming. I received a message from Li Xiu and the other juniors. I knew that fellow Daoist wanted to break the Misty Mountains maze, so I hurried over. But what surprised me was that Daoist master had already broken the maze. I truly admire you. Li Xiu. Xue Ping, who was behind Xiao Hua, hurriedly transmitted his voice, Senior Shao, Li Xiu is one of my old friends that I invited earlier. However, he had already left before perfected Shao arrived. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. I'm afraid that Li Xiu thinks that I can't break the formation. You've already started inviting nascent soul cultivators, and he just happened to meet this woman. It's possible. Xue Ping was still somewhat puzzled. He didn't say that he knew any nascent soul cultivators. While they were talking, Fairy Su Ming, who had chased into the maze formation of Cloud Mountain, had already appeared in the cave. Behind her were 3 nascent soul cultivators and several second and third grade disciples. That's right, Li Xiu and Xiu are inside. Shui Ping hurriedly transmitted his voice when he saw the people who had arrived, seemingly believing them. Hee, fellow Daoist Li is joking. Xiaohua cupped his hands. How could I have such a great ability? It was all thanks to Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, and Zhai Xingzi. I just took advantage of them. Hee, Fairy Su Ming laughed. That's because Perfected Xiao has a great reputation. Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, and Zhai Xingzi are fellow Daoists that I've admired for a long time. I don't dare to say that I can invite all 3 of them here. While speaking, Fairy Su Ming looked around and said, however, it seems that the 3 fellow Daoists aren't at this entrance. If I want to meet them, I have to go to Senior Tsang Lang's cave. Xiaohua didn't answer her. He looked at the people behind her and asked, fellow Daoist Li, did you only invite these few fellow Daoists? I don't think I've seen them before. Hee, look at how silly I am. Fairy Su Ming patted her forehead and said self-deprecatingly, I was so happy that I was able to follow the mark left by Perfected Xiao to this place. I forgot to introduce the 3 fellow Daoists to Perfected Xiao. This is fellow Daoist Xian Kong of Mountain Changming. Fairy Su Ming raised her hand and introduced. Xian Kong flew a few feet away and stood in the air, cupping his hands towards Xiaohua. Greetings, Perfected Xiao. Greetings, fellow Daoist Xian Kong. Xiaohua looked at Xian Kong and the others with a smile and hurriedly cupped his hands in return. This is Perfected Yu Ming. Fairy Su Ming introduced again. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and said with a smile, Yu Ming? I met a cultivator before, and he seemed to be called Yu Ming. Oh. Where is this fellow Daoist? I haven't heard of a fellow Daoist with the same Daoist name as me. Perfected Yu Ming flew a few feet closer to Xiaohua and cupped his hands in return. That cultivator has already fallen. Even if I want to introduce you, I can't. Xiaohua said with a smile. This is Perfected Xiao Luo. Fairy Su Ming introduced the last cultivator. Perfected Yu Ming hurriedly moved aside, seemingly afraid of blocking Xiaohua's way. I've heard of the saying, falling leaves no autumn, but I don't know why fellow Daoist is called Xiao Luo. Xiaohua smiled and asked casually. Xiao Luo is a harvest. I hope to have more harvest on the road of cultivation. Perfected Xiao Luo explained with a smile, but his tone sounded a bit stiff. Oh, right. After Fairy Su Ming finished introducing the 3 nascent soul Daoists, Xiaohua suddenly realized something and asked curiously, fellow Daoist Li, what's your Dharma name? Hee, fellow Daoist Li's Dharma name is quite interesting. I'm afraid Perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Perfected Xiao Luo smiled and stepped aside, blocking Xian Kongzi's path. Xian Kongzi naturally flew a bit inwards. In this way, Xian Kongzi, Perfected Xiao Luo, and Perfected Yu Ming were right in the middle of Xiaohua. My Dharma name? Fairy Su Ming seemed a bit shy and slightly lowered her head. I'm sure Perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Oh. What is it? Have I seen fellow Daoist before? Xiaohua tilted his head, quite puzzled. However, when he tilted his head, Xiaohua frowned and became vigilant in his heart, because the position of the 4 nascent soul Daoists was very strange. At this time, Fairy Su Ming's eyes were red and she said sadly, my Dharma name is Su Ming. I'm sure Perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Fairy Su Ming? Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, I've never heard of it before. Chapter 37-32. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Fairy Su Ming's beautiful face turned serious. She waved her small white hand and tossed a magic weapon into the air. She shouted, I've come to take your life in Chu Feng's place. Just accept your fate. A pitch-black magic weapon flew out of Fairy Su Ming's hand like a bow and arrow. Under the activation of Fairy Su Ming's magic power, the magic weapon immediately produced a powerful impact force. Moreover, it flew in the air and let out a rumbling sound. Countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy were absorbed by this magic weapon. Master Chu Feng? You're Fairy Su Ming. Perhaps Xiaohua didn't remember Reverend Chu Feng, and he also forgot the Fairy Su Ming that Reverend Chu Feng mentioned when he threatened him. But seeing such a powerful magic weapon, how could he not remember the magic weapon that destroyed Reverend Jingding's physical body? Xiaohua immediately understood that his karma had come. Not only that, when Fairy Su Ming activated her consumable magic tool, Xian Kongzi, Reverend Yu Ming, and Reverend Xiao Luo moved at the same time. They waved their hands in unison, and identical magic tools attacked Xiaohua from 3 different directions. This cave wasn't big and the 4 were close to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was caught off guard and only had time to activate his magic power. He spread out his hands and the 4 magic weapons let out a shrill sound as they landed on Xiaohua's Daoist robe. Boom. The 4 consumable magic weapons let out a loud sound at the same time. Light overflowed and the powerful impact pushed Fu Jiwen and the others behind Xiaohua far away. Fu Jiwen and the others were already injured by the magic weapons. Even Fairy Su Ming and the other nascent soul cultivators were pushed away by this force. Their bodies flickered with brilliance as the golden light protecting them flickered incessantly. Ha 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 ha. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire cave. The stone walls on the left side of the cave were blown to smithereens. Following a series of explosions, layers of passages collapsed one after another. Fairy Su Ming's sharp laughter was especially ear-piercing. This arrogant female cultivator didn't have any thoughts of confrontation. As soon as she saw Xiaohua, she wanted to kill him. She simply didn't care whether Xiaohua was the real culprit or not. Unfortunately, before Fairy Su Ming's sharp laughter stopped, she saw a thin figure flying out of the air wave in a rather embarrassing state. Fairy Su Ming was like an old hen whose neck was bitten by a weasel. Gagga. She couldn't laugh anymore. She looked at Xiaohua in the air in disbelief. Although Xiaohua's Daoist robe had already been torn to shreds, the golden light protecting his body had already been extinguished, and there were even several fresh wounds on his naked body. However, these scars did not reach the bone, nor did they break his arms or legs. They were also not torn apart like Fairy Su Ming had imagined. What was special was that these scars were flashing with a dark gold color, as if they were slowly healing. How is this possible? Fairy Su Ming was fully aware of the power of the artifact she refined. Moreover, the artifact was activated by 4 nascent soul cultivators at once. Even a cultivator with 5th grade essence force would not be able to resist it, so how could Xiaohua be safe and sound? However, after a moment of surprise, Fairy Su Ming didn't hesitate to turn into a rainbow. Dazzling flames shone on her body as she rushed towards Xiaohua in midair. Nascent soul self-detonation. Daoist Xiao Luo, who was closest to Fairy Su Ming, turned pale with fright. He really didn't expect Fairy Su Ming to be so crazy. This was the maze of Tsang Langzi's immortal cave. If she self-detonated here, not only would Fairy Su Ming perish together with Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao Luo and all the other cultivators would be buried together with her. Daoist Xiao Luo didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He simply ignored his unstable body and urged his magic power to escape. However, just as he flew a few feet, pang! A loud sound rang out as his body hit the stone wall. The explosion of the 4 artifacts had already changed the cave. At this moment, huge rocks were piled up behind Daoist Xiao Luo. Boom! A dazzling brilliance flashed before Daoist Xiao Luo's eyes and an even more powerful explosion rang in his ears. Daoist Xiao Luo's heart suddenly sank. He truly regretted believing this arrogant and domineering woman. Everything she promised him now seemed to be nothing more than a scheme. Whoosh! Just at that moment of imminent peril, a sound akin to the spring rain moisturizing things could be heard. Following the descent of Xiaohua's hands, not only did the loud sound disappear, even the resplendent light disappeared without a trace. See. Daoist Xiao Luo seemed to be even more shocked than seeing Fairy Su Ming perish together with Xiaohua. Because of Xiao Hua's spell, Fairy Su Ming's already collapsed body froze in place. The filthy blood that flowed out also stopped there. The nascent soul that emerged from Fairy Su Ming's body also blankly stood still in midair. What is this ability? Is this a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator? Daoist Xiao Luo only had this thought. When he looked at Xiao Hua again, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Fairy Su Ming's malevolent face that was about to collapse. He said indifferently, "You've been tricked by Daoist Yuan Qing. You're only here to kill me for him. But I can tell you that I did kill Daoist Yuan Qing because he deserved to be killed. Not only did he rely on his strength, but he also bullied the weak and injured innocent cultivators. I'm afraid Daoist Yuan Qing doesn't dare to tell you the details. Of course, it's meaningless for me to tell you now. Not only do you not believe me, but..." With that, Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Su Ming's bloodshot eyes. There was no remorse or apology in those bloodshot eyes, only hatred. Xiao Hua sighed and raised his hand. Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul fell into his hand. Her tattered body exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. Xiao Hua raised his hand and picked up Fairy Su Ming's Qingkuan pouch. Sure enough, it was almost empty. Presumably, she had already arranged everything before coming here. Xiao Hua raised his hand and held the Kunlun mirror in his hand. A six-colored brilliance flashed and Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul was taken into the Kunlun ruins. Humph. Xiao Hua took Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul and looked coldly at Daoist Qiu Luo. "Spare me, Daoist Qiu Luo. Spare me." Daoist Qiu Luo's heart turned cold. He hurriedly shouted, "We were just deceived by Fairy Su Ming and fell into her trap. I am also a victim, unfortunately." As Xiao Hua looked at Daoist Qiu Luo, although Daoist Qiu Luo could still shout, the true qi in his body had already begun to solidify. Xiao Hua's eyes were even colder. Daoist Qiu Luo knew that today's matter would not end well. He made up his mind and desperately urged his magic power. Woo! Streams of heaven and earth essence gathered. A large hand clenched into a fist and smashed toward Xiao Hua. At the same time, Daoist Qiu Luo opened his mouth and wanted to spit out a magic treasure. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden light appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the golden light flew in front of his neck. Moreover, it was as if a sharp awl had pierced into his Naiwan palace. It was so painful that Daoist Qiu Luo's magic power stagnated. In an instant, the golden light split Daoist Qiu Luo's body into two halves. His condensed nascent soul hurriedly escaped from his body. Unfortunately, before his nascent soul could teleport, the Kunlun mirror's light pillar fell again. Facing the three nascent soul cultivators who could not be considered the culprits, Xiao Hua was decisive in killing them. He did not hesitate to destroy their bodies and suppress their nascent souls in the Kunlun ruins. This was because Xiao Hua really hated these seemingly innocent lackeys to the core. If he had not tempered his golden body in the rockfall formation and if his magic power had not far surpassed theirs, he would have been the one who died here today. On the other hand, these accomplices who used the name of being innocent and wore the hat of the ignorant are not guilty, enjoyed the benefits that Fairy Su Ming had promised in advance and the rare treasures in Sang Langzi's cave abode with a clear conscience. Even Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded. Those were 4 nascent soul cultivators, but they were killed by his master like chickens and geese. How strong was his master's true strength? Unknowingly, Fu Jiwen thought of what Bai Wu had said to him. After a while, Fu Jiwen came to his senses. He flew to the front with difficulty and asked in a low voice, "Master, those few low-level disciples. How should we deal with them?" Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen. Although Fu Jiwen's formation talismans were flowing around him to protect him, his scholarly robe was also damaged. It was obvious that he was injured in the explosion of the magic tool just now. Xiao Hua asked in return, "What do you think? Leading the wolf into the house is embarrassing. Leaking information is treacherous. Such a treacherous person is not worthy of being a disciple of my Dao sect." Fu Jiwen unexpectedly also thought of himself as a disciple of the Dao sect. Xiaohua nodded slightly, then looked at Fu Jiwen killingly Xiao and the others. He sighed in his heart, I once swore to the heavens that I would never kill an innocent person. But even so, the number of people who died in my hands is more than one. It seems that I have a reason to kill them. Is it because I have a hard heart, or is the world changing too fast? Oh. When did I make such a great wish? Suddenly, Xiaohua was stunned. There was an inconceivable expression on his face. This great wish is too child's play, right? It was as if a distant memory had sprouted in his heart. Fairy Su Ming's destructive power was really great. Her appearance not only caused 3 nascent soul cultivators to lose their physical bodies like her, but also caused their nascent souls to be suppressed by Xiaohua. Even several low-level disciples lost their lives. Now, in addition to Fu Jiwen's serious injuries, Xue Ping and the others also had injuries of varying degrees. Although several of them had taken medicinal pills, it was obvious that they could not rely on their own strength for the rest of the journey. Xue Ping. Xiaohua glanced at them and said, the fire at the city gate also affects the fish in the moat. Because of me, you were also injured. For the rest of the journey, why don't we follow what this old man has discussed with you before? This old man will suppress you all into the country weapon and bring you all into the cave. If there is a suitable opportunity, this old man will let you all out. What do you think? Chapter 37-33. Xue Ping and the rest smiled bitterly. What was a suitable opportunity? This opportunity was in Xiaohua's hands, not theirs. Even if Xiaohua didn't let them out, they had nothing to say. However, if they didn't enter the country treasure, they probably wouldn't be able to enter again. What other choice did they have in such a hopeless situation? After Xue Ping and the rest were stored in the mountain river seal, Fu Jiwen relaxed and smiled. Master, your methods are truly amazing. I don't know how to respect you. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, every skill has its own specialization. Master has some methods that you can't learn. You should cultivate the wordless heavenly book in your dantian to the extreme. That's your greatest fate. Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen replied with a smile. Then, he raised the heart control plate in his hand and said, disciple also needs to cultivate this thing well. Humph. Although Xiaohua snorted coldly, there wasn't any anger on his face. He raised his finger and pointed at the messy cave. Then Master will see how your cultivation is going. Master, please wait a moment. Fu Jiwen was very happy. He didn't really activate the heart control plate. Instead, he looked around and raised his hand respectfully. Master, this way please, wait a moment. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out the one-heart toad. He activated his magic power and shouted a few times, but no one else's voice came from the toad's mouth. Damn it, this thing looks good, but here, it's just a decoration. Forget it, we'll just go our own way. There's no need to count on others. Xiaohua put away the one-heart toad and said indifferently. With Fu Jiwen's guidance and Xiaohua's abijna, the two of them quickly reached the end of the cave. They were as nimble as when they charged into the Imperial Academy with bronze pillars. However, when they reached the end, the two of them frowned. It was very simple. There was nothing at the end of the cave. It was clean as if someone had just cleaned it. Master, it seems like we chose the wrong entrance. Fu Jiwen looked up and down and used the eye-clearing technique. He even urged the array talismans and inscriptions in his body to rush into the stone wall, but the stone wall did not respond. Fu Jiwen said somewhat dejectedly. Xiaohua was naturally unwilling to give up. He urged his divine sense to rush into the stone wall. The stone wall was the same as the other places in the cave. There was a layer of extremely strong restriction that blocked divine sense. Although Xiaohua's divine sense was like a hammer, it was blocked after rushing in a few dozen feet. Xiaohua retracted his divine sense and activated the earth escape technique. His figure was the same as his divine sense, but after entering a few dozen feet, he was forced out by a powerful force. Could it really be a dead end? Xiaohua sighed. It seems that this Zhao's luck has come to an end. However, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said to Fujiwen, move back a bit. After Fujiwen retreated a few feet, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the activation of his mana, a six-colored light pillar rushed out and landed on the stone wall. Crystal threads flickered on the stone wall like layers of flames, blocking the light beam of the Kunlun mirror outside the stone wall. Even his divine will was not as deep as hers. Oh. Just as Xiaohua retracted the Kunlun mirror and was about to use the delusion breaker Dharma Eye, his gaze suddenly fell on the stone wall. He could see with the naked eye that there was a faint imprint on the surface of the stone wall. This imprint seemed to be a human shape, but the imprint was very faint. If he did not look carefully, he would not be able to see it with only Taoism divine abilities. See. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the benevolent Daoist master of the single Yang kingdom. He took a deep breath and was stunned on the spot. For a full 5 minutes, Fujiwen, who was far away, did not dare to step forward without Xiaohua's instructions. He looked at the motionless Xiaohua with some worry. Just as he was pondering and about to speak, Xiaohua's voice, unable to restrain his pleasant surprise, was heard. Fujiwen, your opportunity has come. Master. Fujiwen was surprised. He hurriedly walked to Xiaohua's side and looked up and down. He was puzzled. You found a way out? Hee, of course it's not a way out. Xiaohua pointed at the human shape on the stone wall and smiled. Take a look. Is this a human figure sitting cross-legged in meditation? This. Fujiwen squinted his eyes and looked for a long time. He still did not dare to make a conclusion. He only smiled and said, if Master did not say so, I really would not be able to see it. Actually, it's more or less the same if it's another shadow. This was the good thing about Fujiwen. Although he was facing his master, he was still willing to share his opinion. This was also one of the things that Xiaohua admired about Fujiwen. Sit down and try. Xiaohua pointed at the ground and smiled. I think this should be where Senior Tsang Lungzi used to meditate. This shadow was also left behind by him. Even if it's not an exit, as long as you sit there, you should be able to gain something. Of course, whether it's what I said or not, you'll know once you try. Yes, Master. As Fujiwen spoke, he was about to sit down cross-legged. However, Fujiwen immediately smiled and said, I've cultivated more in Confucianism. I'm afraid that my Daoist techniques are inferior to Xue Ping's. Master, it's best if Xue Ping comes out and tries. Yes, that makes sense. Xiaohua nodded and released Xue Ping and the others from the mountain river seal. When Xue Ping and the others saw the end of the cave, they naturally did not look good. However, when Xiaohua explained his guess, their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Yes, what was their purpose in coming to the Misty Mountain Maze Formation? Wasn't it just to obtain Tsang Lungzi's legacy? Wanting to obtain the essence and comprehension of cultivation from the artifacts, jade slips, and other items left behind by Daoist seniors? This human figure sounded inconceivable, but it was absolutely possible if one thought about it carefully. In particular, although Tsang Lungzi possessed remarkable abilities, he would not have spent so much effort to set up such a useless maze formation. Senior, please experience it first. Xue Ping understood and hurriedly bowed. Xiaohua waved his hand. Putting aside the fact that this Misty Mountain Maze Formation is your greatest contribution, I have to let you guys experience it first if there's any opportunity. Even if you came purely with me to break through the maze formation, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. You guys can experience it first, I can observe from the side. If anything happens, I can stop you in time. All right. Then I'll go first. Xue Ping knew that this was an attempt. Moreover, there was no use of magic power to attack, so there might not be any danger. Moreover, Xiaohua was extremely right. If anything happened, with the old man beside him, what was there to be afraid of? Then, Xue Ping sat cross-legged in front of the faintly discernible human figure and closed his eyes to meditate. After a long while, Shui Ping completed 3 circulations. Apart from the faint sound of the wind, there were no other changes. Perhaps I'm wrong? Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and watched as magic power surged around Shui Ping's body. Even when the waves landed on the stone wall, there were no changes to the stone wall. Senior. Ah. Shui Ping opened his eyes and was about to speak to Xiao Hua when he suddenly shouted and pointed at the stone wall. Enlightened one, as expected. I understand now. After saying that, Shui Ping did not explain anything to Xiao Hua. He opened his eyes and looked at the stone wall as he once again activated his mental cultivation method. Xiao Hua and the rest were overjoyed when they saw this. They focused their attention on the stone wall and Shui Ping. Shui Ping activated his mental cultivation method again and again. Although there were no changes to the stone wall, Shui Ping's face that should have been as calm as water was now filled with excitement. There were even traces of redness. Seeing Shui Ping's abnormality, Xiao Hua frowned. The most important thing about stopping him was whether there were any attacks on the stone wall. Seeing the abnormality in Shui Ping's heart and eyes, Xiao Hua really did not know whether to stop him or not. This is difficult. Xiao Hua slowly raised his hand and was a little hesitant. If Shui Ping encounters a great opportunity, I will be hated by others. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not have to make any choice. Just as Xiao Hua raised his hand and did not circulate his dermic powers, he saw tens of thousands of runes surge out from the stone wall. These runes tumbled like a tidal wave and instantly annihilated Shui Ping. Xiao Hua's hand was originally raised and he hurriedly wanted to cast the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. However, when his dermic powers reached Shui Ping's corporeal body, it was as though the runes were smoke and dust. Furthermore, when the runes fell back to the stone wall, Shui Ping disappeared as well. All right. Xiao Hua was a little anxious just now. When he saw this, how could he not understand that this was a legacy left behind by Senior Tsang Langzi? Shui Ping must have seen something when facing the shadow left behind by Senior Tsang Langzi when he cultivated. Xiao Hua did not know what Shui Ping had obtained, but at least he knew that this was Senior Tsang Langzi's painstaking effort. Shui Ping would not be in danger. At the very least, Shui Ping had already passed through the misty mountain maze. Who's next? Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the remaining cultivators as he asked with a smile. Since Shui Ping was fine, the others were naturally eager to go forward. However, Xiao Hua's question made them feel awkward. No one was willing to take the first step. You. Xiao Hua naturally understood what they were thinking. He casually pointed at the cultivator closest to him and said with a smile, anyway, this thing has been here for millions of years. It won't disappear after being used once or twice. It doesn't matter who is in front. Thank you, Senior Xiao. That cultivator was overjoyed and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Like Shui Ping, he opened his eyes and watched the shadow cultivate. As expected, it was the 9 revolutions technique again. That cultivator's reaction was exactly the same as Shui Ping's. Then, runes surged out and pulled him into the stone wall before he disappeared. After several Dao sect cultivators entered the stone wall one by one, Xiao Hua said to Fujiwen, it's your turn. You won't let me go in first, right? Yes, I understand. Fujiwen sat down cross-legged and looked at the shadow just like Shui Ping and the rest. To Xiao Hua's surprise, Fujiwen's brows furrowed even more after he cultivated several times. However, the runes on the stone wall did not surge out. Master. Fujiwen circulated a few more times and stopped. He then said, I'm afraid I have no fate with Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode. I didn't see anything. Chapter 37-34. That's impossible. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the faint figure. The figure didn't change even though a few Daoist cultivators had entered. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Although you're a Confucian cultivator, you're also proficient in Daoist techniques. Your mental cultivation method is also a genuine Daoist technique. Besides, since Senior Tsang Langzi could set up Daoist, Confucian, and Buddhist formations outside the maze, he wouldn't differentiate between Daoist, Confucian, and Buddhist. "Oh, I understand now." Xiaohua patted his forehead and shouted, "Disciple, you don't have to use the Daoist mental cultivation method. You just have to take out your wordless heavenly book, okay? This disciple is the best at it." Fujiwen was suddenly awakened. The noble qi around his body surged. Array talismans surged out of his body and turned into thousands of butterflies fluttering in the cave. His eyes were fixed on the figure. In just a moment, thousands of talismans surged out from behind the figure on the stone wall. However, what surprised Xiao Hua was that these talismans were completely different from those of Xue Ping and the others. They were actually armor inscriptions. Furthermore, these inscriptions did not rush out in an irregular manner like the tides from before. Instead, they condensed into the shape of a scroll and flew out. It was as if the humanoid figure had taken out a scroll from his body and presented it to Fujiwen. Boom! Thousands of noble qi pillars rushed out from the book. The book completely exploded and transformed into a complete picture of mountains and rivers. Buzz! The talismans that were flying around Fujiwen let out a strong roar and rushed into the book. Fujiwen's eyes were also filled with surprise. His body that was sitting cross-legged slowly flew towards the book. The armor inscriptions that turned into mountains and rivers were like little fluorescent lights that wrapped around Fujiwen's body. They happily pushed Fujiwen slowly into the stone wall. Good! Xiaohua clapped his hands. In his heart, he knew that Fujiwen was able to pry into the mystery of the wordless heavenly book by chance. However, because his cultivation base and realm were limited, it was difficult for the wordless heavenly book to be complete. The heavenly heart inside Xiao Hua's dantian was actually different from the wordless heavenly book. If Xiao Hua wanted to guide Fujiwen's cultivation, he would have to start from the wordless heavenly book. Master Tsang Lungzi of antiquity times was also proficient in Confucian cultivation. Perhaps he did not understand the wordless heavenly book, but he was a Taoist cultivator at the tribulation passing stage. The legacy he left behind was enough to complete Fujiwen's wordless heavenly book. Just based on this point alone, Fujiwen's trip was indeed daunting but not dangerous. If Fujiwen was injured by Fairy Su Ming's self-explosion, then Fujiwen was indeed blessed in disguise. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. He thought about his specious divination earlier and thought to himself, Fujiwen can cultivate in my Kunlun ruins in the future and never come out again. However, Miss Wanwan's Minglu chain has not been removed yet. I'm afraid Fujiwen's adventure has just begun. As he thought about it, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the faint human figure. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He did not expect that the ancient senior Tsang Lungzi would give him a surprise. Junior thanked senior Tsang Lungzi from afar. Xiaohua was very respectful. He bowed to the human figure and then sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked up at the human figure and began to circulate his mental cultivation method. The human figure was originally very faint, but after looking at it for a long time, the human figure actually became obvious. It was like an old man in Daoist robes. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Xiao Hua was a little absent-minded when his gaze fell on the old man's face. The old man's face began to change. He was young, old, a woman, or a child. His Daoist robes were also changing. He was either a Confucian robe, battle armor, or a monk's robe. As time gradually passed, his face even turned into mountains, water, rivers, birds, and beasts. Occasionally, a huge flying boat would rush out. At this moment, Xiao Hua was no longer focused on activating his mental cultivation method. Instead, he focused on watching all the changes in front of him. He felt that these changes were very important. If he could find some hidden clues from the changes, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Wang. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua only felt that his eyes suddenly lit up, and a feeling of turning into a feather spontaneously arose. His entire body felt light, and his entire body was like a goose feather, floating in the sky. There was no need to use his eyes to look. The sky was incomparably blue, and the ground was incomparably vast. It was as if he was the entire sky, and also as if he was the entire earth. Xiaohua's heart was filled with incomparable fullness. Following this feeling, Xiaohua's state of mind gradually relaxed. He also let down his guard. Not only did he circulate his Daoist cultivation method, the 5 Qis origin, the dragonization art, the immortal body bestowment technique, and so on also began to circulate, rumble. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened. Thick clouds instantly covered the horizon. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. At the same time, the entire earth cracked. Countless mountains and rivers collapsed. Countless huge peaks rushed out from the ground and pierced straight into the sky. Within the huge peaks, lava spewed out for thousands of feet. It rushed into the sky and collided with the lightning bolts. Mountain rocks filled the sky, torrential rain poured down, mountain floods covered the earth, and whales were everywhere. Roar! Suddenly, a giant whose height was unknown stepped over from the distance. This giant's appearance was exactly Xiaohua's. Boom! The giant broke a huge hole in the sky with a punch. Boom! Another kick flattened all the huge peaks on the ground. Then, he actually stepped on the void and walked up to the sky. His hands and feet danced. It was actually the Big Dipper divine fist. Following the giant's fist, all the clouds, lightning, and thunder fell into his hands. All the mountain rocks, flood water, and lava also fell between the giant's feet. And after the Big Dipper divine fist was finished, roar! The giant unexpectedly let out a dragon's roar. His entire body stretched out in midair and turned into a dragon. The dragon's body stretched for an unknown length. His entire body danced strangely in the sky. And along with the dance, a sacred aura, a dignified voice, and a kind of irresistible power spread throughout the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, boom! The dragon's body collapsed and turned into a torrent. That torrent was formed by strange characters that were bigger than a mountain. The torrent rushed into the sky, and it was a tragic scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Swish! Following the opening of a pair of eyes that seemed to be supporting the heaven and earth, that torrent fell between the eyes. The entire world also turned into fragments and rushed into the starry sky like eyes. Xiaohua's happy face was then revealed. Moreover, like the finishing touch, Xiaohua's entire body gradually appeared from the fragments. But the strange thing was, after the fragments, the entire world became empty again. Xiaohua calmly stood in this empty space with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself. Congratulations, fellow Daoist bone tempering. This time, our first harvest is actually fellow Daoist. Even I would never have thought that my Dao sect senior Tsang Lungzi actually hid the Dragon Clan's bone tempering technique. Damn it, this is a secret technique that can even temper dragon bones. Fellow Daoist bone tempering, you should be secretly happy. Bullshit. A rough voice came from Xiaohua's body. How can I, your father, understand this secret technique? I don't understand the dragon language, let alone the dragon language. Fellow Daoist bone tempering, don't be impatient. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice was full of dignity. Leave this matter to me. As long as fellow Daoist Jade Archive obtains the dragon language explanation, I will be able to understand this secret technique. Once I understand it, I just need to destroy the Jade Archive and inform fellow Daoist bone tempering. Isn't that enough? Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Dragon Vein. Although bone tempering Xiaohua was unruly and filled with a desolate aura, facing Dragon Vein Xiaohua's grace, he was still extremely polite. Dragon language. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Where should I go to find this? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua felt a gentle but irresistible force pushing him. His vision blurred, and his body landed in a huge secret room. Xiaohua landed and looked back. Behind him was an incomparably smooth stone wall. It was similar to the entrance of the cave from before, but there were no traces of it. Clearly, Xiaohua flew out from this stone wall. At this point, Xiaohua was too lazy to use his delirium vision to look at the restrictions on the stone wall. Although he understood the Tao of formations, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years after all. Most of his time was spent running for his life. Such a marvelous formation was not something he could set up. Xiaohua very naturally looked around. In front of him, under the stone wall, Shui Ping and several other Dao sect cultivators were sitting with their eyes closed. The magic power around their bodies was slightly surging. Clearly, they were comprehending what they had obtained from the stone wall. As for Fu Jiwen, his aura was even more arrogant. Layers of runes flickered with brilliance, causing clouds to emerge from his body and tightly wrap around him. The runes once again formed a talisman array, flowing either quickly or slowly. When it was fast, Xiaohua's naked eye could barely catch it. When it was slow, it was like a crawling snail. Clearly, it was a critical moment in his cultivation. Xiaohua glanced at it, then looked elsewhere. He saw that this was a rather spacious cave. Aside from the smooth stone walls everywhere, there were some stalactites of different heights hanging down from the top of the mountain. The light in the entire cave was emitted from these stalactites. However, this light was different from the stalactites Xiaohua had seen before. They were not colorful, but a pure milky white, similar to the light in the sky. As soon as he saw the stalactites, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly looked below the stalactites. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, the bottom of those stalactites was empty. There was no stalactite at all. Tsk tisk. Xiaohua smacked his lips and thought to himself, what a pity. If there was some stalactite, this trip would not have been in vain. Xiaohua's gaze immediately shifted to the stalactites, then he looked inside the cave again. Moreover, his divine sense also very naturally spread out. Oh. There are no restrictions on divine sense inside the cave? Xiaohua was slightly delighted. After a moment, he clearly saw the situation inside the cave. Chapter 37-35. Since he could clearly see the situation of the entire mountain cave, Xiaohua's figure didn't stop and flew towards the depths of the mountain cave. Because at the center of the mountain cave, there was a small pond. On top of the pond, there was a small jade table. On top of the jade table, there were 3 things of different sizes. Xiaohua didn't fly fast, and his divine sense quickly swept around the pond. Moreover, the Fa Li in his body surged, ready to receive attacks from the jade table at any time. But to Xiaohua's surprise, when he landed next to the jade table, he didn't encounter any restrictions. Everything was normal. Hee hee. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth couldn't hide the smile. He stretched out his hand and looked at the space around him. He really didn't dare to believe that he could get the treasures in this cave so easily. Gotcha. Just when Xiaohua's Fa Li touched the 3 items on the jade table, a layer of small thunderbolts appeared out of thin air. These thunderbolts hit the back of Xiaohua's hand with lightning speed. Although Xiaohua's thunder-attracting technique was successful and his body was tempered, under these thunderbolts, half of Xiaohua's body was numb. The condensed true essence was completely dissipated by the thunderbolts. Xiaohua couldn't even stand steadily, and with a pu sound, he fell in front of the jade table. Fortunately, there were no restrictions in front of the jade table. Xiaohua stood straight for a moment and silently circulated his heart sutra several times. Only then did the numbness gradually dissipate. Damn, this Senior Tsang Langzi is too stingy. Xiaohua looked at the items on the jade table with some envy. He touched his nose and bitterly smiled. No matter what, this Xiao is still a junior of the Dao sect. Since I'm already here, why don't you open the door? Xiaohua carefully looked at the jade table. On the left of the jade table, there was a black cloud pupil. In the middle was an inch-long magic weapon. It looked like a flute with a few small holes. On the right was a jade bottle with a talisman. If he didn't guess, there should be a spirit pill inside. Cultivation method, magic weapon, and spirit pill. Xiaohua secretly thought. It seems that this must be Senior Tsang Langzi's cave. These 3 things are left for the Dao sect's disciples. Hee hee, this Xiao is rich now. While speaking, Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the surrounding stone walls. He didn't see Zhai Xingzi and the others coming in. He knew that if they hadn't been delayed in the maze, it meant that Sung Langzi's secluded abode was not the only abode. However, looking at the platform behind the jade table, Xiaohua didn't think that there would be any other immortal's cave behind this maze. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unceremoniously opened his delirium dharma eye. If there were benefits to be had, he would naturally make the first move. Hiss. When Xiaohua saw that the three treasures were covered in thick, ball-like restrictions, layers upon layers of restrictions. Each layer had many runes flowing within it, and each rune contained a powerful might. Looking again at that unremarkable jade case, it similarly had unparalleled runes flowing with light, truly blinding Xiaohua's dog eyes. Ah! Motherfucker! When Xiaohua saw the stream of light below his feet, he suddenly jumped up from the ground. This pool of water, also has a restriction? Could it be that the pond water was also a treasure? This jade case's restriction is connected to the entire Immortal's Cave's formation? Of course, he saw that the entire pond was flashing with 5 colors, and within the 5 colors, there were also black and white auras floating elegantly. The brilliance of the 5 colors was connected to the flowing light of the jade case. As for the depths of the pond, there was actually a restriction that blocked Xiaohua's delirium dharma eye. With Xiaohua's current cultivation level, he couldn't see to the bottom. Withdrawing his delirium dharma eye, Xiaohua looked with his naked eyes and once again sucked in a breath of cold air, almost crying out involuntarily. Because not far from Xiaohua's feet, there was a spiritual tree that was standing in the water like a swallow. The spiritual tree looked very withered, but the clump of purple, cloud-like fluff on the top of the swallow's head was extremely eye-catching. This is spiritual wisdom? Could it be that Senior Sung Langzi also prepared to cultivate the scattered nascent soul? After recovering from his shock, Xiaohua carefully examined it, and only after a while did he dare to confirm it. After all, this was a spiritual object of heaven and earth needed to cultivate the scattered nascent soul. Although Xian Songzi's ink cloud pupil only mentioned its name, and this object wasn't necessary to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, it was extremely important to the cultivation of the scattered nascent soul. Xiaohua originally placed his focus on Renjing, but he didn't expect that after searching high and low for so long, he would find it without any effort. Renjing was actually the mother-child's spiritual fruit. As for this spiritual wisdom, Xiaohua had never thought about it, but strangely, when Xiaohua saw this spiritual tree, he naturally thought of spiritual wisdom. Sure enough, this is a memory that I don't know where I got it from. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. After confirming that it was the spiritual tree, he thought for another moment and slightly shook his head. Unfortunately, there's still no heaven's soul and earth's soul in these memories. Perhaps these two spiritual treasures are the same as Renjing, completely different from the names in ancient times, so I can't find them. Although Xiaohua had more than 100 nascent soul cultivators to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, this spiritual wisdom tree certainly couldn't meet the needs of these scattered nascent souls. Looking at Xiaohua's space, he wasn't afraid of not having enough. As long as he had this spiritual wisdom tree, it wouldn't take long to meet the needs of all the scattered nascent souls. Finished thinking, Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and gently waved it. Kachacha, sure enough, a layer of fine thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and fell on Xiaohua's right hand. Fortunately, Xiaohua was already prepared and hurriedly pulled back his hand. Who knew that the thunderbolt would still mercilessly fall in the direction of Xiaohua's hand? See. Just now, the left half of his body was numb, and now the right half of his body was numb. Xiaohua grimaced as he stood beside the jade table and shook his hand vigorously. He looked very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't dare to try again. He squatted down and looked at it with his illusion-breaking eyes. He pinched his chin and secretly thought, spiritual will hammer or wishful staff should be enough, but the counterforce of this restriction is also huge. This is a restriction set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. If I don't handle it well, I might cause some trouble and end up losing the rice used to lure it. The safest choice is still, spiritual fire. Thinking of the spiritual fire that didn't even have any heat, Xiaohua had a headache. Although this thing has been tempered, he didn't see any special effect. Moreover, the the spiritual power consumed by activating it once was also particularly huge. It simply didn't care how deep Xiaohua's spiritual power was and directly consumed half of it. Therefore, after the Kunlun mirror and overturn the sea seal were successfully refined, Xiaohua would only consider using it in a life and death situation. However, now that Xiaohua wanted to use the spiritual fire, it was obvious that Xiaohua could only use it twice. At most 3 times, then his spiritual power would be exhausted. Even if he had a nascent soul, it wouldn't be enough. In other words, Xiaohua had to choose where to use it twice or thrice. At this time, although Xiaohua, who didn't care much about vitality stones, greedily looked at the 3 treasures and Yan Lingji in front of him, he was quite unable to make a choice. The magic treasure left by Senior Tsang Langzi is definitely not ordinary. If it's not a spiritual weapon, it's a spiritual treasure. Maybe it's even a heavenly spiritual treasure. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, I can refine spiritual weapons now. Moreover, Green-robed Xiaohua also said that although some of the magic treasures in my space aren't very good, after the separation of yin and yang, they may become heavenly spiritual treasures. In particular, the Kunlun mirror is now complete. Although it hasn't been refined successfully, the possibility of it becoming a spiritual treasure is very high. The Overturn the Sea seal also has a weapon spirit inside. In the future, it will be promoted to a spiritual treasure as soon as possible. Therefore, I don't need to consider this spiritual treasure. Then there are the medicinal pills and cultivation methods. I now have Do Shanjuan's Mo Yuntong, which recorded almost complete cultivation methods. Although Senior Tsang Langzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator, what he left behind may not be better than Do Shanjuan's. Therefore, I don't need to think too much about Mo Yuntong. My target is the jade bottle. Then, there's this spiritual intelligence. This thing is not necessary to cultivate a scattered soul, but it's the key to it. With this thing, the scattered soul, whether it's spiritual sense or spiritual body, can be close to the physical body. As for what it will achieve in the end, the Mo Yuntong didn't record it. However, since I want to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. After making up his mind, Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a dual-colored spiritual fire. Under Xiaohua's careful control of the divine fire art, it turned into countless fire threads and entangled the spiritual intelligence restriction. Sure enough, the spiritual fire threads were so gentle that they didn't have any spiritual power. When they fell on the restriction, there was no attack. Xiaohua was overjoyed and used all his spiritual power to control the restriction. Although the spiritual fire was powerful enough and Xiaohua's divine fire art was superb, this restriction was, after all, set by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Xiaohua spent a full hour to break the restriction and put the spiritual intelligence back into the space. As the spiritual intelligence disappeared from the surface of the water, a layer of light ripples appeared on the surface of the water. These ripples were very strange. They actually moved inwards from the surface of the water to the jade case. The place where the ripples contracted was where the spiritual intelligence was. Good. Xiaohua put away the spiritual intelligence and was overjoyed. He didn't dare to waste too much time and didn't look at anything else on the surface of the water. He hurriedly went to the jade case and opened his mouth to release another dual-colored spiritual fire. However, just as the fiery threads were about to reach the restriction on the jade bottle, Xiaohua suddenly stopped and hesitated. My nascent soul is different from other nascent souls. The number of pills it consumes is also different. In particular, according to my Daoist sect cultivation method, when an ordinary cultivator reaches the late stage of nascent soul, they have to imprint their primordial spirit into their nascent soul. It's the same as the sword cultivators of Xiaoyu continent controlling their flying swords. Because the nascent soul is a spiritual body, it is different from a life source magic treasure. When the primordial spirit imprint matures, that is, when the nascent soul cultivation method reaches large success, the cultivator needs to cut off the connection between the main body's primordial spirit and the nascent soul. This way, the nascent soul can freely leave the cultivator's main body. This is the so-called leaving the body. When the nascent soul matures again, it can independently roam the sky. Especially when the cultivator's primordial spirit reaches small success, they can use a secret technique to split their soul from 100 li or 1,000 li away. This is called soul splitting. Chapter 37-36. However, I'm different from others. The nascent soul in my body is not only formless, but my primordial spirit is already complete. If I leave a primordial spirit imprint in the nascent soul according to the cultivation method, I can't guarantee that the imprint will form a complete primordial spirit. Even if it succeeds, why would I not use the green-robed Xiaohua and use a primordial spirit that needs to be cultivated? If that's the case, my path is different from Senior Tsang Langzi's, or even Dou Shanjuan's. I'm afraid Senior Tsang Langzi's elixir won't be of any use. Also, my alchemy skills are not inferior to anyone else. As long as I have enough spiritual herbs, I can even refine a third-grade elixir. Why should I bother with elixirs? This Xiao should focus on the cultivation technique. Xiaohua had already thought it through. Now that I want to create my own cultivation method, the more techniques I need, the better. Senior Tsang Langzi's cultivation method may not be as good as Dou Shanjuan's, but I can use other techniques. That's right, I'll use this ink cloud pupil. Xiaohua finished thinking for a moment and waved his hands. A wisp of spiritual fire landed on the restriction on the ink cloud pupil. This time, it took twice as long as the previous time. Perhaps the restriction was different, or the power of the spiritual fire was not as strong as the previous time. Xiaohua took out the ink cloud pupil after 2 hours. When Xiaohua touched the ink cloud pupil, a layer of strange cloud patterns appeared on a stone wall in the distance. The cloud patterns moved like a vivid painting and a thumb-sized human figure flew out from the cloud patterns. As it flew out, the human figure became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the human figure turned into the cultivator Xiaohua saw earlier with about the 3rd grade of essence force. The cultivator's face was filled with excitement and his eyes were tightly shut. He did not open his eyes at all in the cave. He casually sat down cross-legged and meditated like Xue Ping and the rest. It's really the same destination. Xiaohua calmed down and confirmed that this was the real abode where Tsang Langzi cultivated. He then turned around and placed the ink cloud pupil on his forehead. Ah! When he saw the records in the ink cloud pupil, Xiaohua could not help but exclaim. His voice was filled with ecstasy and disbelief. How is this possible? Is this the complete fire escape, wood escape, and earth escape techniques? After Xiaohua cried out in alarm, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He completely ignored the other cultivators that had fallen into the stone wall like dumplings. After carefully reading the ink cloud pupil, Xiaohua's heart was completely at ease. This ink cloud pupil not only recorded the cultivation methods of fire escape, wood escape and earth escape, but also recorded some strange escape methods and secret skills, and even many pill recipes. Although Xiaohua's wood escape, earth escape, and fire escape were different from these basic escape techniques, it was clear that they were all of the same origin. Only the details were slightly different. Alas, if I had known that Senior Tsang Langzi's cave mansion had these escape techniques, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to find them elsewhere. Xiaohua took back the ink cloud pupil and handed it to Xiaohua in the green robe. Yes, the things left behind in the cave mansion of the ancient Daoist cultivators were all rare. No wonder so many cultivators searched all over the world for this cloud mountain maze formation. If this cave mansion could not be moved, it would have been found in Yongzhou Cloud Mountain long ago. What a pity. Xiaohua looked at the other 2 restrictions again. He knew that the spiritual power in his body could no longer break any of these 2 restrictions. He felt quite regretful. He really wanted to know whether the one in the middle was a spiritual treasure or a spiritual weapon. Daoist Xiao. You're really fast. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice came from another stone wall. The same cloud pattern emerged and Gusu Churi's figure flew out from it. However, Gusu Churi's situation was somewhat similar to Xiaohua's. Although she was very excited, her eyes were not closed. Xiaohua turned around and laughed. Churi didn't take too long. I just came in. Swish swish. As he spoke, another cloud pattern appeared on the stone wall again. A disciple of Zhang Daoran flew out from it. Looks like everyone went smoothly. Gusu Qiudi smiled and flew towards Xiaohua. Qiudi. Xiaohua hurriedly reminded, don't use any spells. Oh, don't use any spiritual energy. There are restrictions all around. Is that so? Gusu Qiudi's eyes flashed with a clear light as if she was looking around. Unfortunately, after looking for a while, she only saw stalactites and stalactites. She did not see any special restrictions. This is Northern Underworld breathwater? Gusu Qiudi's gaze fell on the pool and immediately cried out in surprise. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Yes, how could a pool that could give birth to spiritual intelligence be an ordinary pool? Xiaohua used his spiritual eyes to see that the pool was extraordinary. However, he did not have any thoughts of collecting it because the restrictions in this cave mansion were really too powerful. But Gusu Qiudi was different. She reached out and the imperial copper cup immediately appeared in her hand. She activated her spiritual energy and was about to collect the so-called Northern Underworld breathwater. Qiudi, be careful. Xiaohua could only remind her again, hoping that the lightning that he could not resist would not cause too much damage to Gusu Qiudi. Unfortunately, this time Xiaohua's eyes fell out again. The pool water followed the suction force into the copper cup and did not produce any lightning. Oh, I understand. In an instant, the embarrassed Xiaohua immediately thought of the ripple when he collected the spiritual intelligence. Then Xiaohua smiled and said, Qiudi, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. I'll take the rest of the Northern Underworld breathwater. Okay. Gusu Qiudi's copper cup did not look like an imperial tool that specialized in collecting water. However, it was already filled with a lot of water in a moment. Gusu Qiudi thought about it and immediately agreed. Sister Qiudi. While they were talking, Gongshu Isin also flew out from the stone wall. When she saw such a huge cave mansion, she immediately shouted happily, look, it's not out of little sister's expectations. Behind that huge stone array must be Tsang Lang Zi's cave mansion. Is this Lang Lin stone? It's the one used to refine the array diagram. Gongshu Isin did not fly up. Her eyes only swept around and landed on a place not far from the stone wall. She cried out in surprise and flew over. Damn it, I miscalculated. Xiaohua secretly stomped his feet. He first looked at the stalactites, then he saw the jade table and the pool of water. Although he used his divine sense to scan the area, he didn't look carefully. He didn't expect that this cave was full of treasures. If I knew this, I would have cleaned everything and not left a single stone for them. The stingy Xiaohua regretted it very much. Who is this? At the stone wall where Zhang Daoran was, the second person to fly in was a nascent soul cultivator. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, he was a bit surprised because this cultivator was very unfamiliar and was not someone he knew. Looking at Gusu Qiudi who was concentrating on collecting the Northern Underworld breathwater and Gongshu Isin who was collecting the Langlin stone, Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted a message to the two. The two were also surprised and hurriedly looked up. However, they saw the nascent soul cultivator sitting cross-legged and ignoring Zhua Qiudi. They looked at each other and transmitted a message, Daoist Master Xiao, carefully monitor this person. If there are any strange movements, then make a move. If there is no accident, it should be because we caused too much of a commotion when breaking the array. The nearby cultivators were attracted and then entered the Misty Mountain maze to meet Zhang Daoran and the others. Xiaohua's heart jumped. He immediately thought of Fairy Su Ming and vigilantly looked at the cultivator. Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin left Xiaohua and hurriedly went to collect their treasures. After half a cup of tea, the cultivator did not move. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fairy Qiudi, it's my turn. All right. Gusu Qiudi took a deep breath and put away the imperial cup. Her gaze fell on the plan behind Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua's figure flew up and took out the clear water bottle, she shifted her gaze away from the jade table. What a joke. Even with Xiaohua's divine ability, he could not collect it. Naturally, she would have to use her true qi. Rather than that, she might as well see if there were any other treasures in the cave. Seeing Gusuchuri fly to other places in the cave, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. People were really different. Greed was also different. Others only knew how to go to other places to look. He, on the other hand, fought with the restrictions right from the start. He took the most difficult ones first and left the rest of the treasures that he obtained effortlessly for others. However, Xiaohua did not have the time to look at other things. He pretended to take out the clear water bottle, but his mind had already sent a large amount of northern underworld breath water into his space. It was still beyond Xiaohua's expectations. No matter how much northern underworld breath water he collected, the pool of water did not decrease at all. Instead, when ripples appeared, there was still some surplus. Daoist Master Xiao. What treasure is this? Xianxia also flew out. His face was flushed, and starlight flickered around him. Obviously, he also obtained many benefits inside the stone wall. Northern underworld breath water. Do you want it? Xiaohua replied with a smile. Yes. Xianxia answered without hesitation. He reached out to take out the artifact. At this time, Gusuchuri coquettishly scolded in the distance, Xianxia, don't listen to the spiritual master's nonsense. I have already collected it. Go look elsewhere. Senior Tsang Langzi's cave really has too many treasures. Hee hee. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. He chuckled and also released his divine sense. Damn, I thought I was here first. I didn't expect you all to be here. Sun Kong Shangren also flew in at this time. However, he only closed his eyes for a few breaths. He immediately flew up and shouted, Brother Xiao, this jade table. Without waiting for Sun Kong Shangren to finish, Xiaohua immediately interrupted, that is the most difficult one. Wait until the end. Okay. Sun Kong Shangren was even more cunning. He already understood Xiaohua's meaning. He swept with his divine sense and quickly flew to another place. Chapter 37-37. Xiaohua collected the northern underworld breath while paying attention to the stone wall in Zhang Daeren's direction. At this time, Zhang Daeren's disciples and a few cultivators with Xue Ping also came out from the stone wall. There were even 3 nascent soul cultivators that Xiaohua didn't recognize, but Zhang Daoran still didn't appear. Xiaohua frowned. Swoosh. Another cloud pattern surged and a nascent soul cultivator flew in. This cultivator had a strong build, fair skin, and somewhat thick eyebrows. This cultivator, like the other 3 nascent soul cultivators, didn't open his eyes. He also chose a place to sit cross-legged and comprehend, but didn't see any abnormalities. Strange, there are also 4. No, there's also one more low-level cultivator. Xiaohua looked at the cultivators below the stone wall in surprise. Could it be that these 4 nascent soul cultivators have the same purpose as Fairy Su Ming? I killed Reverend Chu Feng and Reverend Shangtian at the Yaotai conference. Reverend Yuan Qing already said that he would spread the news of their deaths. Fairy Shuming avenged Reverend Chu Feng, so the one who avenged Reverend Shangtian was naturally Fairy Xiangfeng, right? However, it seems that there are no female cultivators among these 4 nascent soul cultivators. Oh, perhaps. When Xiaohua saw the unfamiliar low-level cultivator, he somewhat understood. These 4 nascent soul cultivators might have been invited by this cultivator. However, no matter what, I have to be careful. However, at this time, rumble. A huge tremor came from all sides of the immortal's cave. The entire cave was shaking. Xiaohua watched as the pool water, which hadn't decreased at all just a moment ago, disappeared in an instant. Brother Xiao? This. What's going on? Amidst the rumbling, Zhang Daoran flew out from the cloud pattern on the stone wall. When he saw the entire cave shaking, he couldn't help but feel strange. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar resounded, and the figures of 4 demonic beasts appeared beside the stone wall where the 4 cultivators came from. At the same time, the entire stone wall cracked open, revealing a beast-shaped cave. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, and it emitted a cold aura. Xiaohua felt strange. Is this the exit of the cave? While thinking, Xiaohua put away the water bottle. Although the pond water was gone, Xiaohua took advantage of this time to collect a lot of northern underworld breath water. After instructing Xiaohua to implant the northern underworld breath water into the northern underworld breath water, Xiaohua used his spiritual force to scan the 4 caves separately. That's not right. Why do these 4 holes have the same aura as the previous maze? Xiaohua frowned. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. Without waiting for him to speak, Gongshu Xian in the distance exclaimed in joy, I understand. This wasn't Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave abode. This was just a place where he rested, or rather, his front residence. When the old man left, he set up a part of the maze. This misty mountain maze formation has more than 1 layer. Who cares if it's the first floor? With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua collected the few jade crystals at the bottom of the lake, as well as a few arrayed discs and other objects into his space. Then, he turned his gaze to other places. Senior. Fujiwen flew over and bowed. Senior, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find treasures. Xiaohua didn't allow him to finish his words. He hurriedly shouted, no matter what it is, as long as you can take it first. Yes, master. Fujiwen hurriedly called out his master and immediately flew off. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Zhang Daoran simply didn't ask any more questions. He hurriedly released his divine sense and began to search around. Fujiwen came in first. Moreover, he had only completed the wordless heavenly book, so he woke up faster than the others. The other Dao sect disciples weren't as lucky as him. After all the nascent soul cultivators opened their eyes and began to search the cave abode, they woke up one by one. Of course, these cultivators also hurriedly got up, very familiar with avoiding the nascent soul cultivators and looking for their own treasures. In just less than half an hour, the entire cave abode, except for the 2 restrictions on the jade table, was as clean as a dog licking the jade table. The low-level disciples were still searching around to see if they had left anything behind. The nascent soul cultivators naturally had to worry about their face, so they all landed beside the jade table. Xiaohua looked at the unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators and said with a smile, Brother Daoran, what's going on with these fellow Daoists? It's all a coincidence. Zhang Daoran smiled and pointed at the nascent soul cultivator who flew out earlier. This is Daoist Master Di Quan. He and Daoist Cheng are friends despite the difference in age. Daoist Cheng didn't believe that Brother Xiao could break the formation, so he went to find fellow Daoist Master Di Quan. Fellow Daoist Master Di Quan invited Daoist Master Han, Mingzi, and Yun Mingzi over. When they arrived, the outer formation had already been broken by us. Of course, they also thought of it and hurriedly entered a cave. They thought that they could meet Brother Xiao inside the cave, but who knew that they would meet this old man? Since they were Dao sect disciples, this old man also came in with them. During this period, we encountered many traps. The 4 fellow Daoists also put in a lot of effort to protect this old man's disciples. Brother Daoran is really lucky. Master Sun Kong smiled bitterly. If this old man met the 4 fellow Daoists, this old man's 2 disciples wouldn't have fallen in the maze. That's true. Zhang Daoran nodded. This old man has 5 nascent soul cultivators here. Fellow Daoist Master Zhai Xing has 3. Although Brother Xiao is alone, his cultivation far surpasses ours. You are alone and can't do anything alone. The key is that this ancient maze is too powerful. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, even the few juniors with this Xiao suffered no small amount of damage. Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at the cave in the shape of a beast on the stone wall. He pointed at it and said, these 4 entrances are the entrances to the 2nd layer of the maze. Presumably, it's even more dangerous inside. Since we are already here, we have no choice but to continue forward. This 2nd layer of the maze, we have to carefully ponder over it. Brother Daoran. At this time, Daoist Master Di Quan smiled and pointed at the jade table. Let's first discuss how to break these two treasures. I am already somewhat afraid of such a dangerous maze. Moreover, when I passed through the stone wall just now, I gained something. It's very useful for Ai's cultivation. If these treasures are lucky enough to fall into Ai's hands, I don't intend to go to the second layer of the maze. Yunmengzi's expression changed slightly and he said with displeasure, Fellow Daoist Master Di Quan, this is not what we discussed before. If you give up halfway, what should we do? Ha! Daoist Master Di Quan laughed and covered up. Just now at the stone wall, old friend Yunmengzi must have gained something. This is an opportunity. We haven't had such an opportunity for hundreds of years. Now that we have encountered it, why not cherish it? When Yunmengzi still wanted to say something, Gongshu Xian stepped forward and said, since we want to break the maze, we naturally have to follow the rules. On this jade table, there should be 3 treasures just by looking at the positions. Now, there were only 2. The one on the edge must have been taken away by someone. How should we distribute the remaining 2? Gongshu Xian interrupted Yunmengzi and Daoist Master Di Quan. It was rather reckless, but he didn't miss the opportunity. Daoist Master Di Quan hurriedly said, I and the others came later. We still want to hear Brother Daoran's opinion. Then, how about we make a decision again? When Daoist Master Di Quan was speaking, Gongshu Xian intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very helpless. He touched his nose and thought to himself. Gongshu Xian was obviously warning him not to reach out again. Next to him, Gusuchuri smiled and shook her head. When she came in, Xiaohua was standing in front of the jade table and also warned her that the maze inside the cave was powerful. He must have suffered on the jade table. The treasure Gongshu Xian mentioned was secondary. The most important thing was that if the maze was not powerful, Xiaohua would have already taken it away. Why wait until now? Since Xiaohua couldn't take it away, it was unlikely that they and the others could either. Gongshu Xian's warning was really like taking off pants to fart. Sure enough, Zhang Daoran said, if this was an ordinary matter, we would follow the rules and see who breaks the maze first. But this is the place where Senior Tsang Lungzi meditates. The maze inside must be incomparably overbearing. We don't follow the rules. It belongs to whoever can take it. Furthermore, I would like to remind all of you, fellow Daoists, that no matter who makes a move or who obtains it, the other fellow Daoists are not allowed to attack. Otherwise this old man will kill without mercy. Daoist Master Di Quan's heart chilled, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. After all, he had seen clearly that dealing with 5 cultivators above the 4th level was one more than him. Moreover, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's spiritual power fluctuations were obscure. They seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Although Xingzi and Xiaohua couldn't see clearly, since Xiaohua could kill Daoist Master Xiangtian, his means must not be weak. In this way, he and the others were clearly at a disadvantage. Zhang Daoran's rules were absolutely beneficial to them. Thus, Daoist Master Di Quan cupped his hands and said, many thanks for Daoist Master Di Rant's righteousness. Then please make the first move. Zhang Daoran was about to speak when Xiaohua's voice sounded in his ear. After a moment, he smiled and said, how about this, let's discuss first. It won't be too late to talk later. We will listen to Daoist Master Di Rant's orders. Daoist Master Di Quan smiled. Daoist Master Han and Yimingzi walked over naturally. Yunmengzi pondered for a moment and could only come over. The 7 4th grade Essence Force cultivators were divided into 2 groups as they discussed in low voices. The other cultivators stood quietly in the surroundings. Xue Ping's gaze was fixed on Dao Cheng, who was standing with the other cultivators in the distance. Dao Cheng's expression changed slightly. Daoist Dao. Xue Ping thought of Li Xiao and the others and Fairy Su Ming's craziness. His heart tightened and he asked, what's going on with these 4 seniors? Chapter 37-38. Dao Qing might not have expected such a situation, but he was naturally able to deal with Xue Ping's words. Moreover, Xue Ping did not know who Xiao Hua's enemy was. The two of them talked for a while, and Dao Cheng's answer was watertight. Xue Ping did not ask anything, and Dao Cheng would definitely not reveal the fact that Fairy Xiang Feng had disguised herself as Yun Mengzi. The discussion between the Dao sect's elders ended very quickly. Zhang Daoran was the first to speak. Fellow Daoist Di Quan, this old man feels that the restrictions on these two treasures are definitely not small matters, so this old man's first suggestion is, we should break the restrictions together. Huh? Daoist Master Di Quan was stunned. Zhang Daoran's suggestion was truly out of his expectations. After looking around at Daoist Master Han and the others, he turned his head and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Dao Ran's suggestion is excellent. However, there are only 2 treasures on this jade case. There are so many of us, I'm afraid it won't be easy to distribute them. It's better to go our own way. Daoist Master Di Quan's words were very obvious. They were afraid of giving Zhang Daoran and the others a wedding dress. Zhang Daoran was not surprised and said with a smile, since that's the case, the 4 of you should make a move first. The 4 of you can freely choose between these 2 restrictions. However, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, this old man will have to make a move. All right. Of course, Daoist Master Di Quan and the others were surprised, but since it was given to them, it was impossible for them not to take advantage of it. However, just as Daoist Master Di Quan and Daoist Master Han were about to move, Yun Mengzi suddenly called out to them via sound transmission. This was because the attentive Yun Mengzi had already heard something from Zhang Daoran's words. Daoist Master Di Quan and the other 3 discussed via sound transmission for a moment before walking to the side of the restriction where the jade bottle was located. However, when the 4 of them gathered, Yun Mengzi hesitated for a moment. However, this hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yun Mengzi returned to normal. Fellow Daoists. Seeing that the 4 of them had already stood in 4 corners, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, this old man has to remind you that the restrictions on this jade case are no small matter, and the power of the counterattack is great. You can't hold back, but you must also prevent yourselves from getting injured. Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao. Daoist Master Di Quan raised his brows and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua with some gratitude and then intentionally or unintentionally looked at Yun Mengzi and said, fellow Daoists, did you hear? You and I must act according to our capabilities. Yes, thank you for your reminder, Spiritual Master Xiao. It seemed that aside from Yun Mengzi, the other 2 all spoke. As for Yun Mengzi, he was slightly stunned, then he smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao is truly kind. We have no choice but to thank you. Xiaohua smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He thought that Yun Mengzi had misunderstood and was mocking him for reminding Zhang Daoran of the power of the restriction first, so Zhang Daoran had Daoist Master Di Quan and the others test it first. Daoist Master Di Quan and the others stood still and looked at each other. They each slapped their hands on the top of the door, and 4 streaks of light shot into the sky. 4 small nascent souls in spirit armor appeared in the air. The 4 nascent souls were similar in size, and although the lights flashing around them were different, their magic power fluctuations were similar. However, when they summoned their magic treasures, their power was different. Daoist Master Di Quan had a silver spear that was more than a foot long, engraved with many flowing talismans. Under the activation of the nascent soul, the talismans emitted a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance was like a wave of water drifting between the silver spear and the nascent soul, and an incomparably sharp aura was born from the nascent soul. Daoist Master Han held a light flying sword in his hand. The flying sword was like a thin thread, and thousands of willow catkins fluttered in the air, either hiding in the void or falling into the nascent soul. Although this flying sword wasn't as sharp as Daoist Master Di Quan's silver spear, the cracks in the void created by the flying sword were enough to make Zhang Daoran and the others' eyes light up. Yi Mingzi held a pearl in her hand. There was a faint shadow of a strange beast inside the pearl. When Yi Mingzi's nascent soul activated it, the strange beast came out of the pearl. This strange beast looked like a dragon, but it wasn't. A strange and violent aura instantly filled the entire cave. Although the strange beast hadn't truly transformed, its thunderous roars were incessant. Yunmengzi held a chipped disc in her hand. The brilliance on it was restrained, but the edges revealed teeth. Clusters of tiny light rays spurted out from the teeth. Although it wasn't completely activated, the origin chi of heaven and earth surged out from the left side of the disc, and the light rays of the disc fiercely shrank and contracted. Seeing that the 4 nascent souls of the 4 cultivators were all male, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. It seemed that he was really paranoid. The so-called fairy Xiang Feng didn't come here by coincidence. Fellow Daoists, attack! Daoist Master Di Quan lightly reprimanded, and the silver spear in his hand turned into a silver bolt of lightning that pierced towards the side of the jade bottle. The lightning was dazzling, and the group of low-level disciples couldn't help but close their eyes. Within the light, Daoist Han's flying cotton seemed to be blown by the wind and was even more invisible. It also landed on the restriction. Roar! Yimingzi activated her true essence. The strange beast that had been circling around the pearl let out a long roar and turned into the thickness of an arm before charging towards the restriction. The strange beast's scales were exceptionally clear, and strange runes faintly appeared within them. A fist-sized horn grew increasingly larger as it approached the restriction. Yunmengzi's nascent soul didn't grasp the timing to swing the disc well. It seemed to hesitate slightly, or perhaps the direction was inaccurate. However, the light that was leaning towards Xiaohua distorted and immediately followed the other 3's magic treasures to attack the restriction. It was only because of Yunmengzi's momentary hesitation, but the sound of thunder once again filled the jade table. The 3 magic treasures that stabbed into the restriction were immediately entangled by hair-thin thunderbolts. Caw 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 caw, sounds like glass cracking. Twisted cracks appeared on the silver spear and the silver light dimmed. Yimingzi's strange beast was even more pitiful. With a whoosh, all the scales on its body were lifted by the thunderbolts and layers of blood-red runes flowed out like blood. On the other hand, the unknown Daoist Master Han, following the thunderbolts, the sword threads turned into thin green threads, dodging most of the thunderbolts. Very few thunderbolts landed on the sword threads, only trembling slightly a few times before gradually disappearing. It was very clear that Daoist Master Han's flying sword was a rare wood attribute. Puff puff. With 2 muffled sounds, Daoist Master Di Quan and Yimingzi's nascent souls opened their mouths and coughed out half a mouthful of blood. Their nascent souls were already dispirited. Sizzle. Seeing this, Yunmengzi was shocked and hurriedly took back the disc. Just as the disc stopped, there was another light, kacha, sound. A thin lightning bolt hit the edge of the disc at lightning speed. A small crack appeared on the disc after being hit by the lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, the disc fell into the nascent soul's hands. The nascent soul didn't stop and entered Yunmengzi's body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Fellow Daoist Yunmengzi actually listened to my advice. The other fellow Daoists don't seem to care. Daoist Master Di Quan and Yimingzi's faces were slightly red. They withdrew their nascent souls and looked at each other before looking at Daoist Han. Although Daoist Han wasn't injured and his magic treasure wasn't damaged, it was even more impossible for him to break the restriction. Therefore, Daoist Han smiled bitterly and withdrew his nascent soul and magic treasure. He said to Zhang Daoran, fellow Daoist Daoran, it seems that we have no fate with this spirit pill. Now it's your turn to make a move. We will rest on the side for the time being. All right. Zhang Daoran nodded. After this old man and the others make a move, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the 4 of you will make a move again. Let's do as fellow Daoist Daoran says. Daoist Han nodded and flew to the side. He frowned as he looked at the jade table and pondered. Daoist Master Di Quan and Yimingzi flew to the side and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. As for Yunmengzi, she looked at Xiaohua and the others with a slightly gloomy face. The so-called Yunmengzi was of course Fairy Xiangfeng. The reason for her hesitation was of course Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was close at hand and unguarded. As long as she activated her magic treasure, it was very likely that she could kill Xiao Hua on the spot. Unfortunately, when Fairy Xiang Feng sent a sound transmission to Daoist Master Di Quan and the others to discuss, the three of them did not agree. Not to mention the treasure, the three of them had already set their eyes on the jade bottle. Just the presence of Zhai Xingzi and the other four was enough to deter the three of them, making them not dare to make a move. The moment Fairy Xiang Feng activated her magic treasure, she saw the beast-shaped black hole in Xiao Hua's direction from the corner of her eyes. Only then did she put away her magic treasure and continue to attack the restriction. Of course, it was only when she was hesitating that the counterattack of the restriction did not severely injure Fairy Xiang Feng. At this moment, seeing Zhang Daoran discussing with Xiao Hua via sound transmission, Fairy Xiang Feng couldn't help but feel lucky. Zhang Daoran asked Xiao Hua via sound transmission, "Brother Xiao, this restriction is indeed as powerful as you said." Daoist Master Di Quan and the others. They didn't listen to your suggestion and made a move themselves. As expected, they suffered a huge loss. What do you think we should do now? What do you think, Brother Daoran? Xiao Hua did not directly answer, but instead asked a question. This. Zhang Daoran pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. To be honest, although our cultivation is deeper than Daoist Master Di Quan's, the difference is negligible. If they can't break the restriction, we can't break it either. This old man wants to see what Brother Xiao can do. A smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face as he looked at the empty space on the jade table where Mo Yuntong had been placed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, "If I had a way, would I have waited until now?" Oh. Zhang Daoran was somewhat stunned. Just now, didn't we discuss in vain? Haha, how could it be for nothing? Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If it was for nothing, why would I discuss with you?" Zhang Daoran scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Xiao, just now when we were discussing how to break the restriction, you didn't mention making a move yourself. I thought you had the confidence to break the restriction at the crucial moment, but if you don't make a move now, with how powerful this restriction is, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch a hair of it." Chapter 37-39. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. Just because I don't make a move doesn't mean others won't make a move. Who else can make a move? Zhang Daoran was puzzled as he looked at Fu Jiwen, Xue Ping, and the others in the distance. Zhai Xingzi didn't disturb them. When Zhang Daoran looked at Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping, he immediately observed their expressions and smiled. "Fu Jiwen, come over here." "Yes, senior." Fu Jiwen was startled and flew over. Zhang Daoran stopped transmitting and looked at Fu Jiwen, asking curiously, "Brother Xiao, you said it was Fu Jiwen who made a move?" "Of course it's him. Who else could it be?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Hua's stingy and protective nature was revealed again. Although he couldn't make a move now, he still didn't forget to pull his disciple into the group. If he had directly asked Fu Jiwen to make a move, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong might have objected. But now, even if they wanted to object, looking at the injuries of Daoist Master Di Quan and the others, they naturally felt that Fu Jiwen was qualified to get a share of the loot. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Since they didn't say anything, with Fu Jiwen's seniority, no matter if he got a magic treasure or elixir, others wouldn't treat him badly. Sure enough, Sun Kong frowned and said with some displeasure, "Brother Xiao is joking, right? What can Fu Jiwen do?" Gidge. Gusu Chudi also understood Xiao Hua's thoughts and covered her mouth with a smile. "Daoist Master Xiao, you're really Gu clan. The men of Gu clan are all good men." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "You female cultivators must cherish them." That's. Gusu Chudi looked sweetly at Zhai Xingzi and said, "This concubine understands better than anyone. What can this brat do?" Gongshu Isin also asked coldly. Fu Jiwen naturally understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua ordered indifferently, "Fu Jiwen, take out the thunder amplification wood." "Yes, senior." Seeing that there were outsiders, Fu Jiwen immediately changed the way he addressed Xiao Hua and took out the wooden box made from the thunder amplification wood. "How's the time?" Xiaohua seemed to have a plan and asked with a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, there should still be a few more moments. Fujiwen replied respectfully. N. Xiaohua nodded, then let's wait a little longer. Daoist Master Xiao. Xianxia sighed helplessly. If the pills are taken out, how are we going to distribute them? You've given us a huge problem. Brother Xianxia. Hearing Xianxia's confident tone, Zhang Daoran asked in bewilderment, can't we just go with what we discussed earlier? What do you mean by that? Right, let's do as Brother Daoran said. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fujiwen is a junior, so he should have the awareness of a junior. Don't you agree, Fujiwen? Yes, I will listen to your instructions. Fujiwen was even more cooperative than Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Gusu Chuti helplessly and shook his head. This time, we are basking in Fujiwen's glory. Let's bask in it. In the past, this concubine also basked in it a lot. In the future, this concubine will probably bask in it as well. Gusu Chuti smiled like a little fox. At worst, we'll just give Fujiwen some more benefits. Sister. Gongshu Isin was unhappy and said loudly, what do you mean? Can Fujiwen break the restriction? If Daoist Master Xiao says he can, then he can. Gusu Chuti also started to keep them in suspense. Sun Kong seemed to have realized something and looked at Fujiwen up and down. However, Zhang Daoran was still not at ease. He smiled and said, since Fujiwen is going to help Daoist Master Xiao break the restriction, then, how are we going to cooperate with Fujiwen? Xiaohua shook his head mysteriously and said, what Brother Daoran wants to do, is indeed very important. Because you have to choose, which restriction to break first. Even though Zhang Daoran was half a step into the out-of-aperture realm, he did not have the slightest confidence in breaking the restriction. Now that he heard Xiaohua's tone, it was as if the treasure and the restriction was in his hands. He could not help but be shocked. Hee. Seeing that he had enough of showing off, Xiaohua's expression became serious. He coughed and said, fellow Daoists, let's follow our previous discussion and stand still. All right. Gusu Chuti was the first to agree. She pulled Xianxia to stand at a corner of the jade table. However, Gusu Chuti did not take out any imperial equipment, while Xianxia took out Falling Star. Of course, what puzzled Daoist Master Di Quan and the others was that Xianxia did not use his nascent soul. Since Xianxia moved, although Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were puzzled, they also took out their magic weapons and stood in front of the jade table. Seeing that Gusu Chuti did not take out her imperial equipment, Gongshu Isin was a bit hesitant. She did not know if she should take out her imperial equipment like what they discussed before. Seeing this, Gusu Chuti smiled and said, these are all Daoist treasures. You and I have no use for them. We can help. However, Xianxia and the others want to take the pills first. We don't have to interfere. All right. Gongshu Isin was also full of doubts and stood beside Gusu Chuti. Senior Xiao, it's time. Fujiwen reminded in a low voice. Do it. Xiaohua nodded. Fujiwen received Xiaohua's order and carefully opened the Yanlei wooden box in his hand. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal was revealed in midair. Heaven Punishment Prison. Gongshu Isin was from a famous sect and recognized the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal at a glance. She could not help but call out. However, after calling out 3 words, she immediately felt something was wrong and quickly shut her mouth. Her gaze looked very frantically at Xiaohua and then at Gusu Chuti. She really did not think that Gusu Chuti and Xiaohua actually had something to do with the Immortal Palace's Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. This was a great crime against the immortal law. Carefully place it above the restriction. Xiaohua instructed in a low voice. Yes, senior. A kind of warmth appeared in Fujiwen's eyes. He slowly placed the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal 1 chi above the restriction. Slowly descend. Xiaohua instructed again. Yes, senior. Fujiwen still complied. As the heaven punishment prison crystal slowly approached the restriction, the hearts of Zhang Daoran and the others were all in suspense. Hold on tight. When it's about time, let go. Xiao Hua reminded Fujiwen. Yes. Fujiwen stared closely at the heaven punishment prison crystal. His fingers slowly loosened. Gotcha. Just as everyone was staring at the heaven's punishment prison crystal, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared. They were like horned dragons that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment these bolts of lightning appeared, they immediately attacked the heaven's punishment prison crystal from all directions. However, just before these thunderbolts appeared, Fujiwen's fingers loosened. The heaven punishment prison crystal landed on the restriction of the jade bottle. Although most of the thunderbolts landed on the heaven punishment prison crystal, there were still some that affected the restriction. Rumble. The fine thunderbolts that had just injured the two nascent soul stage cultivators also flashed out from the restriction and struck the heaven punishment prison crystal. Wang. The heaven punishment prison crystal made a rumbling sound in the lightning threads. Inscribed chains floated and overflowed from the lightning threads. A kind of indescribable solemnity, a kind of orderly and irresistible feeling was born from these chains. Waves of purple thunderbolts followed these inscribed chains and landed on the restriction that dared to challenge them. Gotcha. Rumble. Endless rumbles sounded on the jade table. Not only were Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong dumbstruck, but even Daoist Master Di Quan and Daoist Master Han were dumbstruck. Even Fairy Xiang Feng, who originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack Xiao Hua, opened her mouth slightly and threw her plan aside. She blankly watched the entanglement and struggle between the heaven punishment lightning of the immortal palace and the heaven punishment lightning of the Dao Sex Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator. Xiao Hua was really a little proud. Cang Langzi was a Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator, but he was much weaker than the immortal palace, let alone the heaven punishment lightning of the immortal palace. Seeing that the restriction on the jade bottle had become thin in a moment, if they didn't make a move, the jade bottle might be destroyed by the lightning of the battle between Confucianism and Taoism. Xiao Hua had to remind them, hurry up. Okay. Zhang Daoran and the others only woke up at this time as if they had just woken up from a dream. They each urged their magic treasures to hit the restriction under the lightning. Boom. In a flash of brilliance, the three magic treasures hit the restriction with lightning speed. Whoosh. But just as the brilliance was born, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique more skillfully than anyone else. He forcibly grabbed the jade bottle and the restriction that had just cracked a little. However, before Master Sun Kong could frown, Xiao Hua's hand flashed in front of Fujiwen's eyes like a dragonfly skimming the water. The jade bottle instantly fell into Fujiwen's hand before Fujiwen realized it. Even if Master Sun Kong wanted to say something, he was afraid that he couldn't. After all, Xiao Hua and Fujiwen were master and disciple. Although Xiao Hua himself said that he wouldn't snatch the jade bottle, it was reasonable for him to snatch it for Fujiwen. Especially, with Fujiwen's cultivation, he couldn't use these elixirs at all. Senior Xiao. At this time, Gongshu Xian hurriedly called out, hurry up and put the heaven punishment prison crystal on another restriction. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at her and said lightly, if you have the ability, take it yourself. You. Gongshu Xian was a little breathless with anger. Looking at the lightning above the heaven punishment prison crystal, she also realized that this was the heaven punishment prison crystal. The thunder of heaven punishment represented the wrath of heaven. How could an ordinary cultivator trigger it? But thinking of this, Gongshu Xian couldn't help but look at Fujiwen again. Yes, this kind of lightning punishment, why wasn't Fujiwen afraid? Seeing Xiao Hua take the jade bottle so easily and she didn't even have the thought of making a move, Fairy Xiang Feng was really ashamed and angry. She couldn't help glaring at Immortal Di Quan whose eyes had already fallen to the ground. When Immortal Di Quan noticed Fairy Xiang Feng's gaze, he unconsciously swallowed the saliva that almost flowed out. He looked at Immortal Han and Yi Mingzi with a bitter smile. He really regretted that he didn't agree with Zhang Daoran's suggestion. Chapter 3740. Fujiwen, quickly let me see what kind of elixir is inside. Gusuchuri smiled and stretched out her hand. Yes, senior. Fujiwen obediently raised his hand and the jade bottle flew into Gusuchuri's hand. His gaze still fell on the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Although the thunderbolts on the restriction had already subsided and the lightning on the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was now extremely weak due to breaking the restriction, Fujiwen's heart still clenched when he thought about how he didn't use the thunder-amplifying wood to block the lightning today. Damn it, why did I take in such a stupid disciple? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and scolded. What are you looking at? Wasn't the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal the same when I didn't give you the thunder-amplifying wood? Today, the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal has been worn down by the restriction lightning and doesn't have much power anymore. Don't worry. Yes, Master. Fujiwen was a little absent-minded and answered, but his gaze didn't move away from the lightning. Brother Daoran, come and take a look. The jade bottle in Gusu Churi's hand had already fallen into Zhai Xingzi's hand. After seeing it, Zhai Xingzi's face flushed red. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly beckoned Zhang Daoran over. How could Zhang Daoran not know the rarity of the elixir in the jade bottle? Looking at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal that no longer had any lightning, he chuckled and didn't rush over. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal in his hand. His figure landed beside Fujiwen and placed the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal in the thunder-amplifying wood. He then said to Daoist Master Di Quan, Daoist Master Di Quan, according to our agreement, it's time for you to take action. After the four of you take action, if you succeed, we'll immediately enter the final maze. If you fail, hee. After saying that, Zhang Daoran used his hand to pull Fujiwen and said to Zhai Xingzi and the others, let's go over there and talk. Immediately after, Zhang Daoran and the others walked away with their heads held high. The seven of them gathered in a corner of the cave. After Zhang Daoran set up a restriction, they hid inside to discuss how to split the teams. Although Xue Ping and the others were a little jealous in their hearts, their jealousy varied from person to person. For example, Xue Ping immediately realized that Xiaohua accepting Fujiwen as his disciple was not as simple as he had thought. When he thought about his encounter inside the stone wall, he had long since calmed down. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him, he sighed in his heart and closed his eyes to comprehend. Daoist Master Di Quan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of the four nascent soul cultivators, 2 were injured, and 2 had suffered under the restriction. How could they still have the strength to break the restriction? Although Zhang Daoran's words weren't sarcastic, there was a hint of mockery. However, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Their minds were already spinning as they pondered on how to break the seal. However, Fujiwen relied on the Heavenly Punishment prison crystal to break the restriction. This method couldn't be used casually. The 4 of them racked their brains but couldn't find a way to resist the restriction of a tribulation-passing cultivator. Half an hour later, Zhang Daoran removed the restriction. Everyone, including Gongshu Xian, had a smile on their faces. Daoist Master Di Quan and the others felt even more bitter in their hearts. Obviously, a bottle of panacea refined by a tribulation-passing cultivator had been cleanly divided up by these shameful opponents. If they couldn't come up with something to break the restriction, they would lose the qualification to break the restriction. Of course, when Zhang Daoran and Daoist Master Di Quan discussed before, they didn't mention the time to break the restriction. However, Daoist Master Di Quan didn't think that the 4 of them had any qualifications to delay the time. Sure enough, without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, Sun Kong looked at the restriction on the jade table that hadn't moved in the slightest and said with a smile, "It seems that the 4 fellow Daoists are very polite. You had to wait for us to be present before breaking the restriction. In that case, I asked the 4 fellow Daoists to make a move. We've already discussed and prepared to wait for the 4 fellow Daoists to try before getting the last spirit channeling magic treasure." Spirit channeling magic treasure? Xiaohua nodded slightly. He knew that on the hidden immortal continent, spirit channeling magic treasures were spirit tools. Hearing Sun Kong's confident tone, Daoist Master Di Quan looked at Daoist Master Han and the others and asked helplessly, what do you three fellow Daoists think? This. Daoist Master Han wasn't as depressed as Daoist Master Di Quan. He had been looking at the jade table with narrowed eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Now that he heard Daoist Master Di Quan's question, he hesitated slightly and said, "Fellow Daoist Sun Kong, can you give us a bit more time?" "Hee, why not?" Sun Kong waved his sleeve and laughed loudly. "Then I'll give the 4 fellow Daoists 20 hours. After 20 hours, we'll make a move." "Many thanks, fellow Daoist." Daoist Master Han cupped his hands and replied. At this time, not to mention Daoist Master Han, even Shui Ping and the others knew that Fu Jiwen's heavenly punishment prison crystal would definitely produce heavenly punishment lightning again after 24 hours. Daoist Master Han. Seeing Daoist Master Han take the initiative to speak, Daoist Master Di Quan's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "You?" Daoist Master Han nodded slightly and took out a few formation plates. He formed hand seals and the formation plates landed on both sides of the jade table. The formation plates flickered with obscure fluctuations and enveloped the entire jade table in a moment. Then Daoist Master Han took out a few formation flags and rubbed them with his hands. Strands of strange brilliance fell into the formation flags. These formation flags floated and landed in the void above the jade table. When everything was ready, Daoist Master Han smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, please come with me. I just saw Daoist Master Shao break the formation. I have some insights." "Okay." Daoist Master Di Quan and the others were delighted. Only Fairy Xiang Feng was a bit hesitant, but she still flew with the 3. When Daoist Master Han set up a silent barrier, the 4 began to discuss. "Hee, Lady Gongshu." Xiaohua looked at the formation set up by Daoist Master Han and said with a smile, "How confident do you think Daoist Master Han is in breaking the restriction?" Gongshu Exine rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and said coldly, "I should be the one asking Senior Xiao this question, right? Daoist Master Han is your Dao sect cultivator. You should know better than me." "I can't see it either. But it seems they came prepared." Xiaohua touched his nose and completely erased the doubt in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Perhaps this Daoist Master Han is the instigator of entering the Cloud Mountain Maze formation." Yes, this Daoist Master Han knows formations. Moreover, his magic treasure is a wood attribute flying sword. Presumably, he has already thought of a way to restrain the restriction lightning. This Daoist Master Han is amazing. Gusuchuri nodded and said. However, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were Zhai Xingzi. The 3 people's eyes revealed doubt. Sun Kong asked curiously, "Brother Daoran, have you heard of this Daoist Master Han's name?" "No." Zhang Daoran replied flatly, "I haven't even heard of that Yun Mengzi. It's really strange. A Jade Pavilion gathering actually involved so many nascent soul cultivators of my hidden immortal continent. It's really out of my expectations." Zhai Xingzi was also stunned. He even looked at Xiaohua. "Let's not talk about others. With Daoist Master Zhao's cultivation, although I'm not close to you province, I haven't heard of any rumors. Am I a bit ignorant?" Seeing everyone talking about his background again, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a very mysterious smile, "I'm not surnamed Gusu. Why do you know me? Besides, don't ask about a hero's origin. Miracles are naturally man-made. There are so many nameless great experts in this world. Who knows where a divine clone is hiding? Different. Zhang Daoran shook his head. Hidden immortal continent of Confucian cultivators. How can there be too many miracles? What about Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiaohua hit the nail on the head. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Their faces were filled with envy and reverence. Clearly, this Grand Mist Ancestor had long been a legend of the hidden immortal continent. Not long after, Daoist Master Han and the others had finished their discussion. Daoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Fairy Xiang Feng was biting her lips with a helpless expression. Fellow Daoists, this time I am the abbot of breaking the seal. According to our previous discussion, I ask that you all do your best. Daoist Master Han and the others sat in front of the jade table as before. Daoist Master Han raised his hand and cupped his hands towards the three of them. All right, we will listen to Daoist Master Han's instructions. Yi Mingzi was the first to answer. Daoist Master Di Quan and Fairy Xiang Feng did not speak. They only nodded slightly. Seeing this, Daoist Master Han raised his hand and took out a fist-sized bead from his Daoist robe. Thunder-devouring bead. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was secretly shocked. The thunder-devouring bead in Daoist Master Han's hand was very similar to the thunder-devouring bead that Xiaohua had brought back to the thunder-controlling sect from the Dawn Rain continent. However, the thunder-devouring bead in Daoist Master Han's hand was clearly a bit shabby. Although there were some threads of lightning inside, they could not cause the lightning to change. In particular, the outer layer of the thunder-devouring bead actually had traces of golden lines, and on top of these lines, there were many strange lightning runes that were as thin as ants. These lightning runes floated along with the light, and their shape was also like a horned dragon. Damn it, what is the background of this Daoist Master Han? He actually has a thunder-devouring bead in his hand? However, it seems like this thunder-devouring bead is not his life magic treasure. I don't think it's that important. Xiaohua sighed and immediately understood what Daoist Master Han was thinking. Fellow Daoists, please prepare. Daoist Master Han raised the thunder-devouring bead, swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a low voice. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth and said, Daoist Master Han, I have a suggestion. Oh. Daoist Master Xiao, please speak. Daoist Master Han was slightly startled as he said in surprise. Xiaohua laughed. Daoist Master Han, how confident are you? 30%. Daoist Master Han replied without hesitation. So it's like that. Seeing that Daoist Master Han did not hide anything, Xiaohua nodded and said, since Daoist Master Han is only 30% confident, and after 20 hours, we are 100% confident. In order to save time, I have a suggestion. If Daoist Master Han feels that he is about to fail this time, can you remind me? Or if I feel that Daoist Master Han has reached a critical moment where he is about to fail, I can help. I only need 40%. Chapter 37-41. This? Jinren Han really didn't expect Xiaohua to have such a suggestion. Even Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were somewhat stunned. Jinren Zhao's words. Can you speak for the other fellow Daoists? Jinren Han thought for a moment and whispered to Jinren Di Quan and the others. While they were discussing, Xiaohua also transmitted his voice to Zhang Daoran and the others, telling them about his sudden decision. Zhang Daoran and the others had already obtained spirit pills, and they were all half a step into the out-of-body realm. That life source magic treasure was very important. It was a communication channel between the main body and the nascent soul. They couldn't give up their life source magic treasure, even for a spirit weapon. In particular, there was only one spirit weapon on the jade table. It was not easy to take it out, so they all agreed with Xiaohua's suggestion. Hearing that Zhang Daoran and the others didn't object, Jinren Han naturally didn't have any objections. If Xiaohua made a move, they would have a 60% chance of success. If Xiaohua didn't make a move, they would only have a 30% chance of success. In fact, at this time, Jinren Han and the others didn't understand that this was Xiaohua's earliest suggestion. After the discussion, Daoist Master Di Quan and the others released their yuanying. Daoist Han rubbed his hands. What fell from his hands was not light, but thunder threads. The thunder threads turned into a lightning net and landed on the thunder-devouring bead. The entire thunder-devouring bead rumbled. Thunderbolts were produced from the thunder-devouring bead. The entire thunder-devouring bead was like a small horned dragon that pounced on the restriction. Boom, boom, boom. The scene that everyone was familiar with appeared once again. The lightning above the restriction also surged towards the thunder amplification tree. Different types of lightning collided with each other, and one by one, they were annihilated in the void. Seeing the lightning above the restriction weakening, Jinren Han shouted, "Fellow Daoists, please make a move, as soon as his voice fell, Jinren Di Quan and the others urged their life source magic treasure to attack the restriction. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Fairy Xiangfeng's magic treasure was changed to a bell. There were 2 bells, and as he waved them, 2 beams of light, one green and one red, intertwined and rushed into the restriction. Crackle crackle. The 4 magical treasures hit the seal, especially Fairy Xiangfeng's green and red brilliance. Although it couldn't be compared to Xiao Hua's spirit-punishing vital light, it was still very sharp. The entire seal shook violently and let out extremely powerful thunderclaps. Boom! Amidst the thunderclap, 30% of the lightning thread sent the magic treasures of the 4 nascent soul cultivators flying, and the remaining 70% of the lightning threads landed on the thunder-devouring bead. The thunder-devouring bead shone brightly, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Following that, there was a crisp, pa-pa-pa sound, and the surface of the originally worn-out thunder-devouring bead actually began to crack. After half of the 7 layers of lightning threads were absorbed by the thunder-devouring bead, the cracks on the thunder-devouring bead grew even larger, and the other half of the lightning threads bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the magic treasures of Daoist Han and the others. Not good. Perfected Han controlled the thunder-devouring bead and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, "My magic treasure can't hold on any longer. Fellow Daoists, be careful." As he spoke, Perfected Han was the first to withdraw and fly back dozens of feet. Daoist Master Di Quan and the others had long since suffered from the restriction, and they were like birds startled by the twang of a bow as they hastily retreated. "Xiao is going to make a move." Seeing this, Xiao Hua reminded them, and a golden light flew out from his Daoist robe. Shua! Almost faster than the lightning, the Tingjiao cut through the loosened restriction below the thunder-devouring bead. At the same time, the restriction was torn open, and there was a loud rumble. The Tingjiao shears were also hit by layers of lightning and tumbled in the air. Ah! What's going on? Gongshu Isin stared intently at the spirit weapon inside the restriction. But after the golden light flashed, the spirit weapon suddenly disappeared. She exclaimed in disbelief and looked up at Xiao Hua. She really didn't understand how Xiao Hua had taken the spirit weapon away from the restriction that was only a sliver torn. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure slightly swayed in the air, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Granny. Tsang Langzi's restriction is really powerful." Xiao Hua used his mind to take the item, and in just a moment, he was still injured by the lightning. Xiao Hua understood his own difficulties and bitterly smiled in his heart. As soon as the spirit tool fell into Xiao Hua's space, the restriction on the jade table immediately disappeared, and the lightning completely disappeared. When Xiao Hua put away the Tingjiao shears, only the damaged thunder-devouring bead was left floating in the air. "Alas, I lost a treasure, but it's still like drawing water with a bamboo basket." Daoist Master Han sighed and waved his hand, and the thunder-devouring bead was about to fly up. At this moment, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and cut off Daoist Master Han's magic power. Smiling, he took out the spirit tool and said with a smile, "Daoist Master Han, I'll make a deal with you." "Oh." Daoist Master Han saw Xiao Hua stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead and was slightly surprised. Looking at the thunder-devouring bead and then at the spirit tool, he suddenly realized, "Daoist Master Xiao, you've taken a fancy to my thunder-devouring bead?" "That's right." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I've taken a fancy to your complete thunder-devouring bead. Unfortunately, the thunder-devouring bead is damaged and can't match up to 40% of the spirit tool's value. I'm in a bit of a difficult position." Daoist Master Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's words were clearly bargaining. If Xiao Hua was in a difficult position, why did he stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead? He was clearly afraid that he wouldn't agree to the deal. It was obvious that he was trying to blackmail him. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Daoist Master Han felt a little distressed. Xiao Hua's attitude could be considered amiable. If he was in a different situation, with such a great disparity in strength, what he did would be far more excessive than Xiao Hua. Thinking for a moment, Daoist Master Han waved his hand and removed the magic power controlling the thunder-devouring bead. He said with a smile, "This thunder-devouring bead was obtained by me through life and death. It's very important to me. Although it's already damaged, I'm not willing to give it up." Everyone in the cave mansion was well aware that this sentence was also a bargaining. However, Xiaohua didn't mind. After all, the thunder-devouring bead was in his hands and the spirit tool was also in his hands. Although he first controlled the thunder-devouring bead to reveal his true thoughts, this was both passive and active. It was better than forcing the thunder-devouring bead into Daoist Master Han's hands. Forget it. Since Daoist Master Han also values the thunder-devouring bead so much, this thunder-devouring bead should be worth 40% of the spirit tool's value. Xiaohua took a step back and said with a smile, "I'll use 40% of the spirit tool to exchange for this thunder-devouring bead." Straightforward. Daoist Master Han was as surprised as everyone else. They couldn't think of why this damaged thunder-devouring bead was so important to Xiaohua. Xiaohua would rather give up the spirit tool to obtain this thunder-devouring bead. However, Daoist Master Han was also a decisive person. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Xiaohua laughed mischievously. With a wave of his sleeve, the thunder-devouring bead fell into the space. Once again, the space was filled with lightning and strange phenomena. Xiaohua once again raised his hand, and the flute-like spirit artifact flew towards Daoist Master Han. He said, "I will give 40% to Daoist Master Han." Daoist Master Han now has 55% of this psychic treasure. I'll take 60%. Daoist Master Han was in a good mood. He smiled and prepared to accept the spirit tool. However, right at this moment, the spirit artifact let out a sharp sound that pierced straight into everyone's ears. The spirit artifact suddenly shook and actually escaped from Daoist Han's hands. It drew an arc in the air and rushed into one of the holes. Still want to escape? Xiaohua's Naiwan palace flashed with golden light and blocked the spirit tool's attack. Then, he sneered and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to control the spirit tool in an instant. Then, he took out a talisman from his Daoist robe and stuck it on the spirit tool under the urging of his magic power. The spirit tool's undulations immediately disappeared and it obediently lay in Xiaohua's hand. "Fellow Daoist Han, keep it well." Xiaohua smiled and threw the spirit tool into Daoist Master Han's hand. Daoist Master Han's face was a bit red. He couldn't keep his face. Xiaohua didn't care about the spirit tool, but someone did. Old Senior Xiao. Seeing the spirit tool's power, Gongshu Xian hurriedly said, "Old Senior Xiao, this is a Daoist spirit tool, how can you easily give it to others?" But after Gongshu Xian finished speaking, no one echoed her. Gongshu Xian looked around and saw Gusu Qiudi and the others looking at her like she was an idiot. In an instant, the greed that had just arisen subsided and her face flushed red. Wasn't she a Confucian cultivator? What did she want this spirit tool for? Even Master Sun Kong didn't say anything, how could she open her mouth? Besides, she didn't say anything earlier. Now that she saw the spirit tool's power, what was the point of bringing it up again? Daoist Master Han put away the spirit tool and brought Daoist Master Di Quan and the others to a corner to set up a restriction. After a while, the four flew back with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they each gained something. As for whose hands the spirit tool fell into, Xiaohua didn't care and didn't ask. Zhang Daoran looked at the cave abode that looked like it had been washed by water, and then looked at the 4 different cave entrances. He smiled and said, "The matter here is over, and we have no other way out. It seems that we can only break through the last maze. Fellow Daoists, what do you plan to do?" Master Sun Kong glanced at Daoist Master Han and the others and asked indifferently, "Fellow Daoist Han and the others also want to attack the formation with us?" Daoist Master Han said with a smile, "I also don't want to follow behind you, but there's no other way." Although Master Sun Kong didn't care about the spirit tool, he didn't want it to fall into the hands of others. This was what ordinary cultivators thought, so he asked Daoist Master Han, Zhang Daoran shook his head and looked at the 4 holes. He said, for more passages, just like before. According to our experience in the previous maze, the most dangerous part of this maze is the protection outside. This maze seems to be where Senior Tsang Lungzi tests our strength. Therefore, I think it's better to split up. What do you think, Daoist Master Xiao? Of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if we stay together, we'll have fewer opportunities. I agree to split up. In that case, I'll take this passage. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't object, Zhang Daoran raised his hand and pointed at a jellyfish-like hole. I want to travel with Brother Daoran. What do you think? Just as Zhang Daoran finished speaking, Daoist Master Han hurriedly spoke and cupped his hands towards Zhang Daoran. Chapter 3742. Zhang Daoran looked at Daoist Han, then looked at the strange faces of Daoist Di Quan and the others. He nodded slightly and said, of course. I'll lead the way. Brother Daoran will bring up the rear. Daoist Han saw that Zhang Daoran agreed and flew into the cave without saying a word. Haha, why is Daoist Han more anxious than this old man? Zhang Daoran laughed and waved his hand. Disciples, hurry up and enter the cave. Yes. Zhang Daoran and the other disciples agreed in unison and flew into the cave with the few low-level disciples. Just as Zhang Daoran was about to fly into the cave, Xiao Hua seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly flew in front of the jade table and waved his sleeve. The jade table was taken into his space. Then Xiao Hua let out a long breath. He clapped his hands and looked around. He smiled and said, phew. I finally remembered. I always felt that something was missing. It turns out that I didn't take this jade table away. Faint. Zhang Daoran looked at Xiao Hua's stingy appearance and almost laughed out loud. He said loudly, Brother Xiao, let's meet again in the cave. Okay, I'll wait for Brother Daoran inside. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Daoran's figure in midair dropped slightly by half a foot. This was simply more powerful than any spell. Since Daoist Han mentioned that he would follow Zhang Daoran, Daoist Di Quan and Yi Mingzi didn't stand on ceremony. They followed Zhai Xingzi and Sun Kong Shangren into the cave. Daoist Di Quan and Yi Mingzi wanted to walk together, but seeing Sun Kong Shangren's vigilance, the two consciously separated. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng saw that everyone had left and asked with a smile, can I follow Daoist into the last maze? Of course. Xiao Hua looked at the last remaining somewhat fat cave. The strange beast's shape was like a turtle and also like a big bear. He nodded slightly. Dao Qing had already said that he knew Daoist Di Quan, but Dao Qing had already left in advance. At this time, Fairy Xiang Feng was alone. Like Daoist Han, she cupped her hands at Xiao Hua and said, since that's the case, I will also lead the way. With that, Fairy Xiang Feng flew into the cave. Xiao Hua turned his head and shouted, Fu Ji Wen. However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the pitch-black cave entrance. He sniffed and said very strangely, strange, why is there a fragrance on Yun Mengzi's body? Senior. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's call, Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping flew over. Fu Jiwen asked, shall we go in as well? Fu Jiwen, do you think this? Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Xiao Hua wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked at Xue Ping and the rest and asked, there's no one else here. Let me ask you, are you following behind me? Or enter this old man's nation weapon? Junior is willing to enter the nation treasure. A cultivator with serious injuries spoke up. Xue Ping and the others hesitated for a moment before entering as well. Without another word, Xiao Hua put them into the Kunlun ruins and flew into the cave with Fu Jiwen. After waiting for Xiao Hua and the others to enter the cave, a few moments later, cloud patterns once again appeared on the stone wall where Xiao Hua and the others had appeared. The Confucian cultivator who was at the 5th level of origin energy from before flew out with a flushed face. As soon as the Confucian cultivator with thick eyebrows appeared, clouds surged around him again. However, when he saw the unusually clean cave abode and the 4 open tunnels, he immediately understood what had happened. This old man has truly underestimated these Dao sect cultivators. I even underestimated Sung Lungzi. My trip to the Cloud Mountain Maze today was worth it. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator hurriedly stood there. The flying inscriptions carried an awe-inspiring aura and formed a cauldron-shaped cocoon around him. The inscriptions that had condensed into crystal threads did not dissipate for a long time. However, it was only a moment before the Confucian cultivator opened his eyes reluctantly. He looked at the pitch-black tunnel and sighed, what a pity. I still have to catch up. Otherwise, if Xiao Hua leaves the cave abode, it'll be a little troublesome. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator pondered for a moment and flew into a tunnel. An hour after the Confucian cultivator disappeared, 3 Confucian cultivators wearing bright yellow robes also appeared. The 3 of them were even more decisive than the Confucian cultivator with the thick eyebrows. They didn't stop at all. The 3 of them didn't separate and rushed into a passage. The second layer of the maze was different from the previous ones. The cave was obviously much larger, and there was light coming from an unknown source. In particular, the restriction on divine sense was much stronger. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua could only extend his divine sense to a range of a few dozen meters, unable to extend it any further. At this time, Xiao Hua had already caught up with Fairy Xiangfeng. Fairy Xiangfeng's so-called scouting ahead was just a polite attitude. If Xiao Hua did not bring Fujiwen, he could let Fairy Xiangfeng fly in front. However, with Fujiwen, Xiao Hua could only let Fujiwen take the heart-stabilizing plate and lead the way. Of course, Fairy Xiangfeng did not dare to not do anything. In this second layer of the maze, she had already blocked many attacks for Fujiwen and had even used her life source magic weapon several times. Alright, Daoist Yun Meng. Seeing Fairy Xiangfeng working so hard, Xiao Hua felt a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, "You rest for a moment. Next, Fujiwen and I will lead the way. Then I will have to trouble Daoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng was truly exhausted. Her cheekbones flashed with a strange light. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a pill from the space. He handed it to Fairy Xiangfeng and said with a smile, "This is a pill refined by Xiao Hua. It can replenish quintessential essence. Why don't you try it?" Fairy Xiangfeng smiled and took the pill. However, she did not consume it and replied, "I am just a bit exhausted. I will be fine after resting for a while." Xiao Hua's expression did not change. He slapped his hand and the seal of overturning sea flew above Fujiwen's head to protect him. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng looked around and asked curiously, "Where are Shueping and the others? Did they stay in the cave?" "No." Xiao Hua replied without turning his head, "Xiao Hua has a country weapon. I will temporarily keep them inside and let them out after we get the cave." "Oh." Fairy Xiangfeng was slightly surprised. She rolled her eyes and said, "Daoist Xiao is very protective of your disciples. Shueping and the others are not Xiao Hua's disciples." Xiao Hua corrected, "Xiao Hua only met him once." "Since you only met him once?" Fairy Xiangfeng asked in confusion. Daoist Xiao believes Shueping's words. "You dare to bring him into the Misty Mountain Maze?" "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. "Aren't we in the Misty Mountain Maze now?" "His words are not wrong. That is not what I meant." Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly explained, "What I mean is that Daoist Xiao is already able to bring them in. Moreover, in the cave from before, I saw that these low-level disciples had already found some useful treasures. In particular, when they passed through the stone wall, they obtained a lot. Daoist Xiao does not need to bring these burdens." "Daoist Xiao means to leave them in the cave from before?" That is not it." Sigh, I don't know what to say." Fairy Xiangfeng was at a loss for words. She was purely trying to dispel Xiao Hua's conflict and increase his favorable impression of her. "I just feel that Daoist Xiao is doing too much for these strangers." "Perhaps." Xiaohua activated the seal of overturning ocean, and a ferocious earthen yellow radiance rushed past Fu Jiwen, sweeping away all the huge rocks that were smashing towards him. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly, "They are still my Dao sect's disciples after all. I also want to give them some benefits." Daoist Xiao is so kind. Fairy Xiang Feng sneered in her heart. However, her tone did not change. She then asked, "Oh, right. I was invited by Daoist Di Quan. However, I heard from Dao Qing that Daoist Xiao had just returned from the Yaotai gathering. Could it be that Daoist Xiao did not kill my Dao sect disciples on the Yaotai mountain? Of course I have killed Dao sect disciples. However, I have killed more Confucian sect disciples." Xiaohua did not seem to notice. He still had his back facing Fairy Xiang Feng as he said, "Moreover, I have killed many Dao sect disciples. However, I have saved many more." "I don't believe it." Fairy Xiang Feng laughed. "That year, I participated in the Yaotai gathering and killed many people. There were many Dao sect disciples inside. It is up to you whether you believe it or not." Xiaohua turned around. His eyes were very clear. "I have no regrets." "Humph, no regrets." Fairy Xiang Feng cursed inwardly. After passing through the maze, she did not see Fairy Su Ming and did not hear Zhai Xingzi and the others mention her. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know that Fairy Su Ming had died in Xiaohua's hands? "I heard that this Yaotai gathering was different from before. Not only did Golden Core cultivators die inside, even nascent soul cultivators were almost wiped out?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Xiaohua nodded. "Indeed." "Why?" "How would I know?" Xiaohua shook his head. "I was also seriously injured inside. I was lucky to escape and do not know the details. Of course, if Daoist Yunmeng wants to know who I have killed, I can tell you the reason." "Don't." Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly waved her hand. "Daoist Xiao, you are preparing to kill me." "I don't want to hear this." "It doesn't matter." Xiaohua laughed. "If I don't mention names, how would you know? I have endured for a long time. If I don't tell anyone, I will feel uncomfortable." "Very well." Fairy Xiang Feng laughed bitterly. "I can only believe in Daoist Zhao's character." Then, Xiaohua explained in detail why he killed Daoist Xiang Tian and Daoist Chu Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng's expression changed several times. In the end, she sighed slightly and said, "Daoist Xiao, you killed them well. One of them bullied the weak and forced people to buy and sell. In the end, he even harmed the innocent. The other one was even more sinister. He wanted to take advantage of your injuries to steal your Qinkuan bag. He indeed deserved to be killed." Chapter 3743. If fellow Daoist Elmar thinks so, then that's great. Xiaohua said with a smile, "I've always convinced people with virtue. Now that you and I are going to break through the maze of Misty Mountain, we should trust each other." "Daoist Xiao, don't worry." Fairy Xiang Feng nodded. "I have absolute trust in Daoist Xiao." "Oh, right." Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Does fellow Daoist Elmar know Fairy Su Ming?" "Of course." Fairy Xiang Feng blinked her eyes and said curiously, "Ji Prefecture's Fairy Su Ming is a late nascent soul stage cultivator. How could I not know?" At this point, Fairy Xiang Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Could it be that Daoist Xiao has something to say directly to Fairy Su Ming? Or, does Daoist Xiao have other ideas?" "Oh, according to what I know, although Fairy Su Ming has never dual cultivated, she still has dual cultivated Daoist Xiao." Without waiting for Fairy Xiang Feng to finish speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. He rolled his eyes at her and said, "No matter how useless I am, I won't find such an arrogant female cultivator as my dual cultivation partner. I'm just joking with Daoist Xiao." "Why is Daoist Xiao looking for Fairy Su Ming?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked. "Nothing much." Xiaohua's face sank. In the future, whether it's Ji Prefecture or hidden immortal continent, there won't be a cultivator called Fairy Su Ming. "Oh. Why?" Fairy Xiangfeng was surprised, but suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly stopped in midair and asked in a low voice, "What does Daoist Xiao mean? I've only met Fairy Su Ming once. I don't care about the grudges between you and Fairy Su Ming. Why is Daoist Xiao talking to me about this?" "Hee, Daoist Elmar doesn't need to worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I just want to tell Daoist Xiao that the cultivator who forced her to buy and sell was Daoist Chu Feng. Fairy Su Ming wanted to take revenge for Daoist Chu Feng and wanted to besiege me with other cultivators in the first maze, but I killed her." Sigh. Fairy Xiangfeng took a deep breath and sighed, "Damn Fairy Xuming. That Daoist Master Chu used her name to commit a lot of evil deeds, but these evil deeds were nothing more than gossip in Fairy Su Ming's ears. Now that she was dead, it was her retribution. In fact, there is really no need for Daoist Master Xiao to mention this to me." Xiao Hua stared at Fairy Xiangfeng and asked word by word, "Oh, this Xiao wants to know if fellow Daoist saw Fairy Su Ming when you entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation." Fairy Xiangfeng didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, she calmly replied, "This old man can swear a blood oath that this old man didn't see Fairy Su Ming and the others outside the Misty Mountain Maze." Hearing Fairy Xiangfeng's words, Xiao Hua's expression relaxed. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Elmar, there's no need to be so serious. I was just asking." It was also at this time that a rumbling sound came from afar. It was as if the entire secret passage had collapsed. An earth-shattering cloud of dust mixed with gravel rushed toward Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing this, Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly waved her hand. A jade bracelet-like magic treasure flew out. At the same time, she shouted, "Daoist Master Xiao, be careful. This old man just happens to have a bracelet that repels dust, okay?" Xiao Hua didn't have time to care about whether Fairy Xiangfeng had sworn a blood oath or not. He agreed and stepped aside, watching the jade bracelet fly in front of his head. The jade bracelet emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. That brilliance was like a long cover. Not only did it cover Fu Jiwen and himself, it also produced a strange fluctuation in front of his head. It separated the dust and gravel that were rushing over to both sides. However, the strength of the gravel in the secret passage was extremely great. The brilliance of the jade bracelet trembled rapidly like a candle in the wind. "Daoist Master Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng softly reprimanded and called out, "This is the restriction of the secret passage. It seems to be quite powerful. We must work harder to break through. The longer we stay in this restriction, the more dangerous it will be. This old man will lead the way." "Okay. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist." Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Xiangfeng's vigorous figure flying in front of him. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, the restrictive spells in the second layer of the formation were far stronger than those in the first layer. Fairy Xiangfeng would not care about the dust and pebbles that were pouring into the tunnel like a flood if she were anywhere else. However, as she kept moving forward, she found it harder and harder to keep going. This was because not only did she have to find the direction in this secret passage, she also had to maintain the magic power of her magic treasure. Especially as she went deeper into the secret passage, Fairy Xiangfeng found that her magic power was getting more and more exhausted. Moreover, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the secret passage was getting thinner and thinner. The magic power consumed by Yuanyin was much more than usual. Daoist Master Xiao. After flying like this for an hour, there was still no end in sight. Fairy Xiangfeng could only open her mouth and say, "This secret passage is strange. This old man's magic power is actually not enough. This old man reckons that I can still hold on for the time of a meal. After that, I will let Daoist Master Xiao lead the way." And this Xiao has already sensed it. Xiao Hua's face also became serious. He said, "This maze is actually starting to restrict my Daoist magic power. At the same time, it is also gradually isolating the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. I fear that there will be big trouble ahead." "Humph." Fairy Xiangfeng snorted coldly. She took out a pill from her bosom and put it into her mouth. She said very heroically, this old man wants to see how powerful this maze is." As she spoke, Fairy Xiangfeng once again activated her magic power. The jade bracelet shone brightly. Like a bamboo umbrella swaying in a storm, it rushed into the distance. "Fujiwen." Xiaohua looked into the distance and ordered, "You can hide in here." "Yes, master." Fujiwen hurriedly kept the heart-calming plate. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and kept Fujiwen. Then, Xiaohua pointed at the seal of the ocean and shouted, "Daoist Yunmeng, this Xiao will help you." Weng weng. The coiling dragon roared. The seal rumbled. An earthen yellow light that was much more vast than the jade bracelet shot out from the seal of the ocean and chased after it like a flood dragon. "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the power of Xiao Hua's seal of the ocean and her heart sank. However, there was no change in her expression. She only smiled and nodded. She retreated slightly and made space for Xiao Hua. Just like that, they flew for another 2 hours. Seeing that the secret tunnel was even wider and the qi of heaven and earth was almost gone, Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiangfeng's true essence was suppressed by the restriction in the secret tunnel and could not flow. Their nascent souls were also tightly locked in their lower dantian and could not be released even if they wanted to. Fairy Xiangfeng was still fine as she was only a nascent soul. However, Xiaohua had more than 100 nascent souls in his lower dantian. That terrifying pressure almost made him collapse. Helpless, Xiaohua could only take out the Kunlun mirror and keep all the nascent souls in the Kunlun ruins. Phew! With the nascent souls gone, the pressure suddenly decreased. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Fairy Xiangfeng suddenly shouted in surprise, "Daoist Xiao, quickly release your divine sense. Divine sense is restricted here." "Oh." Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense. As expected, the restriction on his divine sense was long gone. His divine sense was very free in the secret tunnel. What is going on? Xiaohua frowned slightly. However, he felt a lot more at ease. Since his divine sense could be controlled and his divine sense could be used, he had one more method to protect himself. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a sound like the sound of water. Xiaohua and Fairy Xiangfeng both felt their Dharma treasures break through a layer of barrier. Their bodies also became lighter. The surrounding dust and rocks and the heavy pressure disappeared. When they looked around again, it was just a misty space. Xiaohua and Fairy Xiangfeng looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. The two of them did not dare to put away their Dharma treasures and released their divine sense to check. It was not a big deal, but the two of them had a strange expression on their faces. Because their divine sense could not scan the edge of the space at all. "Daoist Xiao, can you still use your Dharma power?" Fairy Xiangfeng saw Xiaohua's expression and knew that things were not good. "No." Xiaohua shook his head. However, he looked down and said, "Although we cannot use flying techniques or Dharma power, we are still standing in the air." Then he looked up at the seal of overturning ocean that rushed out earlier. There was no light, no Dharma power fluctuation. It was just floating in the air as if it was placed on a table. Xiaohua walked a few steps and even jumped a few times. He reached out his hand and took the seal of overturning ocean. He weighed it in his hand and said, "Our Dharma treasures cannot be used either." Ouch! Saying this, Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. "What is it?" "Daoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng also picked up the jade bracelet from the air and asked hurriedly. "Qinkuan bag cannot be used." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "This." Fairy Xiangfeng tried a little. As expected, the jade bracelet could not be put into the Qinkuan bag. Her expression changed greatly. Woo! At this moment, a gust of wind came from an unknown place. It was very cold and desolate. Fairy Xiangfeng could not help but shrink her neck. However, just as she moved, she froze in place. She hurriedly looked at Xiaohua. Fortunately, Xiaohua did not notice Fairy Xiangfeng's movement. Instead, he looked into the distance. After a moment, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Daoist Yunmeng, follow me." Saying this, he did not wait for Fairy Xiangfeng to speak and walked towards the right. Daoist. Fairy Xiangfeng opened her mouth. She did not know where Xiaohua's confidence came from. After all, in this place, there was only light. Spiritual sense could not see the edge of this place. Even a Yuanian cultivator was no different from an ordinary blind person. However, Fairy Xiangfeng tactfully followed behind Xiaohua. However, when she saw Xiaohua's defenseless junior, her eyes flashed with a strange expression. Xiaohua did not walk in a straight line. Most of the time, he would even walk backwards. In particular, every time he changed directions, Xiaohua did not stop at all. It was as if he could see the path under his feet clearly. Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng could not help but say, You can see the space restriction? Chapter 3744. No. Xiaohua replied without the slightest hesitation. When Fairy Xiangfeng heard this, she almost jumped up. She even said in a low voice, "Since you can't see, why are you bringing me around here?" Xiaohua shrugged and replied humorously, "Since Daoist friend doesn't know where to go, why don't you follow me? Just treat it as digestion." Digestion? Fairy Xiangfeng almost fell down again. This was the Misty Mountain Maze, a maze set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Their lives could be in danger at any time. How could he be so casual? At this moment, Fairy Xiangfeng really wanted to slap Xiaohua's face. After walking for a while, Fairy Xiangfeng's heart began to move. Unlike the arrogant Fairy Su Ming, she didn't have the intention to let Xiaohua go. Although Xiaohua said so much, she didn't believe him completely. Xiaohua's character didn't have much light in her eyes. What she wanted to do was to kill Xiaohua and calmly escape. Now that they were in this mysterious space, even if she did not have any means to attack Xiaohua, as long as she could escape from this space and kill Xiaohua, wouldn't she achieve her goal? While thinking, Fairy Xiangfeng looked at Xiaohua's back and looked left and right. Then, she turned around and started to walk away. Wang, wang. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng walked a few feet forward, the seemingly ordinary light in front of her immediately disappeared. Following a series of rumbling noises, leaves and pine needles flew toward her like a storm. Oh! Fairy Xiangfeng scanned with her divine sense and immediately found the difference between the leaves and pine needles. She knew that the leaves contained a strong force. She snorted and did not hesitate to raise her hand to cast a spell. Just as she raised her hand, Fairy Xiangfeng's expression changed drastically. How could she still use her dermic powers at this moment? These seemingly ordinary flying leaves and pine needles were now sharp weapons for murder. He could instantly kill her right here and now. Oh no! Fairy Xiangfeng quickly retreated, but she had miscalculated. Not only could she not cast any spells, but her movements were also somewhat slow. How could she block the continuous flying leaves? Fairy Xiangfeng knew that things were not good. She could only hope that her armor could block so many attacks. CSI. The flying leaves and pine needles seemed to have the power to tear the void apart. Fairy Xiangfeng's face turned even paler when she heard this. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual sense transformed into a hand. She did not care whether it was effective or not, and grabbed at the air like a Yuanian hand. Woo! Out of Fairy Xiangfeng's expectation, a nascent soul hand similar to the one she usually used appeared and grabbed all the flying leaves and pine needles in the hand, sweeping away all the miscellaneous items in the space. I see. Fairy Xiangfeng immediately came to a realization. She understood why she could only use her spiritual will in this space. This space is where Senior Tsang Langzi tested the juniors of the Dao sect. What's important is the finer control of one's divine sense. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng came to a realization, ka-cha-cha. 1,000 feet above her head, streaks of lightning appeared. Then, layers of dark clouds rolled and formed all sorts of indescribable shapes. Numerous fist-sized hailstones formed in the dark clouds and came crashing down. Good timing. Fairy Xianxia was filled with a heroic spirit. She performed a spell with both hands. Even though she did not use any arcane energy, it was no different from using arcane energy. One after another, cherry blossom-like lights appeared above Fairy Xianxia's head, protecting her firmly. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Unfortunately, Fairy Xianxia had underestimated the power of the hailstones. The hailstones immediately destroyed the cherry blossoms that had just bloomed. Moreover, the second and third layer of hailstones did not stop falling. It seemed like they had no intention of stopping. Not good. Seeing the power of the hailstones, Fairy Xianxia's pride was crushed in her heart. She hurriedly released her spiritual will to form more cherry blossoms. Of course, the cherry blossoms were destroyed by the hailstones again. Fairy Xianxia was indeed a late-stage Yuanian cultivator. She was extremely proficient in controlling her spiritual will and coordinating her spells. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she had already formed close to 100 layers of cherry blossoms. These 100 layers of cherry blossoms blocked the 100 layers of hailstones, protecting her from being injured by the hailstones. Woo! When there was a gap, Fairy Xianxia immediately activated her Yuanian hand. The Yuanian hand grew to the size of a few mu and grabbed towards the sky. In an instant, the entire layer of clouds was torn apart. Fairy Xianxia took this opportunity to retreat. However, the moment the layer of clouds was torn apart, the hailstones fell onto the Yuanian hand. The huge force caused the Yuanian hand to collapse. Fairy Xianxia had no choice but to continue using her spells to form more cherry blossoms to block the hailstones. Then, she slowly retreated. This repeated for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Fairy Xianxia was starting to feel tired. Not only were there too many hailstones, but the force of the hailstones was also too strong. Fairy Xianxia's spirit sense was greatly depleted, and she could vaguely feel a tearing sensation coming from her Naiwan palace. Fairy Xianxia raised her head and looked at the cherry blossoms that were swept away by the hailstones. The cherry blossoms should have been tens of feet away from Fairy Xianxia, but now, they were only tens of feet away from Fairy Xianxia's head. Fairy Xianxia's heart was filled with bitterness. She did not expect that the spiritual will that she had cultivated for 1,000 years could only last for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Looking at the endless hailstones and the distance she had retreated had already exceeded the distance she had advanced. She still could not see Xiaohua. Fairy Xianxia laughed bitterly. Just a moment ago, she was still scheming against Xiaohua. However, she did not expect that she was the stupidest one. Oh. Daoist Yunmeng, so you are here. At this time, Xiaohua's shocked voice sounded in front of Fairy Xianxia. Just now, this Xiao turned around and could not find you. I did not expect you to fall into a restriction. Daoist Xiao, quickly use your Yuanian hand. Fairy Xianxia heard Xiaohua's voice and called out without hesitation. However, just as she said that, she was filled with regret. Yes, this was a dead end. Although she could not escape, why couldn't she drag Xiaohua down with her? Could it be that she was inferior to Fairy Su Ming? Yuanian hand? How can I use it without magic power? Xiaohua was also shocked. However, looking at the cherry blossoms above Fairy Xianxia's head, Xiaohua fell into deep thought. He then looked at the hailstones rushing towards him and quickly slapped his forehead. Boom! His spiritual will rushed out and a Yuanian hand of several mu in size appeared, tearing apart the hailstones and black clouds above him and Fairy Xianxia. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Xiaohua was naturally not as foolish as Fairy Xianxia. When he saw this, he naturally understood that Fairy Xianxia felt extremely bitter in her heart. Daoist Yunmeng, follow this Xiao. Xiaohua's Yuanian hand was much more solid than Fairy Xianxia's. That layer of hailstones was unable to destroy it. Xiaohua had enough time to find the exit. Ai, many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xianxia was somewhat helpless. She clearly did not want to obtain any benefits, but in a life and death situation, she had no choice but to follow Xiaohua. Looking at how Xiao Huadong quickly walked out of the dark clouds, Fairy Xiangfeng squinted her eyes and looked at the previously calm light screen. She bowed and said, "I thank Daoist Xiao for your help." It's fine, it's fine." Xiao Hua casually waved his hand and said, "Follow this Xiao. Don't be careless. This place is really dangerous." "Yes." Fairy Xiangfeng slightly gritted her teeth. It was unknown whether the hatred in her heart had increased or decreased. Xiao Hua was still leisurely strolling around. However, there was no danger in this stroll. Not to mention hailstones, there were not even pine needles or flying leaves. However, the space was still boundless. It seemed that even if he walked for 10,000 years, it would still be the same. Oh. Why is there wind? Fairy Xiangfeng's heart was not as clear as Xiao Hua's. Only now did she notice that the sound of wind when they first entered the space had increased. It made her feel a real chill. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng could not help but say, "This wind is somewhat strange." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Please fellow Daoist, there is no need for you to say anything. This Xiao has been blown around for a long time. How could I not know? Then, is there any other way out?" Fairy Xiangfeng gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. However, she still held back her anger and asked. Xiao Hua shrugged and shook his head, "This Xiao does not know. However, this Xiao feels that, as long as there is wind blowing past, there must be an exit. Perhaps the exit of this space is right in front. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid?" Fairy Xiangfeng said angrily, "You are talking about an ordinary cave. This is a maze set up by Senior Tsung Langzi. How could there be, Wu?" Before Fairy Xiangfeng could finish, a strange gust of wind blew her words back into her throat. Fairy Xiangfeng was caught off guard. Her body tilted slightly. She did not dare to be careless and quickly released her spiritual sense. A several chi large covered her. Whoosh, whoosh. A few terrifying sounds could be heard coming from the cover. Fairy Xiangfeng could see that the cover formed by her divine sense was being torn apart by the strange wind. See. Fairy Xiangfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "If this wind landed on my body, if I did not have a magic treasure to protect me, wouldn't my body be cut into pieces?" Thinking of this, Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly looked at Xiao Hua. "See." Fairy Xiangfeng screamed again as if she had a toothache. Xiao Hua, who was not far from Fairy Xiangfeng, was shaking, but he didn't use his divine sense to protect himself. Instead, he simply stretched out his hands and stood there as if he was hugging the wind. The strange wind that could cut through the divine sense barrier blew on Xiao Hua's body. His Daoist robe was torn apart like a butterfly, but Xiao Hua didn't seem to have heard it. It was as if his body wasn't afraid of it at all. Chapter 3745. Shameless. Fairy Xiangfeng couldn't help but spit out in shock. This was because the Daoist robe on Xiao Hua's body had already begun to shatter, and his arm was already exposed. Inside, there was dark golden skin. Unfortunately, Fairy Xiangfeng was now Yunmengzi. Even if she didn't want to look, she couldn't avoid it. She could only use her divine sense to form a barrier and follow behind Xiao Hua with difficulty. Fairy Xiangfeng felt like an ordinary person trudging through a violent gale. As she ventured deeper into the storm, an indescribable feeling of suffocation arose from her Naiwan palace. It was as if the wind had turned into mud, covering her mouth and nose. Her chest heaved rapidly. She wanted to gasp for air, but she couldn't breathe in a single breath of fresh air. Weng weng weng. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng was about to call out to Xiao Hua, the entire space started to shake. The strange wind that was squeezing her to the point of bursting suddenly disappeared. Not good. Xiao Hua yelled from afar. Daoist Yunmengzi, quickly come over. Fairy Xiangfeng also felt a sense of danger. She hurriedly rushed over to where Xiao Hua was. However, before she could reach Xiaohua's back, she saw a funnel-like object gradually forming in midair in the originally misty space in the distance. The strange wind that had stopped earlier started to grow stronger again. However, this time, the strange wind had a rotational force. Wind. Hurricane. Fairy Xiangfeng blurted out, "It's like the tsunamis and hurricanes of the East Sea." She looked at the wobbling funnel in the distance that looked like a baby that couldn't walk yet. That's right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He looked at the hurricane that was slowly moving over and said calmly, "This hurricane is the true test of space. The hurricane is moving towards where we need to go. We can't avoid it. Only by using a divine sensibility to escape from the hurricane can we pass Senior Tsang Langzi's test. This is almost impossible." Fairy Xiangfeng smiled bitterly. This old man's spirit energy is already at the upper stage of the 4th grade. Although my spirit energy hasn't undergone any special refinement, before the test, my spirit energy is already somewhat exhausted. My Naiwan palace is abnormally painful. Even a spirit-severing stage cultivator would find it difficult to pass such a trial, let alone a leaving aperture stage cultivator. To nascent soul cultivators like us, this cloudy mountain bewildering formation is a dead end. Perhaps we should have tried to find a way out of the cave just now. Fellow Daoist, do you regret it? Xiaohua asked indifferently as he faced the gale that had already begun to blow. Of course not. Fairy Xiangfeng narrowed her eyes. She knew that her answer was completely irrelevant to Xiaohua's question. That's great. How could Xiaohua know what Fairy Xiangfeng was thinking? He nodded and said, "Since you don't regret, then protect yourself first. Let me see if I can bring you out of this hurricane." You? And, bring me along? Fairy Xiangfeng was in disbelief. It's a pity that this Zhao's nation armament can't be used. Xiaohua said somewhat regretfully, otherwise, this Xiao would have collected you first, and things would have been much easier. Perhaps. Fairy Xiangfeng declined to comment. How could she be willing to fall into Xiaohua's hands? While they were speaking, the gale had already closed in. The surrounding space had already formed a huge whirlpool under the enormous hurricane force. Xiaohua looked at this huge funnel hurricane. It was very similar to the huge whirlpool under Yaotai Mountain. However, this funnel's might was far inferior to that whirlpool. Okay, now is the time. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to be blown away by the hurricane, Xiaohua roared and shouted, "Fellow Daoist El Dreamy, quickly stretch out your arm." Oh, okay. Fairy Xiangfeng's barrier was already on the verge of shattering. Hearing Xiaohua's roar, she was slightly startled and immediately stretched out her arm. Let's go. Xiaohua grabbed Fairy Xiangfeng's arm. His body flew up gracefully and started to spin in the direction of the hurricane. How is this possible? Fairy Xiangfeng saw that Xiaohua was flying extremely steadily as though he was using a flying technique. She naturally did not dare to believe it. However, when she scanned with her spiritual will, she immediately understood. Xiaohua actually used his spiritual will to form 2 wings on his back. Now, with a flap of the wings, he actually flew up. While Fairy Xiangfeng was dumbfounded, Xiaohua's little tail had already started to curl up. When he felt the strange wind, he was already thinking about how to escape. When he was fighting with Kong Hongwu at the foot of Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu's sacred art of transforming his Aoran Qi into wings immediately appeared in his mind. Kong Hongwu had already refined his spirit to the void and could form wings. Although Xiaohua's cultivation did not have such a divine ability, his spiritual will was far superior to Kong Hongwu's. Now, he actually succeeded. Of course, to form wings with his spiritual will to fly, he still had to resist the hurricane. Xiaohua's spiritual will was greatly exhausted. However, Xiaohua had plenty of experience fighting against the hurricane. Thus, he was not in any danger. God. After a long time, this thought appeared in Fairy Xiangfeng's mind. To be able to form wings with his spiritual will, especially without the use of any spells, meant that his control over his spiritual will was extremely precise. It was something that she could not even imagine. Moreover, she knew very well that if one did not have an ancient secret technique, it would be impossible to cultivate this divine ability successfully. At least from what Fairy Xiang Feng had seen, there was no second person like this in the entire hidden immortal continent. Xiang Tian, of all people, why did you have to offend him? Fairy Xiang Feng felt a sense of helplessness. If what Xiaohua said is true, why did you? Thinking of this, Fairy Xiang Feng did not know what to think or how to complain. Rumble. Fairy Xiang Feng's entire body shook. Even Xiaohua's body was somewhat unbalanced. Xiaohua's spiritual wings were somewhat messy. In an instant, the two of them were like two balls of paper dancing in the wind. Rumble. Fairy Xiang Feng's entire body shook. Even Xiaohua's body was somewhat unbalanced. Xiaohua's spiritual wings were somewhat messy. In an instant, the two of them were like two balls of paper dancing in the wind. Xiaohua very naturally loosened his grip and was about to cast a spell. At this moment, Fairy Xiang Feng's figure floated to Xiaohua's back along with the wind. Xiaohua's dark golden neck was only a few feet away from Fairy Xiang Feng's head. Fairy Xiang Feng's eyes opened wide. Her eyes flashed and her hand on her chest involuntarily moved to her waist. However, when she felt the sharp protrusion on her waist, a rare trace of hesitation appeared in Fairy Xiang Feng's heart. However, this hesitation disappeared in a flash. Fairy Xiang Feng moved her finger and was about to take out the sharp protrusion. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly shouted. Damn it, this old man forgot that spiritual power cannot be used. Watch this old man. As he spoke, Xiaohua's spirit sense changed in the air again. A flying boat that looked like a flying leaf appeared below Xiaohua and Fairy Xiang Feng. Xiaohua stepped on it and waved his hand. Daoist El Dreamy, come on up quickly. This Xiao understands. Fairy Xiang Feng saw that the opportunity to assassinate Xiaohua had disappeared and felt rather regretful. She had no choice but to step on the flying boat. She smiled and said. What did Daoist Xiao understand? This is Senior Tsang Lang Zi testing our spiritual will. Not only is it testing the thickness of our spiritual will, it is also testing the control of our spiritual will. In this space, all spiritual power is empty. There is only spiritual will. Spiritual will is spiritual power. Xiaohua was somewhat excited. He looked at the flying boat and shouted. Spiritual will can even replace magic treasures. Fairy Xiang Feng looked at the excited Xiaohua with disdain. She already knew this when she first fell into the trap. However, she still agreed. Daoist Xiao is truly powerful. Even now, this old man still does not understand how a Yuaning's hand is used. Furthermore, look at Daoist Xiao's wings and this flying boat, it is truly amazing. This is nothing. Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, rumble. There was another huge tremor. The flying boat instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Xiaohua seemed to be prepared for this. He reached out and grabbed Fairy Xiang Feng again. His divine intent condensed again. This time, Fairy Xiang Feng was even more dumbfounded. Under his divine intent, a pair of 100-meter-long wings appeared on Xiaohua's back. When the wings spread, it gave off the feeling of a great rock soaring 90,000 miles with the wind. I must have seen wrongly. Fairy Xiang Feng did not dare to believe her spiritual will. This pair of wings was extremely realistic. Not only were the huge wings flapping in the whirlwind, but the feathers on the wings were also trembling. It was as though real feathers were fluttering in the air. With the wings formed by his spiritual will, Xiaohua was like a bird in the sky, free and unrestrained in the whirlwind. During this period, the wings formed by his spiritual will were shattered hundreds of times. However, every time they were shattered, the wings would immediately reappear. Xiaohua's body did not even sway. Fairy Xiang Feng's spiritual will was constantly staring at Xiaohua's back. Seeing how miraculous Xiaohua's spiritual will was, her heart turned cold. She had activated her divine sense to protect her own body. No one knew better than her about the hurricane and the force behind it that Xiaohua was currently facing. No one understood better than her how difficult it was to condense a pair of wings with one's divine sense in this hurricane. Not only that, at the very beginning, when she was struggling with Xiaohua and the whirlwind, Xiaohua's body was constantly swaying. His entire body was also trembling. However, after half a meal, she discovered that Xiaohua's body was gradually stabilizing. His entire body seemed to be one with the wings on his back. He was like a real bird circling in the whirlwind. The whirlwind was naturally not an ordinary one. Not only did it have a terrifying wind force, there were also small whirlpools within the whirlwind. These whirlpools also had a tearing force. The barrier formed by Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual will was shattered by these whirlpools. However, since Fairy Xiangfeng could protect herself, there was no need to mention Xiaohua. Chapter 3746. Xiaohua didn't know how big this hurricane was. After flying for several hours, he finally saw the edge of the hurricane. Only then did the oppressive force begin to slowly lessen. If that's the case, then we don't need to fly anymore. Xiaohua did his best to rush out of the hurricane and shouted with a loud laugh. But just as he shouted, Xiaohua's body suddenly fell, and his face became deathly pale. After Xiaohua stabilized his body, a pair of wings that were only a few feet long grew out and slowly brought Xiaohua and Fairy Xiangfeng down. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "Daoist El Dreamy, this Zhao's spirit sense has been greatly exhausted. It seems that we can only walk step by step." "No worries." Fairy Xiangfeng's eyes flashed and smiled. "I'm already very satisfied to be able to escape with Daoist Yunmeng's blessing. What's wrong with walking a few more steps?" "Okay, we'll walk slowly," Xiaohua said as he released his hand. Fairy Xiangfeng also transformed into a simple flying boat and descended from the sky. After Fairy Xiangfeng landed, she immediately placed her hand on her waist and bit her lip. At this moment, other than spiritual will, there were no other sacred arts that could be used. Xiaohua's struggle in the hurricane had already exhausted his spiritual will. Fairy Xiangfeng didn't think that Xiaohua would have a stronger spiritual will than her when her own Naiwan palace was in extreme pain. Not good. Before Fairy Xiangfeng could take out the item, Xiaohua looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Daoist Xiao?" Fairy Xiangfeng moved her hand away from her waist and looked into the distance and released her spirit sense again. However, the area dozens of miles in front of him was still empty, and there was nothing suspicious about it. "Listen," Xiaohua was very mysterious. He put his index finger on his mouth and whispered. Fairy Xiangfeng frowned and listened attentively. Sure enough, in just a few moments, her expression changed drastically. That was because there was a slight vibration coming from the wind. It was slow and rhythmic. Even though the vibration was slight, it covered a huge area. Fairy Xiangfeng's expression changed not only because of the vibration but also because of Xiaohua's sharp senses. If not for Xiaohua's warning, Fairy Xiangfeng wouldn't have noticed it. This must be another test. Fairy Xiangfeng's mouth was bitter as she looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. Xiaohua looked around and nodded. Yes, and it came from the path we had to pass. I'm afraid we can't avoid it. If Fairy Xiangfeng suggested. We can avoid the trap first. With Daoist Zhao's ability, the trap won't be able to hurt us. Then, we can avoid the test. At this point, Fairy Xiangfeng didn't even want to continue. She knew that there was no need to test it. The trap before the hurricane and after the hurricane were definitely different. Since it was a test, even if they hid in the trap, they might not be able to avoid the test. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand. Let's see what the test. All right. Fairy Xiangfeng had no choice but to agree. I will need your help in the next test. At the same time, Fairy Xiangfeng felt a sense of guilt. That's right, why did I come to the Misty Mountain Maze Formation? Daoist Xiaohua to avenge Daoist Xiangtian. But, before she could do anything, Xiaohua had helped her time and time again. Treasures, opportunities, and now, her life was saved by him several times. She even had to ask him to take care of her here. How could she do anything? Kill. Thinking of this, Fairy Xiangfeng wiped away her good intentions. There are no good men in this world. Xiao Hua is just trying to buy people's hearts. Roar. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, a huge brown bear charged over from afar. This brown bear was more than 10 zhang tall and its fur was standing on end. The brown bear was running on all fours. Occasionally, it would stand up and roar towards the sky. Its arms were waving crazily in the air. I understand. Seeing the brown bear, Fairy Xiangfeng immediately thought of the shape of the tunnel. How could she not know that this brown bear was the final test of the maze? But since it was the final test, the danger was self-evident. If it's just one or two, then it's fine. Xiao Hua was very calm. He squinted his eyes at the approaching brown bear and said, "If it's a group, then it will be troublesome." That's right. A light flashed in front of Fairy Xiangfeng. A spear appeared and floated in the air. I can't just hide. I'll help Daoist Xiao. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and continued to walk towards the brown bear. Fairy Xiangfeng reached out and grabbed the spear. A cold feeling came from the spear. Fairy Xiangfeng waved the spear and a gust of wind came. It was no different from a real spear. Fairy Xiangfeng looked again. She really did not understand how this space was set up. Could it be, tribulation-passing cultivators are really omnipotent in this cultivation world? Fairy Xiangfeng was a little excited. But soon, the excitement turned into a sigh. Pity. I won't be able to see my tribulation-passing realm in this life. Thump, thump, thump. As the brown bear ran, the ground beneath Fairy Xiangfeng's feet began to tremble. The bear, which was hundreds of feet long, now looked extremely ferocious. An unpleasant stench assaulted her nostrils. Fairy Xiangfeng could even clearly see the blood-red eyes of the brown bear. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to act, Fairy Xiangfeng roared. Kill! As if she wanted to vent the hatred in her heart, the spear in Fairy Xiangfeng's hand flew straight towards the chest of the brown bear. Roar! The spear was like lightning, and the brown bear went crazy. The bear's paw slapped on the spear, but the strength of the spear was enough. The bear's paw bounced back as if it had been electrocuted. Pooh! The moment the bear's paw bounced back, the spear pierced the brown bear's chest. However, the long spear pierced through the bear's chest, and it flew straight for 100 meters before slowly disappearing. The brown bear still rushed forward for a few meters, then it fell to the ground and disappeared in a moment while howling. Good. Xiao Hua gave a thumbs up. Daoist Yunmeng is really good. Thank you, thank you. Fairy Xiangfeng said modestly. Another spear appeared in her hand. However, this time, Fairy Xiangfeng's gaze fell on Xiao Hua's throat. Dong, dong, dong. The ground shook again. Even more stench came from afar, and even more screams came from afar. Kill, kill, kill. Fairy Xiangfeng moved her gaze away from Xiao Hua and looked into the distance. That group of brown bears had turned into Xiao Hus. When these brown bears were close enough, Fairy Xiangfeng roared and waved her arms. Spears flew out of her hands and killed the brown bears one after another. They fell down and disappeared. Seeing Fairy Xiangfeng so fierce, Xiao Hua was surprised. However, he didn't have time to think about Fairy Xiangfeng's transformation. He released his divine sense and looked at the seemingly endless brown bears. These brown bears were not like the hurricane from before. They were extremely lethal. Moreover, seeing Fairy Xiangfeng's spear attack, some of the brown bears were already able to block it. Needless to say, the brown bears behind were even more powerful. Presumably, the spear would not be able to kill them easily. What should he and Fairy Xiangfeng do when they encounter such a brown bear? Could it be Senior Tsung Langzi really wants to kill the Dao sect juniors who enter the maze? Xiao Hua was confused. If that's the case, why did the previous maze have a cultivation technique? But if he only wants to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the maze, why does he have to kill them like this? Even with Yunmengzi's late-stage Yuaniing cultivation, he can't handle it. I understand now. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Zhang Longzi was an ancient cultivator who went through the tribulation. Let's not talk about his own cultivation, just the cultivation of the other Daoist seniors should be around the 7th or 8th stage. As for the 2 layers of formations that Senior Zhang Longzi set up outside the maze, it would be difficult to break through without a 7th or 8th grade essence force. Therefore, the maze within the cave is naturally targeted at the 8th grade essence force. Even though the maze has been worn down for millions of years and its power is very weak, the maze within the cave is much weaker than the maze outside. Therefore, its power is much greater. Damn it, it seems like I have harmed everyone. If it weren't for Xiaohua, Zhang Daoran and the others wouldn't even be able to break through the outer formation. How could they enter the maze? If they couldn't enter the maze, they wouldn't lose their lives. Seeing how Fairy Xiangfeng was facing such a difficult situation, Xiaohua could already imagine the danger Sun Kong and the others were facing. If they lost their lives, it would be Xiaohua's fault. Xiaohua couldn't help but recall what Fairy Jing had said to him in front of Heartbreak Mountain, as well as her advice to him. Yes, an ancient maze, it's not something we can easily enter with the Dao sect in its declining state. Xiaohua sighed and condensed his spiritual will into a hammer. Boom! The hammer fell and several brown bears were reduced to nothingness as they howled in grief. Ah! Fairy Xiangfeng was caught unprepared. She cried out in surprise and the spear in her hand stopped moving. Looking at the hammer that destroyed several brown bears, she fell into a daze. She knew in her heart that although her spear was powerful, the spear itself was made of spiritual will. Every time she used it, she would consume some of it. Her already sore Naiwan palace was now in a tearing pain. She simply could not hold on for too long. But looking at Xiaohua, his spiritual will was like a hammer. How much spiritual will did he consume? Could it be that Xiaohua didn't consume much spiritual will in the hurricane? Chapter 3747. Daoist Master Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng suddenly felt a sense of relief. She laughed and said, "Since we can't retreat, why don't we just charge forward? We can kill as many brown bears as we can. This old man is satisfied to be able to die together with Daoist Master Xiao." Good. As you wish. Xiaohua was also filled with lofty sentiments. He loudly responded and pounced towards the brown bears. As Xiaohua's figure moved, boom, boom, boom. Huge rumbling sounds came from midair. The entire space shook. Huge rocks fell from the sky like falling stars, smashing towards the thousands of brown bears. Fairy Xiangfeng was stunned for a moment. She smiled bitterly and also charged forward. The long spear in her hand stabbed out. Fairy Xiangfeng had already made her decision. Perhaps only if she died under the paws of the brown bears would she not hesitate to kill Xiaohua. Perhaps if she and Xiaohua both died here, she would be able to take revenge for Daoist Master Xiang Tian. As the two of them charged into the group of brown bears, an apocalyptic scene appeared. Huge rocks fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Along with the deafening sound, the brown bears disappeared one by one. Although there was no smoke or dust, within a radius of a few li, there were cries and cries everywhere. Fairy Xiangfeng first tried her best to use her spiritual sense to kill the brown bears. However, after an unknown period of time, her spiritual sense had already dried up. Not to mention the long spear, she could not even condense a blade of grass. At the same time, Fairy Xiangfeng did not know how long she had been running with Xiaohua. A fatigue that she had not felt in 1,000 years appeared in her body. When she looked at Xiaohua again, she saw that he was no longer as vigorous as before. The falling rocks in the sky had also become sparse. However, the brown bears in front of Xiaohua and Fairy Xiangfeng were still endless. They could not kill them all. Xiang Tian, this concubine will follow you. You will not be lonely in the underworld. Fairy Xiangfeng muttered in her heart. Her body also slowed down. Damn it. Seeing Fairy Xiangfeng land, Xiaohua also stopped. He shouted, Daoist Yunmeng, hold on for a while longer. I'm afraid this old man cannot hold on anymore. Fairy Xiangfeng smiled sadly. This old man, although I was prepared and thought of the ending, this old man never thought of the process. Ending? Process? Xiaohua was startled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the brown bears that filled his vision, then turned back to look at the sky from before. He said confidently, Daoist Elmar, please wait a moment. I understand. Spiritual Master Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng was slightly surprised. She raised her head and saw several huge rocks exploding in midair. Each of the huge rocks formed a huge whirlpool. These whirlpools quickly gathered at one spot and finally formed a whirlpool that was dozens of feet in size. This whirlpool spun rapidly and gradually expanded. As it expanded, the suction force increased as well. Awoo. At first, the brown bears didn't care at all and pounced on Xiaohua and the others. But before they could get close, the vortex sucked them in. When the suction force was enough, the brown bears flew up from the ground and landed in the vortex. Not only that, as the brown bears landed in the vortex expanded again and pounced on the ground. See. Fairy Xiangfeng saw this and immediately understood Xiaohua's intention. This was an unimaginable idea. Since spiritual will could condense into anything, then the brown bears were naturally condensed by something similar to spiritual will. Xiaohua used his spiritual will to condense into a vortex and used his unimaginable spiritual will to push the vortex to suck the brown bears into the vortex. Then, not only could he kill the brown bears, after the brown bears were killed, their spiritual will would fuse into the vortex and increase the suction force of the vortex. This way, the vortex would be pushed one after another. Naturally, it was much more effective than the falling rocks and spears. Go! Xiaohua shouted. His face was as pale as paper. However, the huge vortex had already escaped from Xiaohua's control and slowly flew into the distance. As the vortex flew, more and more brown bears were sucked in. Boom. Xiaohua's body fell to the ground. He groaned in extreme exhaustion and said, Daoist Elmar, this Xiao's Naiwan palace no longer has a trace of spiritual will. Let's rest for a while. Let's wait for this space to collapse. Rest is a must. Fairy Xiangfeng clenched her teeth. She stood up not far away and walked to Xiaohua's side. She took out a few qi-long fang from her waist. This fang was blood red and almost transparent. At the tip of the fang, there was a trace of black. Furthermore, Daoist Xiao does not need to worry about resting anymore. Daoist Elmar? What is the meaning of this? Xiaohua lay on the ground weakly. Seeing Fairy Xiangfeng walking over with her fang, he asked curiously. Huh? Fairy Xiangfeng saw Xiaohua's confusion and laughed. What meaning can this concubine have? This concubine is only here to take the life of another. You. Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly tried to crawl up from the ground. Unfortunately, after struggling for a while, he could only barely sit up. He looked at Fairy Xiangfeng and said, You are not Elmar? Of course this concubine is not Elmar. Fairy Xiangfeng laughed sharply. This concubine is Fairy Xiangfeng. You personally killed that Reverend Xiang Tian's dual cultivation partner. How is this possible? Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xiangfeng and said in shock, You are clearly a male cultivator. Before I reached the Yuanying stage, I was naturally a male cultivator. Fairy Xiangfeng smiled sinisterly, but after reaching the Yuanying stage, I became a female. I understand. Xiaohua had already calmed down. He nodded and said, This Xiao has heard about your matter. At that time, this Xiao also sympathized with you. Sympathize? Is there any use in sympathizing? Fairy Xiangfeng's face showed loneliness. sympathy can only be cheered by the weak. When I reached the late Yuanying stage, there was no sympathy in this world. Forget it. Since you want to take revenge for Reverend Xiang Tian. This Xiao also has nothing to say. However, this Xiao has already told you the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Xiao Hua sighed and said, although you love Reverend Xiang Tian, your love is already a burden. It is this love that led Reverend Xiang Tian to his death. Perhaps this Xiao will let him off in this Jade Pavilion gathering. However, there will be a day when he will die from his arrogance. No matter what, whoever killed Xiang Tian, I will kill that person. Fairy Xiang Feng said coldly, I do not care who is right or wrong. Xiao Hua stared at Fairy Xiang Feng and asked, even if it is your life savior? That's right. Fairy Xiang Feng replied without hesitation, Reverend Xiao has saved me many times. I have long remembered it in my heart. Previously, I also had many opportunities to kill Reverend Xiao Hua, but I was hesitating. Because this space is truly dangerous. No one can guarantee that they will be able to leave alive. If Reverend Xiang Tian and I were to die here, I naturally would not kill anyone. Unfortunately, Reverend Zhao's methods are heaven-defying. Such a difficult problem was easily solved by you. I have no choice but to take action. However, Reverend Xiao, please do not worry. I will not live alone. As long as Reverend Xiao dies in my hands, I will immediately commit suicide to repay Reverend Xiao for saving my life. Just based on the fong in your hand? Xiao Hua said coldly, do you think that it can pierce through this Xiao's diamond body? Reverend Xiao, I am afraid that you do not know what I am holding in my hand. Fairy Xiang Feng said coldly, this is a venomous dragon fong. Not only is it incomparably sharp, it is also extremely poisonous. Even if you have cultivated some diamond body, you will not be able to block this fong. The venomous dragon fong might not be able to pierce you to death, but the poison is enough to kill you. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Fear appeared on his pale face. However, after a moment, Xiao Hua sighed, forget it. This Xiao is indeed too kind. Although your background is somewhat strange, this Xiao did not look into it. This entire time, I have been taking care of you, protecting you to this place. Since you insist on taking this Xiao's life, this Xiao does not even have the strength to truss a chicken. I can only let you do as you wish. Come, as long as you do not let down your conscience, then do it. Conscience? Is there still a conscience in this world? Fairy Xiang Feng was somewhat agitated. When I was being bullied by those filthy people, where did their conscience go? Where are those people with a conscience? The suffering that I went through, who would know? Whenever this concubine is mentioned, who would think of the suffering that this concubine went through? They only think of filthy people, they only know how to say that my methods are ruthless. Even, there were cultivators who came to bully me after I formed my nascent soul. They keep saying that they look up to me. Where did their conscience go? Although Xiangtian is somewhat arrogant, he always protects me and gives in to me in everything. He never mentions anything that makes me unhappy. In my eyes, he is the one with the most conscience. Just for this so-called conscience, you go against your conscience to kill this Xiao. Xiao Hua said coldly, what is the difference between you and those people who humiliated you? There is no point in saying more, Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng raised the venomous dragon fong and said indifferently, if not for the fact that you are my savior, I would definitely not say so much to you. I would definitely not let you know the truth. As she spoke, the venomous dragon fong descended like lightning. However, before it even landed halfway, Fairy Xiang Feng's hands began to tremble. Her entire body began to tremble and tears began to flow from her eyes. Who knows how many years she had persevered, but at this moment, she finally collapsed. Fairy Xiang Feng raised her hand and shouted towards the sky, Xiangtian, you are forcing this concubine. Although this concubine has always doted on you and this concubine has never allowed you to do anything outrageous, how much have you done behind this concubine's back? Do you think this concubine does not know? This concubine has always been lucky and felt that perhaps no one would dare to touch you. However, this concubine knows that if you continue to act like this, something will happen sooner or later. Xianxia, it is not that this concubine does not want to take revenge for you. However, if this concubine kills Daoist Xiao, this concubine is no better than a pig or a dog. What is the difference between this concubine and those animals? Xianxia, wait for this concubine will follow you. As she spoke, Fairy Xiang Feng raised the venomous dragon Fang and descended towards her snow-white neck. Chapter 37:48. However, the moment the venomous dragon tooth was about to land, a powerful force grabbed Fairy Xiang Feng's hand. Who? Fairy Xiang Feng turned pale with fright and looked around. There is no one else in this space. Xiaohua stood up with a smile on his face and said with a smile. Fairy Xiang Feng looked like she saw a ghost and said in shock, You, don't ask me if I'm fine. Xiaohua shrugged, this Xiao is naturally fine. How can you be fine? Even if it's a 7th grade spirit sense, it would be unavoidable for it to dry up here, right? Fairy Xiang Feng was shocked. Then, she exclaimed, could it be that you already knew that I am Fairy Xiang Feng? Hee, spirit sense, let's not talk about it. That's this Xiao's secret, I can't tell my enemies. Xiaohua said with a smile, but speaking of your reason, this Xiao was already vigilant and was basically certain. How did you know? Since you were suspicious and even certain, why did you save me? Fairy Xiang Feng was confused. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, firstly, when Fairy was breaking the seal in the cave, you didn't use your natal magic artifact at the start. Presumably, you were trying to hide something? Fairy Xiang Feng clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. You let Di Quan lead the way and hide yourself. You thought that nobody would know, but Di Quan's occasional questions were all directed at Fairy. Doesn't that mean you're the mastermind? Especially, when choosing the passage, Di Quan and the rest rushed to choose others. Obviously, they wanted to leave this Xiao last and be separated with you. Isn't that a flaw? Because they knew you wanted to kill this Xiao and they knew they weren't my match. Since you knew you weren't my match and still wanted to kill this Xiao, then if you're not Fairy Xiang Feng, who are you? Also, even though Fairy changed your appearance and your Yuanying is also a male, the fragrance on Fairy's body is still there. This can't help but make this Xiao suspicious. Fairy Xiang Feng bit her lips and retorted, that's what you thought after the fact. Xiaohua ignored Fairy Xiang Feng and said, as for why I saved you, it's because you're different from Fairy Su Ming. Fairy Su Ming is extremely arrogant and wanted to perish together with me when she saw me. As for you, even though your temperament has changed greatly, this is all because of the evil others have done to you. So you chose to fight evil with evil. What's more, once you cultivate to the 4th grade of essence force, others will fear you. You won't be able to experience the kindness of others. This Xiao feels that if you can experience the good in this world, perhaps, the evil in your heart will decrease. Therefore, this Xiao cannot not save you. This Xiao hopes that there will be more good in this world. Fairy Xiang Feng's tears flowed down as if no one had ever said such words to her in her life. With evil in one's heart, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one's heart won't be calm, and one's foundation won't be firm. Only with kindness in one's heart can one have a clear path between heaven and earth. Xiaohua continued, back then, I met a fish called Little Cabbage. Xiaohua narrated the story of Little Cabbage, causing Fairy Xiang Feng's face to be filled with tears and grief. Finally, Xiaohua smiled and said, and you did not disappoint this Xiao. There's a saying in Buddhism that one can become a Buddha by letting go of the butcher's knife. Fairy is that fearless Buddha, a Buddha that has cut off the evil in your heart, a Buddha that has cut off everything from your past. I believe that with today's kindness and resolution, as well as the comprehension in the Maze Array, Fairy's future will be immeasurable. This concubine understands. Fairy Xiang Feng stopped crying and said with a choked voice, many thanks Daoist for your explanation. Even though this concubine cannot let go of the hatred in my heart, this concubine will try to think of Daoist's kindness in the future and treat people with kindness. Good, if Fairy understands, this Xiao will let you go. Xiaohua nodded, but, if you let go of the venomous dragon tooth, this Xiao will take it away to prevent any more evil thoughts in your heart. And this concubine understands. Fairy Xiang Feng let go of the venomous dragon tooth, and Xiao Hua also retracted his Buddha sense. As soon as Xiao Hua retracted his Buddha sense, Fairy Xiang Feng immediately collapsed to the ground. Her state of mind changed so drastically in such a short period of time, it was really hard for her to accept. Without arcane energy, she was no different from an ordinary female cultivator. Kacha. At this time, a crisp cracking sound came from the distance, and cracks filled the sky in an instant. It was Xiao Hua who had used the space to condense the vortex, and used the space's divine sense to break the space's restriction. Following the space's rupture, divine sense attacks that were 100 times more powerful than the soul stab swept across the sky, as if the space was struggling on its deathbed. Ah! How could Fairy Xiang Feng withstand these divine sense attacks? She screamed and fainted on the ground. On the other hand, layers of golden light appeared outside Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace as the innate divine restriction blocked the attacks. Wang. The moment the space cracked, Xiao Hua sensed the heaven and earth yuan qi. He quickly slapped his hand and summoned the Kunlun mirror. While keeping Fairy Xiang Feng into the Kunlun ruins, he also kept the venomous dragon tooth into his spatial dimension. Sigh, poor Fairy Xiang Feng. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and sighed in his heart. Just as he said, if Fairy Xiang Feng was like Fairy Su Ming and attacked without any care, Xiao Hua would not hold back either. However, with Fairy Xiang Feng's probing and Xiao Hua's vigilance, Xiao Hua gradually recalled the words about Fairy Xiang Feng's background. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. At the same time, a hateful person would also have a pitiful side. Ordinary people with a compassionate heart would sigh at Fairy Xiang Feng's background, not to mention Xiao Hua, a cultivator with a compassionate heart of a Buddhist sect. Along the way, Xiao Hua was both on guard and enlightening her. Now, it seemed that it was still very effective. Fairy Xiang Feng was able to rein in the horse at the last moment. It could not be said that she had thrown away her burden, but at least, she was not ruthlessly destroyed by Xiao Hua. After this lesson, this poor person might have an epiphany. With the gains from the Misty Mountain Maze formation, her cultivation level will also improve. Her life will be exciting again. At this moment, the space within the maze formation collapsed and the surroundings were in chaos. The omnipresent waves were more powerful than a forest of blades and spears, wreaking havoc in the entire space. The target of these waves was the Naiwen Palace. If it were not for the innate divine restriction outside Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace, he would have been rolling on the ground in pain. If it were a serious injury, his Naiwen Palace would have been torn apart by the waves. This Xiao is really lucky. Xiao Hua could sense that the innate divine restriction in his Naiwen Palace was flashing with golden light. Layers upon layers of divine miracles that seemed to be in a deep slumber began to awaken. One after another, ordinary or strange star charts appeared above his Naiwen Palace, revealing their majesty amidst the golden light. Xiao Hua could not help but sigh, I wonder where this innate divine restriction came from. It has saved this Xiao's lifetime and time again. Hornwood dragon, fighting wood vermin, Kuei wood wolf, these are the real innate divine restrictions. How can those sinners of Star Lord Palace represent them? That's right, other than the rabbit in the capital sky star formation and the rooster in the plentiful sun devil devouring immortal formation, there were even more lightning dragons, tigers and leopards appearing in the golden light. The original names of these innate divine restrictions did not matter. No one knew if they existed or not. Since the Immortal Palace or the Daoist sect gave these rather interesting names based on the appearance of these innate divine restrictions, they would be called these names. If the Immortal Palace could use them, so could the Daoist sect. With the activation of the innate divine restriction, traces of obscure waves rushed into Xiao Hua's space. They either landed on the green-robed Xiao Hua's body or in the starry sky of the Tao of Heaven Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua understood that this was the comprehension of the innate divine restriction. If his 10 avatars could comprehend all of these divine restrictions, his cultivation would definitely improve beyond his wildest dreams. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's avatar rushed into the space. He ignored the green-robed Xiaohua and landed in the starry sky. He cupped his hands and said, "Dao friend Dao of heaven Dao, I greet you." There was no sound or movement in the starry sky. However, Xiaohua knew that Dao of heaven Dao had heard him. He continued, "I know that this innate divine restriction is very abstruse. Ordinary cultivators can't comprehend it. Even if it's the green-robed Dao friend, his main body wouldn't allow him to comprehend the abstruse of the divine restriction. Only Dao friend Dao of heaven Dao, whose main body is the abstruse of the Dao of heaven, is able to comprehend this innate divine restriction naturally. Furthermore, you won't suffer any backlash from the divine restriction. You will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, on behalf of the other Dao friends, I earnestly request Dao friend to comprehend these innate divine restrictions." The entire starry sky suddenly stopped. It was very strange. However, in just a moment, the waves coming from the Naiwan Palace seemed to be grabbed by a big hand and didn't go anywhere else. They were all thrown into the starry sky. It was like a stone thrown into the water. In an instant, the entire starry sky became alive again. At the same time, waves of comprehension rushed towards Xiaohua like a mountain flood and a tsunami. Xiaohua hurriedly cut off these comprehensions. He smiled bitterly and said, "Dao friend Dao of heaven Dao, I'll leave these comprehensions with you first. When I have the time, I'll slowly absorb them. Although you and I have the same comprehension, this huge amount of comprehension is enough to make I explode." Following Xiaohua's voice, the huge amount of waves instantly disappeared and turned into a trickle. "Many thanks, Dao friend." Xiaohua cupped his hands and came out of the space. However, just as Xiaohua's consciousness came out, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because when Xiaohua entered this spiritual sense space, he was inside the passage of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Although this passage was tall and spacious, it was still limited. If the spiritual sense space collapsed, the passage would inevitably be revealed. Now, the spiritual sense attack in the entire space had already disappeared. The feeling of light had already weakened. The passage from before still hadn't revealed itself. In particular, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense. Although his Buddhist sense couldn't be compared to his spiritual sense, it still couldn't find the end of the space. Chapter 3749. This is. Xiaohua, who had already grasped the pearl of wisdom, began to wonder. He couldn't imagine what kind of difficulties there would be after the test of the divine sense space. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense to explore his surroundings, suddenly, from the four corners of the space, 4 pillars of Aoran Qi soared into the sky and wrapped around Xiaohua. The 4 pillars of boundless Qi fell from the sky and condensed into 4 strange shapes. They looked like beasts, but also like something else. They couldn't be identified. Once these 4 boundless Qi forms were formed, a kind of aura that could suppress everything was emitted from them. It quickly filled the entire space. What was special was that these 4 similar auras were mixed together like water and milk. They surged and rushed towards Xiaohua. Not only that, when the auras sealed the space, thousands of inscriptions gushed out from the 4 Aoran Qi forms, condensing into sentences and articles one by one, and finally forming a book that covered the entire space. How can this be? Is it possible that they want to test the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator now? Xiaohua was completely puzzled, somewhat at a loss. Who? Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes widened, and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. He switched his Buddhist sense to soul sense and looked below one of the Aoran Qi forms. Following Xiaohua's stern shout, a Confucian cultivator wearing a brocade robe came out from the Aoran Qi pillars, but this Confucian cultivator was in a very sorry state. Not only was his hair abnormally messy, but his brocade robe was also torn to pieces. At this time, the Confucian cultivator was holding a square-shaped imperial tool in his hand. Clouds lingered inside, and wisps of Aoran Qi formed from the void and fell on it. As soon as the Confucian cultivator stepped into the air, he immediately looked at Xiaohua in surprise. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly, and he asked curiously, "Huh? Your divine sense hasn't been exhausted yet? How did you find this old man?" Xiaohua didn't answer the Confucian cultivator's question. He looked at the imperial tool in the Confucian cultivator's hand, then narrowed his eyes and looked at the Aoran chi that had already merged together in the air. At this time, how could he not know that this was the Confucian cultivator's origin array? How could he not know that he had fallen into the Confucian cultivator's trap? However, he was very puzzled. Where did this Confucian cultivator come from? How did this Confucian cultivator follow him? How did this Confucian cultivator avoid the spiritual force storm in the spiritual force dimension? Moreover, how did this Confucian cultivator set up such an origin formation in such a short period of time? "Sir, as long as you tell me who you are and why you set up this defensive formation, I will tell you how I discovered you," Xiaohua coldly replied. "Defensive array? Huh, you really are a half-baked Confucian cultivator." The Confucian cultivator laughed and said, "Our Confucian cultivator's array formation is called the origin array. How can it be called the imperial array? The so-called primordial array is also called defensive array is nothing but nonsense. This Zhao's lack of skill is my own problem. I don't need others to lecture me." Xiaohua stared at the Confucian cultivator and asked, "I heard that Confucian cultivators are most particular about not changing their names. May I know what your name is?" "Hee, you are indeed sharp-tongued. It is no wonder that Duanmu Qing lost to you." The Confucian cultivator chuckled and said without hiding anything. Hearing this Confucian cultivator mention Duanmu Qing, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He looked at the Confucian cultivator's thick eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "So you are from the Duanmu family?" "That's right. This old man is Duanmu Xianxia." The Confucian cultivator ignored Xiaohua's gaze and calmly replied. Seeing this, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Although this Xiao is very respectful to Confucian cultivator families, the Duanmu family has really disappointed this Xiao. The reason for this Xiao's enmity with Duanmu Qing is very simple. For this small matter, your Duanmu family first lent a scroll to help the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar Nation. Now, you even sent your excellency to kill this Xiao from afar. Is this the action of a proper Confucian cultivator family? Moreover, this Xiao remembers that Duanmu Qing is only a scholar. In order to deal with this Xiao, the Duanmu family actually sent out a great grandmaster. Don't you think this is shameful?" Duanmu Liangxing smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to tidy up the scattered hair on his head. He said, "Fortunately, this old man came. If it was someone else, wouldn't it be like throwing a meat bun to a dog?" As he spoke, Duanmu Liangxing raised his eyes and looked to the left and said, "To be honest, this clan order should not have been accepted by this old man. However, this old man just happened to want to avoid trifling matters within the clan. Therefore, I took the initiative to go to Black Wind Ridge to find you." But what this old man did not expect was that Black Wind Ridge actually had another scenery. With this old man's cultivation, I could not easily enter the formation. This old man already had a premonition in his heart that you were going to give this old man a surprise. When this old man knew that you were going to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering, this old man purposely waited for you along the way. Although this old man did not manage to wait for you, this old man heard of Daoist Master Zhao's great name from the mouths of some nascent soul cultivators. At that time, this old man could not help but have a whole new level of respect for you. How could you be the little Confucian cultivator that Duanmu Qing spoke of who only had the strength of a second or third grade essence force? You could even assassinate the state teacher of the Bronze Pillar State and even participate in the Yaotai gathering. If you did not have the strength of a fourth grade essence force, this old man's name, Duanmu, would be erased from this old man's name. Moreover, looking at this spiritual sense space, damn it, even this old man's spiritual sense has been messed up. If this old man did not have an imperial equipment passed down from my ancestors, this old man is afraid that before this old man could even see you, I would have been buried here, right? Since that is the case, how confident do you think you are?" Xiaohua looked at this opponent whose strength was second only to Kong Hongwu and asked indifferently. 90%. Duanmu Liangxing said with great confidence. "Oh." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You are very conceited. Of course. Duanmu Liangxing said with a smile, you only have the strength of a 4th grade essence force, while this old man has the strength of a 5th grade intermediate essence force. How can you be this old man's opponent? Moreover, if there is no accident, this spiritual sense space should have been broken by you, right? This old man does not think that. You still have much spiritual sense in your Naiwan palace. Lastly, since you are proficient in the array formation of the passageway, you must have seen that you and I are currently inside an essence formation. This essence formation was set up by this old man at the risk of exhausting my spiritual sense. With this essence formation, this old man can replenish the true chi and spiritual sense that I had previously exhausted. If this old man did not have a kind of warning sign, would definitely say that I am 100% confident. You have calculated very well. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, however, if you use this scheme to bully the weak, even this Xiao would feel ashamed. Duanmu Liangxing smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, you are wrong. Today, this old man only needs to kill you here. Who would know that this old man came here? Who would know that my Duanmu family had once made a move against you? You have said so much, could it be that you want to wait for this old man to show mercy? Could it be that you want to wait for other cultivators? No, this Xiao only wants to confirm whether or not you deserve to be killed. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said coldly as he looked at Duanmu Liangxing. Ha, ha ha ha, Xiaohua, you are really too arrogant. Duanmu Liangxing laughed, and at this moment, Xiaohua's whole body suddenly produced a strange fluctuation. His whole body was like a breeze blowing, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Duanmu Liangxing's side. He raised his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. Boom! It smashed down with a bang. Puff puff puff. Just as the wishful steel staff fell, dozens of great spirit chi were born in midair. Although the wishful steel staff was like a hot knife through butter, when the wishful steel staff fell on Duanmu Liangxing's body, his figure had already turned into an afterimage, and Duanmu Liangxing's figure had already appeared in another place. Spirit refining. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. Duanmu Liangxing proudly said, yes, this old man has already killed a spirit-refining great master. Xiaohua, you are not this old man's opponent, so obediently surrender. This old man will not take your life, and will only capture you back to the clan. As far as this old man knows, the clan may not punish you too severely. This Xiaohua has seen many sanctimonious hypocrites. If this Xiaohua falls into the hands of you Confucian cultivators, you will not say such things again. Xiaohua said coldly. He knew that the news of his great strength must have been reported to the Duanmu family by Duanmu Qing, and this Duanmu Liangxing must have been prepared. In this elemental formation, Duanmu Liangxing almost had the ability to teleport, and Xiaohua could not do anything with the wishful steel staff alone. Just as Xiaohua raised his hand and was about to take out the seal of overturning the sea or the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and came up with a plan in his heart. He waved his hand and a golden light flashed out, striking towards Duanmu Liangxing's neck. At the same time, Xiaohua slapped his forehead with his hand. Rumble. Numerous pillars of righteous qi that were much thicker than the usual pillars of righteous qi came out from the origin formation. What was special was that there were 4 pillars of righteous qi that were as thick as a thumb that rushed out from the 4 monstrous righteous qi and landed on Xiaohua's body along with the other righteous qi pillars. Weng weng. 2 deafening sword cries were produced from Xiaohua's body, and 2 green and red sword lights flew out, flying towards Duanmu Liangxing's chest. Ah! Xiaohua's soaring dragon shears was extremely fast. Once it was swung out, it immediately landed a few feet away from Duanmu Liangxing. Duanmu Liangxing cried out in alarm, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He almost did not even have the chance to activate the elemental formation. Duanmu Liangxing was still afraid, and raised his hand. A green and bewitching light was produced from his fingers, and a verdant flying sword flashed with a dazzling brilliance and appeared in midair. At the same time, the flying sword in Xiaohua's mouth had turned into a rainbow and once again rushed towards Duanmu Liangxing's chest. True Qi. Sword Qi. Duanmu Liangxing was stunned. You how do you also have Confucian true qi? However, Duanmu Liangsheng was only stunned for a moment. He waved the long sword in his hand, and like a peacock spreading its tail, a fan-shaped sword light immediately appeared in midair. Each sword light was composed of tens of thousands of sword splendors, and each sword splendor had crazily rotating inscriptions. Xiaohua's flying sword fell on this sword light, and with a loud boom-boom, a series of qi waves rose up, and one by one, the inscriptions were torn apart. The entire sword light was broken by more than half, but the two flying swords' sword power was still blocked. Chapter 3750. Duanmu Liangsheng looked at Xiaohua's flying swords in disbelief. He really did not expect that Xiaohua, a half-baked Confucian cultivator, would have such strength. Furthermore, Xiaohua's flying swords were so powerful. However, Duanmu Liangsheng was still in shock. He saw the brilliance of the two flying swords converge, and then the awe-inspiring qi within 100 feet seemed to be boiling and surging toward the green sword light. Buzz buzz buzz. The violent sword hum once again resounded through the sky. A green flying sword of several hundred feet in size appeared out of thin air. As Xiaohua's hands formed a sword seal, it carried a seemingly endless power as it slashed toward Duanmu Liangsheng. Under the sword light, an area of several hundred feet was shrouded. An indescribable feeling of palpitations rose from the bottom of Duanmu Liangsheng's heart, causing him to involuntarily stagnate. It was also during this stagnation that the huge sword light landed on the sword brilliance that had yet to be completely destroyed. The seemingly sharp sword brilliance was torn apart with a slash sound, and on Duanmu Liangsheng's forehead, a rarely seen layer of goosebumps appeared. The reason why Duanmu Liangsheng laid down the primary formation was not only because of the excessive consumption of his divine sense, but also because he had used some secret techniques when contending with the divine sense space. He had no choice but to rely on the awe-inspiring qi of the primary formation. In particular, in his plan, within this primary formation, he could rely on his divine sense to transform into nothingness, as well as the means of a Confucian cultivator to move around everywhere. Even when facing Xiaohua, who was at the upper fourth level of divine sense, he would still be in an invincible position. However, he did not expect that Xiaohua actually had the strength to transform into a sword and could also use the awe-inspiring qi of the primary formation. Therefore, when faced with the sword light that carried the power of the primary formation, the first thing he thought of was to dodge. Duanmu Liangsheng's figure swayed and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, the green sword light trembled slightly. The space of several hundred feet flashed with fine sword light at the same time. The sword light emitted a piercing sword qi. Although the sword qi and sword light could not be seen by Duanmu Liangsheng, there were so many sword lights that it actually produced a kind of confinement force, dragging his body down. As the sword qi permeated the awe-inspiring qi, the confinement force became stronger and stronger. Damn it. Duanmu Liangsheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is the primary formation that I set up. I'm the one in charge of the primary formation. Why does it feel like I'm a pigeon in a magpie's nest? Boom. Duanmu Liangsheng waved his sleeves and a vast wave of energy surged out from his body. It surged towards the green sword qi and sword beam. However, at this moment, Keng. Another sword hum was heard. After the green sword beam, another red sword beam soared into the sky. It was much sharper and more imposing than the green sword beam from before. It came crashing down on Duanmu Liangsheng. When Duanmu Liangsheng saw the power of these two swords, he was even more surprised. It was far more shocking than when he discovered Xiaohua's true strength. However, at the same time, he also wanted to test Xiaohua's strength. He no longer urged the vast wave of energy. Instead, with a wave of his right hand, his right arm suddenly grew longer and thicker. The green flying sword from before once again appeared. As Duanmu Liangsheng urged his genuine qi and waved it out, shua. A startling rainbow flew up even more gracefully than Xiaohua's flying sword. Not only did it cut Xiaohua's sword qi into two, it also ruthlessly slashed at the two flying swords. Keng keng. Seeing his own flying sword's imposing aura, Duanmu Liangxing narrowed his eyes and used the eye-clearing technique to look at Xiaohua. To Duanmu Liangxing's surprise, Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth again and his two hands formed a sword seal. Another two sword beams flew out from his mouth. One of the sword beams was golden and extremely dazzling. The other was a faint green chi and its true luster could not be seen clearly. Once these two sword beams came out, an equally powerful sword aura was generated. They turned into two giant swords and pounced on Duanmu Liangxing. Before the two flying swords even landed, the green and red flying sword from before chimed in with a sword hum. The sword chi that had been suppressed by the bamboo sword beams suddenly surged. Duanmu Liangxing raised his eyebrows and was secretly surprised. This Xiaohua, could it be that he obtained the lost sword technique of legalism? Otherwise, how could he display such an authentic Confucian sword technique? Go! Duanmu Liangxing was shocked. He activated 20% of his vital qi on the flying sword in his hand. The bamboo sword beam expanded and blocked the aura of the four flying swords. Seeing that the four flying swords were about to collide with Duanmu Liangxing's flying swords, Duanmu Liangxing opened his mouth and activated the primary formation with his left hand. Keng keng. Duanmu Liangxing heard two familiar sword hum. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he looked up again. To his surprise, Xiaohua's sword force this time was even more ferocious than the previous two times. Before he could even see the sword light, a monstrous sword force had already rushed toward him. Especially when two streaks of misty green sword light appeared. 6 flying swords, 6 streaks of sword chi had already merged into one. Although the green-red sword light in front had already struck Duanmu Liangxing's flying sword, the other 4 flying swords behind seemed to have reached him first. They struck at lightning speed at the same time. Ah! Duanmu Liangxing could not help but exclaim. His body expanded rapidly and wisps of sword chi leaked out. It was as if thousands of tiny flying swords were rushing out of the air. Some pierced into the void, some pierced into Duanmu Liangxing's Confucian robes, and some pierced into the billowing chi waves, keng keng. Just as Duanmu Liangxing was forced to activate his vital chi to block Xiaohua's 6 flying swords, the sword intent of the bamboo flying swords decreased. Duanmu Liangxing heard 2 sword hum in his ears. How is this possible? Duanmu Liangxing was dumbfounded. Duanmu Qing, did you make a mistake? How can this Xiaohua be a Dao cultivator? He must be a disciple of the declining legalism, right? This is 8 swords in one breath. Other than legalism disciples, no one else can do this without legalism's secret technique. Furthermore, this Xiaohua's first 3 flying swords were completely condensed from vital qi. Although the remaining 6 flying swords were not condensed, they no longer had a sword form. Isn't this the legalism's sword intent? Xiaohua's 6 huge swords were destroyed by Duanmu Liangxing's flying swords. However, only the sword beams and sword intent were destroyed. The condensed sword chi was only sent flying. When Xiaohua's last 2 swords were unleashed, the 6 flying swords that were forced back by Duanmu Liangxing surged with sword intent. 8 sword beams rushed toward Duanmu Liangxing like a sun. Duanmu Liangxing was astonished and felt that he was unstoppable. Duanmu Liangxing did not have time to activate his flying swords. He hastily slapped his forehead. Buzz! 3-colored vital qi spewed out. When the vital qi landed in the air, it immediately merged with the vital qi of the primary array. Then, Duanmu Liangxing's sub-body rapidly formed. The moment the sub-body appeared, it immediately clenched its fist. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the vital qi suddenly surged. The huge fist smashed toward the 8 sword beams. The fist's momentum was like thunder, causing the entire primary array to rumble. Clang, clang. Just as Duanmu Liangxing's sub-body was about to win, 2 more sword hums sounded. Duanmu Liangxing's body trembled. His condensed sub-body almost collapsed. Duanmu Liangxing could not help but groan in his heart. This Xiaohua, How many flying swords does he have? No, the sword hums are not right. Ouch! He has turned into a sword. Of course, the two sword hums were not the same as the previous one. The first hums were soft, but it was a breath of sword chi that flew out from Xiao Hua's body like a meteor. The second sword hums had the intention of 10,000 swords worshipping their ancestor. It resonated with the first sword hums. Immediately after, within the space of several dozen feet to the left of Xiao Hua, the noble spirit was swept away. Xiao Hua's own body emitted a sword aura. That sword aura was mixed with a soaring sword will and unyielding sword aura. It transformed into a sharp flying sword that charged towards the fist of the second body. Moreover, as Xiao Hua transformed into a sword, the 9 flying swords from before seemed to have transformed into a single flying sword. The strength of that flying sword was more than twice as strong as before. What a genius! Duanmu Liangsheng groaned. He could not help but admire this genius. Xiao Hua's cultivation is only at the upper 4th grade of essence force. To think that he has such attainments in the way of the sword. This is the first time this old man has seen someone like him. Although he is a disciple of the legalism sect and even has the cultivation of Taoism, he was captured by this old man just because of that small matter with Duan Muqing. Who knows what kind of trouble he will cause? Shouldn't this old man make a decision? However, before Duanmu Liangsheng could make a decision, Xiao Hua's transformed flying sword was already close to him. Good. Seeing such power, Duanmu Liangsheng's heroic spirit was ignited. He had long forgotten about Xiao Hua's astonishing divine strength. He shouted, "This old man wants to see what cultivation you have. If you can withstand 3 punches from this old man will make the decision to let you go." Hearing Duanmu Liangsheng's words, Xiao Hua, who had already transformed into a sword, frowned. The killing intent in his heart gradually dissipated. He thought to himself, "Oh. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Why does this Duanmu Liangsheng's words sound more and more like the words of a human? Completely different from Duan Muqing? Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that this person is extremely scheming and wants to tempt me with his words. However, even so, I cannot rashly kill him at this moment. Not to mention the huge price I have to pay to kill him. If I kill him, won't the Duanmu family know about my strength? If I kill him, they will send over cultivators even more powerful than Duanmu Liangsheng. Since that is the case, why don't I keep Duanmu Liangsheng alive and use him as a cover for myself? Yes, I will do that. I will use this to trick the Duanmu family." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's sword did not stop moving. He coldly said, "What a big talk. Eat my sword first." Seeing that Xiao Hua's sword was unparalleled, Duanmu Liangsheng's body waved his hands. His arms surged with a jade green color. His fists also flashed with a jade green sword light. Even the upper body of his body had turned into jade green. Chapter 3751. Boom. The 9 stars soaring sun flying sword pierced right in front of Duanmu Liangsheng. A violent sword chi rushed into his body. Duanmu Liangsheng's eyes were filled with a kind of fanaticism. His entire body shook violently like a roly-poly toy. Immediately after, there was a loud roar. Xiao Hua's sword body fell, woo. Duanmu Liangsheng's huge body fell several dozen feet. At the same time, Duanmu Liangsheng let out an angry roar, break. His sword-like arms blossomed with an extremely resplendent light. Duanmu Liangsheng had actually used 70% of his chi to strike Xiao Hua's sword. Hiss. Although Duanmu Liangsheng's body was trembling and had fallen several hundred feet, he was still standing majestically. When he looked at Xiao Hua's sword form, he was sent flying with a loud bang. However, Xiao Hua's body was still in the form of a flying sword without any changes. Seeing this, Duanmu Liangsheng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, just at this time, Xiao Hua's figure that was sent flying by the sword suddenly flashed with the color of lightning. Rumble. Several thunderbolts were produced from the sword. Immediately after, the 9 stars soaring sun flying swords were also attracted by these thunderbolts. One after the other, one after the other, one after the other. By the time Duanwu Yangxing noticed, Xiaohua's sword body and the 9 flying swords had already turned into a shadow in the sky. Oh, not good. Seeing Xiaohua escape from his sight in an instant, Duanwu Yangxing was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, this little guy actually wanted to escape from the beginning. It turns out that he did not intend to fight with this old man. Duanwu Yangxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly waved his body and several streams of Aoran Qi rushed into the void like pearls. The moment the Aoran Qi disappeared, the entire primary array shook violently. The 4 strange Aoran Qi figures at the 4 corners of the primary array let out a series of chanting sounds. One after another, Aoran Qi pillars rushed out from the figures and shot towards the place where Xiaohua had disappeared to. Looking at Xiaohua again, he turned into a sword and pierced into a corner of the origin formation with the sharpness of the 9 stars transit of the sun. However, the space was extremely distorted and countless inscriptions overflowed from the distorted space, flashing crazily. There was even a Haoran Qi pillar that landed on the distorted space, trying to repair the torn gap. Open. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His entire figure slightly separated from the sword and immediately took out the Kunlun mirror. Where his transcendence energy was activated, a beam of light rushed to the place where the space was torn apart. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The entire primordial formation was torn apart by a crack of several feet. Go! Xiaohua didn't stop at all. His transformed sword once again activated the lightning escape. Together with his flying sword, he pierced through the gap and disappeared. Boom! The moment Xiaohua disappeared, a big hand reached out in a flash. Unfortunately, it only caught a few streaks of lightning in the hand and did not even touch the flying sword body. Damn it! Duanwu Yangxing's sub-body had teleported to the crack. He looked at the spot where Xiaohua had disappeared and the crack was rapidly shrinking. He could not help but curse. The huge sub-body opened its mouth and a tricolored brilliance landed on the 4 objects. Boom! The entire space was shaking. The pillar of great Qi, along with some colorful clouds, quickly fell into the objects. The primary formation was retracted and the true appearance of the maze was revealed. This was a rather large space. There were many waves of dermic power in the surroundings. Under the waves of dermic power, there were many forks in the space. In one of the forks, there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Damn it, you dare to play this trick with me. Fine, I'll play with you. I don't believe that I can't capture you. Duanwu Yangxing was flustered and exasperated. In his heart, on one hand, Xiaohua might be a junior. He wanted to give him face and let Xiaohua go, but Xiaohua did not appreciate it and escaped when he was caught off guard. On the other hand, Xiaohua was only a 4th grade elemental energy cultivator while he was a 5th grade elemental energy cultivator. He had already lost face by dealing with Xiaohua. Now that he let Xiaohua escape, he really did not know how to explain it. Perhaps Duanwu Yangxing's current mood was turning into anger out of humiliation. However, Duanwu Yangxing did not expect that the real ending was not what he had imagined. It was his words just now, those words that came from the bottom of his heart, that really saved his life. Not only did Duanwu Yangxing's pressure not redeem his face, but it also pushed him into the abyss of death. Xiaohua's thunder escape was indeed fast, but the sound it made was also loud. Although there were many forks in the maze, Duanwu Yangxing could easily chase after Xiaohua. Moreover, because there were so many forks, the speed of the thunder escape was gradually limited. When Xiaohua realized that he had changed to the wind escape, this wind escape was obviously not as fast as the thunder escape. Moreover, Duanwu Yangxing was also proficient in flying. Although he was unable to catch up with Xiaohua, he was still unable to shake him off. After flying for an hour, Duanwu Yangxing suddenly realized that Xiaohua had lost his way. Xiaohua had already flown through the same forks more than once. The characteristics of these forks were very obvious. Duanwu Yangxing only needed to take a glance to distinguish them. Moreover, Xiaohua had actually rushed through them several times. Seeing this, Duanmu Liangsheng's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. He secretly laid down an origin formation at the side of several forks where Xiaohua would easily appear. Although he could only lay down a part of them each time, he could not stop Xiaohua from flying so many times. Duanmu Liangsheng was so successful that even he himself did not dare to believe it. However, when he saw Xiaohua once again rush through a simple origin formation that he had laid down, Duanmu Liangsheng opened his mouth and a mouthful of true energy fell into the void. Boom! A layer of clouds similar to the twilight emerged from the forks. Waves of awe-inspiring qi mixed with inscriptions blocked Xiaohua's path. Why is there an origin formation in the cloudy mountain maze? When Xiaohua saw the origin formation appear, he was first shocked. When he realized that the awe-inspiring qi in the void came from behind him, he was even more shocked. This old thing, how could he lay down an origin formation in front of me? Just as this thought appeared, Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror appeared again. Boom! Wherever the Kunlun mirror's light beam passed, layers of inscriptions melted. The origin formation that Duanmu Liangsheng had painstakingly laid down earlier was unable to stop Xiaohua. Now, how could a simple defensive formation that was hastily laid down be a match for the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua's figure rushed through the origin formation. His eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fire talismans immediately flew to the surroundings of the secret passage. Then, Xiaohua laid down another restriction in the secret passage and rushed into the distance again. This little guy's cultivation is ordinary, but his ability to escape is extraordinary. Seeing this broken origin formation, although Duanmu Liangsheng didn't think that a simple origin formation would be able to trap Xiaohua, he merely wanted to use the origin formation to delay for a while. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. However, he didn't remove the origin formation because he knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Xiaohua would return to this place soon. Unfortunately, just as he rushed through the origin formation, he felt an obscure transcendence energy appear. Duanmu Liangsheng was slightly startled. He knew that he had touched some kind of restriction. He hurriedly urged his figure to retreat. Rumble. Xiaohua's most adept fire talisman star formation had already rushed towards Duanmu Liangsheng. Duanmu Liangsheng waved his hand, and a tsunami-like awe-inspiring qi immediately wrapped around these exploding fire talismans. However, not only was this exploding energy powerful, it was also tricky. It was almost all-pervasive. As long as Duanmu Liangsheng's defense was the slightest bit weak, that energy would immediately drill into it. In particular, this secret passage had the restriction of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. When that wave of qi rushed into the restriction still had the power to counterattack. It was as if Duanmu Liangsheng had touched the restriction of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. For a moment, Duanmu Liangsheng was in a very sorry state. Even his Confucian attire was somewhat tattered. When he flew out from the smoke with his face covered in dust, Xiaohua had already fled far away. Xiaohua! Duanmu Liangsheng let out a long shout. The clouds under his feet actually gave birth to sword light. If this old man doesn't capture you today, this old man's surname isn't Duanmu. Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua hear him? Just as Xiaohua heard the faint sound of an explosion, a bright light flashed in his mind. He instantly understood how Duanmu Liangsheng had laid down the origin formation. Seeing that another fork in the road had appeared, he was just about to rush into one of them. Then, he immediately stopped, picked the one at the edge, and flew in. Furthermore, in order to create a diversion, Xiaohua had even specially used the Devil Realm's concealment technique. It's just that Xiaohua's hundreds of plans, after he had flown for the time it took to eat a meal, his figure had just turned out from a secret passage, and before he could recognize the other forks, he saw layer after layer of inscriptions covering the sky and covering the earth like grasshoppers, all of a sudden enveloping Xiaohua within. As Xiaohua's figure was blocked, layers of vast qi waves rushed out from the rock walls, drowning Xiaohua. A kind of vast power tightly shackled Xiaohua. Duanmu Liangsheng. Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly, "This Xiao only feels that you are a straightforward person, different from Duanwu Qing's narrow-mindedness. This is why this Xiao doesn't want to meet you in a life and death battle. Since you are forcing me step by step, this Xiao will make you fearful at every step. Today, you will die here. As he spoke, the top of Xiao Hua's head spouted out a tricolored cloud. An abundant power pushed away the vast qi that was binding Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's figure flashed with a dark golden brilliance, and his transcendence golden body was displayed. Woo! Just as Xiao Hua's tricolored true qi rushed out, the entire origin formation emitted a strange sound. All the noble qi crazily trembled, and along with the trembling, a very small wind sound was born. Soon after, layers upon layers of noble qi began to rotate, and a huge rotating passage was born in front of Xiao Hua. This passage was perfectly straight, and it seemed to lead to the inside of the rock walls. It also seemed to be the end of the secret passage. No, this isn't Duanwu Old Ghost's origin formation. Doubts arose in Xiao Hua's heart, but he didn't have time to think too much. The revolving passage had a force that he couldn't resist pushing him forward. Moreover, in the distance, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. Chapter 3752. Xiao Hua wanted to activate the lightning escape technique, but unfortunately, he couldn't activate the magic power in his meridians. His nascent soul was also imprisoned in his lower dantian. Only the true qi in his middle dantian was abnormally lively. This is really an origin array. Xiao Hua understood. However, this wasn't set up by Duanwu Yangsheng. It should be the origin array set up by Senior Tsang Lungzi. Thinking that this was an origin array set up by Tsang Lungzi and the bone tempering technique he obtained from the stone wall, Xiao Hua couldn't help but look forward to the familiar feeling in the distance. In his heart, he secretly pondered what this familiar feeling was. Xiao Hua thought of many possibilities, but when he arrived at this misty space and saw countless dark green clouds condensed into mountains, trees, beasts, and city walls, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the middle of the clouds, he saw a turtle shell that looked like the noon sun embedded in it. The turtle shell emitted a dark green color, and a vigorous aura filled the entire space. All the creatures condensed from clouds and mist seemed to be worshipping this brilliance. Turtle shell? Heaven's heart? Xiao Hua groaned and couldn't help but open his mouth. This turtle shell was actually hidden here. Looking at the brilliance in clouds, there must be a heaven's heart inside. Senior Tsang Lungzi's divine ability is so great, he actually hid the heaven's heart of a Confucian cultivator in this misty mountain maze formation. No wonder Confucian cultivators couldn't find the heaven's heart in the hidden immortal continent. Even Xian, a disciple of a Confucian family, only had half a heaven's heart. No wonder the misty mountain maze formation's protection is so tight. If it wasn't for this maze formation, how could it protect the heaven's heart for thousands of years? If I didn't first activate the true qi in my chest and conceal the heaven's heart's aura, I'm afraid this origin array might not have brought me here. With a thought, Xiao Hua slapped the top of his head, and the tricolored heart of heaven rushed out of his dantian along with his Jin qi. The tricolored brilliance fell on the spatial clouds, and with the dark green color, it actually became a multicolored brilliance. Even though the Wanxiang in this space was condensed from clouds, it looked extremely similar to an ordinary object. When he looked at the tricolor heaven's heart again, it was attracted by the aura of the tortoise shell. It turned into a stream and landed near the tortoise shell, surrounding it. Fellow Daoist. Quickly let me out. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua's voice trembled slightly, and he said anxiously, I seem to have understood a little. That's right, this really is the essence of Confucian cultivation. Xiao Hua was also overjoyed. He hurriedly patted his chest with his hand. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua charged into the space with his sword light. His tricolored body immediately produced a powerful suction force. Winds swirled and clouds surged. The objects formed by the surrounding clouds were all shattered and then rushed into Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body. Swish swish swish. There was a soft sound like falling leaves. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body couldn't help but swell. When Xiao Hua grew to 100 meters tall, he opened his mouth and a stream of qi fell on the tortoise shell and the tricolor heaven's heart. 4 rays of light rushed into them. The light around Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body flashed rapidly. His body slowly shrank until it was the same size as Xiaohua. If it weren't for some differences in skin that were difficult to distinguish, this Confucian cultivator Xiaohua would be almost exactly the same as Xiaohua. Although Confucian cultivator Xiaohua shrank, he didn't open his eyes. The aura of the tortoise shell didn't disappear because it entered Xiaohua's body. Instead, because of the tricolor heaven's heart, this aura became even denser and gradually filled the entire space. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua very untimely chanted the name of Buddha, and his body slowly retreated to the side. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua replaced Xiaohua. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't have the appearance of standing out like before. He also didn't have the sword qi that could pierce the sky. All of the sword shapes had disappeared, and only a scholarly robe that seemed to be condensed from the pages of a book was on his body. Although there were still armor inscriptions flashing in his eyes, the inscriptions had a kind of upright and plain-spoken aura that was far stronger than that of an ordinary scholarly cultivator. A slender sword was casually hanging from Xiaohua's waist. There was a scabbard on the sword, and the scabbard was still in the shape of a scroll. Faintly, an incomparably sharp sword qi would seep out from the gaps between the scabbard. The 8 flying swords that formed Confucian cultivator Xiaohua had all condensed into one. The originally very obvious heart-shaped sword intent was now also hidden in Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body. The sharp edge was no longer suitable for the mediocre Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, and could no longer show the mature Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his hands, and his scholarly robe fluttered in the wind. The clouds and mist in the entire space seemed to spread through the entire space with Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's perception, and the clouds and mist in the entire space began to slowly change under Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's perception. At first, the transformation was extremely slow, as if it was stagnant. The entire space was deathly still. After an unknown period of time, perhaps a gust of wind blew, and a grass seed moved. This grass seed broke out of the ground and grew into a blade of grass. Then, thousands upon thousands of grass seeds moved, and thousands upon thousands of blades of grass grew out of the ground. A blade of grass, a tree, a mountain, a city, a chicken, a dog, a cow, a person, a speck of dust, a ray of light, a star, a world. There were more and more things in the entire space, and the changes became faster and faster. In the end, all things turned into flowing lights that flashed around Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. After an unknown amount of time, all the flowing lights suddenly stopped. Then, with a boom, a burst of silent rumbling sounds, and the entire space was fragmented and destroyed. All things turned into a rotating cloud and mist. This rotating cloud and mist drew a strange arc in the air and fell on top of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's head. Although Confucian cultivator Xiaohua still hadn't opened his eyes, the cloud and mist fell down and merged into Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body without any resistance. The cloud and mist was like the finishing touch. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body gradually emitted a multicolored light from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. When an indescribable liveliness and vitality appeared in Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eyes, a scroll slowly unfolded in a certain place in the space, and spread to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's feet. Congratulations, fellow immortal. Xiaohua flew to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's expression and cupped his hands with a smile. A solemn expression appeared on Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face. He returned the greeting and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." However, it seems that fellow immortal still hasn't completely grasped the true essence of Confucian cultivation. There are still many questions that you don't understand. Xiaohua's tone changed as he asked. Fellow immortal. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face vividly showed bitterness. This is the true essence of cultivation that countless Confucian cultivators diligently seek. You and I came from a Daoist sect. Now that we have the fortune of being able to peek into the mysteries of heaven, what are you still not satisfied with? Right now, you and I have 4 of the 5 heavenly hearts. When we find the last heavenly heart, you and I will be able to gather the 5 energies and truly understand the secret of Confucian cultivation. Even if we gather all 5 heavenly hearts, I fear that it will still be difficult to find the true secret. Xiaohua shook his head. If it was only the gathering of the 5 heavenly hearts, how could the 5 heavenly hearts fall apart? Wouldn't Confucian cultivators do everything possible to protect these 5 heavenly hearts? Who knows? Let's wait until we find the last heavenly heart. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at the scroll at his feet and said with a smile. We should leave this ancient maze as soon as possible. If Confucian cultivators find out that the heavenly heart is inside the misty mountain maze, I fear that the immortal palace will send immortal soldiers and immortal generals to tear this misty mountain maze apart from the inside out. All right, fellow immortal, please return to your position. Xiaohua patted the top of his head. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's figure turned into 3-colored true energy and disappeared inside. Immediately after, Xiaohua took the soaring dragon shears inside his Daoist robe and stepped on the scroll. His whole body followed the rotation of the scroll and flew forward. At this moment, Xiaohua was really looking forward to it. The 2 maze formations gave him endless benefits. He couldn't imagine what kind of treasures he would be able to obtain in Songlangzi's immortal cave. Moreover, he finally understood why Wuxia Xianxia and Zhang Daoran were willing to risk their lives to break into this great formation. Because the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This trip to Songlangzi's immortal cave was more rewarding than all of Xiaohua's adventures. However, Xiaohua, who had been blinded by happiness, still thought too simply. Of course, in this immortal cave of Senior Dujia, everything was a treasure for the cultivators of the Dao sect, and they were rarely seen. But in fact, how could things that were suitable for cultivation and use be so easy to obtain? For example, the few things that Xiaohua had obtained. The bone-tempering technique of the dragon clan, the turtle shell that hid the heavenly heart, the spiritual intelligence that was used to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, the escape technique of the 5 elements, and the pill concoction method. Which of these 4 things could be used by ordinary cultivators? Cultivating the bone-tempering technique of the dragon clan? Not to mention that human cultivators couldn't cultivate it. Even if they did, they would end up with their bones broken and their flesh torn apart. As for the turtle shell, even G-Man of Meng Mountain couldn't figure out its secrets. How could ordinary Confucian cultivators and Daoist cultivators find anything strange about it? Compared to the turtle shell, the spiritual intelligence was even rarer. If Xiaohua didn't have the opportunity to obtain Mo Yuntong from Xian Songzi, and if Xiaohua didn't have the memories of Huang Yi and the others, how could he have obtained them? If that was the case, it was all thanks to Songlangzi for collecting so many things, and even more thanks to Xiaohua, who was both a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist cultivator, that he was able to turn these useless things into treasures. In fact, when it came to the real Daoist cultivation technique, Songlangzi's understanding of cultivation, Xiaohua didn't even touch the edge of it. Suppressing his excited little heart, Xiaohua flew along with the scroll, and his figure slowly disappeared. However, when Xiaohua flew out from the stone wall and saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but cry out, Are you kidding me? Why did I return to the original immortal cave? That's right. Once again, what Xiaohua didn't expect was that although the stone wall he flew out from was not the previous one, the immortal cave he fell into was still the same one. The platform where Xiaohua took away the jade table was also empty. The jade wave that Xiaohua took away from the spiritual intelligence was also empty. The entire immortal cave was empty, just like when Xiaohua left. Chapter 3753. It looks like I've taken the wrong path again. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the cave and landed on the 4 different entrances. He didn't panic, as if it would be strange if he didn't go the wrong way. However, he thought to himself, if I want to find the real cave, I'm afraid I have to choose another entrance. After thinking for a bit, Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and sent Fairy Xiangfeng out. Fairy Xiangfeng's face still had a sad expression. She didn't look anywhere else but stared at Xiaohua as if there was still hatred in her heart. Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed twice and said with a smile, Fairy Xiangfeng, although this Xiao killed Reverend Xiang Tian, but now I have saved you several times. In terms of gratitude and grudges, you and I are even. Just like what I said in the spirit sense space, you don't have to thank me. I don't expect you to let go of your hatred in such a short time. However, what I want to tell you is that there is a limit to my tolerance. I can tolerate it once, but I can't tolerate it 3 times. If you still can't let it go in the end and want to attack me, then I definitely won't be merciful. If that's the case, why did you save me? Fairy Xianxia's expression didn't change as she asked. AI, it's not easy for a person to live. Even ants struggle to live. Fairy has cultivated for thousands of years. Why do you want to die for some things that you can't cross? Xiaohua knew that Fairy Xianxia's impulse to kill herself had passed and she might not kill herself. He sighed and said, the reason why we cultivators are cultivators is to separate ourselves from love and go against the heavens. Fairy's past was because you were too involved in the love of the world. That's why you're in this situation now. Fairy should think about the essence of cultivation and comprehend what you've gained from the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xianxia sighed softly. Magic power surged around her body, and her figure and face changed slightly. Soon, she returned to her female form. Fairy Xianxia raised her eyes and looked around. Shock flashed in her eyes. After a while, she looked at Xiaohua and said, what Daoist Xiao said makes sense. However, my mind is in a mess right now and I might not be able to listen. This time, I gained a lot from Senior Tsang Langzi's cave. Not only did I gain some enlightenment, but I also obtained the spirit tool on the jade table. If what you said is true, I might be able to reach the leaving aperture stage if I cultivate in peace. However, it's easier said than done. Since you know how to do it, then do it. It's better than thinking about the past. Xiaohua could only comfort him. Fairy Xianxia sighed and said, sigh, if only there was unruffled water in this world, how great would that be? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about Jianghu and Gusuqiodi, he knew that the forgotten emotions water might not be useful. But then, Xiaohua smiled and said, to be honest, Fairy, this Xiao knows of a place called Heartbreak Mountain. It has the forgotten emotions water that you are thinking of, ah? Is that true? Fairy Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. After Xiaohua told her the location of Heartbreak Mountain, Fairy Xianxia nodded as if there was hope. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. Once I leave this place, I will immediately go to Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Xiaohua smiled faintly, his heart at ease. Since the poor Fairy Xianxia had a glimmer of hope, even if this glimmer of hope was shattered, who knows how many years later, even if Fairy Xianxia were to think about it again, she might not have the will to die now, right? Since she had a goal, Fairy Xianxia looked around and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, you are indeed lost. We should have already entered this place before, right? Indeed. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This Xiao knows that I don't have the ability to break the maze, so I let you out and let you decide. Isn't it enough to go to the other 3 passages? There has to be an exit. Fairy Xianxia asked with some surprise. You don't need me to remind you of this, do you? Perhaps. Xiaohua shook his head. This Xiao is not sure myself, so I asked you, and the other disciples to come out and let them decide for themselves. With that, Xiaohua let Fujiwen and Xueping out. Everyone saw that they were still in the cave, but the others were gone, and there was an additional nascent soul female cultivator. They were all astonished. Xueping and the rest even felt that they had not left the cave. However, they did not dare to ask too much, and went forward to greet Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia waved her hand slightly, not paying much attention to them. When Xiaohua finished explaining the ins and outs of the matter, everyone understood. Xueping smiled and said, since that is the case, Senior can choose another passage. We have no objections. Hee, it's different. Xiaohua smiled slightly, and his eyes swept across the stone wall that he had just flown down. Seeing that there was no movement, he knew that Duanmu Yangsheng had not caught up. He said, this Zhao's choice is different from everyone's, so I asked Fairy Xianxia, to bring everyone to find their own opportunities. Oh. Daoist Xiao, you mean? Fairy Xiang Feng frowned. You won't choose the passage with us? Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua's gaze turned to the stone wall again, and he smiled bitterly. This Xiao has some difficulties that I cannot say here. Now that time is of the essence, I think you should choose a passage and bring these disciples in. Others might not be able to sense Xiao Hua's uneasiness, but how could Fairy Xiang Feng not see it? She already knew that after she entered the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua would definitely encounter something. She probed, Daoist Xiao, don't you need my help? Do you still have any strength left? Xiao Hua asked back. Sigh, all right. Fairy Xiang Feng was helpless, and similarly looked at the stone wall that Xiao Hua had looked at. She stood up and came to a passage that looked like a water droplet and said, this old one will choose this. If any disciple wishes to follow, then come over. However, this old one cannot guarantee your safety like Daoist Xiao. Why not? Xue Ping hesitated slightly, and said, we wait here for other seniors and fellow Daoists who have gone the wrong way. It's best not to. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He did not wish to implicate these cultivators because of his grudge with the Duanmu family, and similarly, he did not wish for them to see his fight with the Duanmu family. Yes. Although Xiao Hua's words were tactful, his tone was very certain. Xue Ping and the rest saw that there was no room for doubt, and did not dare to disobey, and walked behind Fairy Xiang Feng. This old one will leave now. Fairy Xiang Feng nodded towards Xiao Hua, and brought Xue Ping and the rest into the passage. Seeing that everyone had left, Fujiwen respectfully asked, Master, what kind of strong enemy did you encounter? To actually hide like this, and let Fairy Xiang Feng bring fellow Daoist Xue Ping and the rest into the passage? Damn it. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and cursed, it's our old enemy. Duanmu Qin. Fujiwen immediately understood, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He bowed and said, this disciple has made things difficult for Master. Hee, there's no need for that. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and said with a smile, since you are this old one's disciple, your matter is naturally this old one's matter. Moreover, that person from the Duanmu family might not be this old one's match, this old one just did not want to bother with him. Oh. Fujiwen smiled, since Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, why did you let these disciples leave? If Fairy Xiang Feng was by the side, she would be of help no matter what. Xiao Hua laughed coldly, Fairy Xiang Feng is Yunmengzi. During the Jade Pavilion banquet, I killed her lover, Daoist Xiang Tian. Do you think I can be at ease with her by my side? See. Xiao Hua's words immediately woke Fujiwen up. There was no need for Xiao Hua to explain anything else. Fujiwen already understood the strangeness of the matter. Thinking of the previous Fairy Su Ming, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There's also Xue Ping. Xiao Hua's gaze didn't leave the stone wall that he just landed on, and at the same time he was secretly on guard. He said, Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, but Master can't guarantee that nothing will happen to me. The person who is coming is a mid-tier 5th grade Essence Force Grandmaster. If Master were to slip up and get captured, or if some other accident happens, wouldn't Master be holding him back? It's better not to involve others with this kind of karma. SSS. Fujiwen sucked in another breath as if he had a toothache. He had already made it clear that he wouldn't bring Xue Ping and the rest to risk their lives, but when he heard that the person who came was a 5th grade Essence Force, how could he not be surprised? However, you are Master's disciple. Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you have to follow Master through water and tread on fire. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is a disciple's duty. Fujiwen replied respectfully. All right, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the soul extermination vital light. He looked at it proudly and said, it's a pity that this treasure has been refined for too short a time and has yet to reach the level of a spiritual tool. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of a 5th grade Essence Force Confucian cultivator? Then what should I do? Fujiwen asked softly. You are a Confucian cultivator. This Duanmu Yangsheng from the Duanmu family seems to be a straightforward person. He doesn't know who you are, so he might not make things difficult for you. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. If something happens to Master, you can still help Master, right? Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen blinked his eyes and gave an extremely sinister laugh. He didn't have anything else, but if the heaven punishment prison crystal came out at the crucial moment, the lightning on it would probably make Duanmu Yangsheng suffer the consequences, right? However, Xiaohua held the soul extermination vital light and waited for a long time. Not to mention that there was no movement from the stone wall, even the other cultivators did not turn around. Damn it, could it be that that guy also got some dog's hit luck? What kind of opportunity did he encounter? Xiaohua was a little irritated. Fujiwen, who was at the side, was calm and reminded in a low voice, Master, the heaven punishment prison crystal's lightning punishment seems to be coming again. Yes, let's wait a little longer. Xiaohua waved his hand. His eyes probed the interior of the cave. When his eyes once again landed on the brown bear-like cave entrance, his eyes rotated as he asked, Fujiwen, do you still remember the path that we took earlier? Chapter 3754. Yes, this disciple remembers. Fujiwen was indeed smart. He understood Xiaohua's intentions and replied sinisterly, Master, are you planning to follow his escape route? Hee, if you want to, hurry up. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and withdrew the soul execution yuan light. He shouted, when he returns, naturally, no, even if he returns, he won't wait here. He will definitely find another passage. We will definitely be safe if we take the original passage. But the dangers we encountered on the way. Fujiwen probed in a low voice, Master, are you still confident? Hee, Master has many methods. Xiaohua proudly said, you just have to wait and see. All right, Master, please. Fujiwen raised his hand. Although Xiaohua didn't recognize the way, he had already memorized the dangers of the secret passage. He wasn't afraid of the divine sense space. Not to mention the jade blood core transformation secret technique, his Buddhist awareness and soul awareness were more than enough. Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the stone wall one last time. There was still no movement. He wanted to set up some traps here, but he was afraid that Jianghu and the others would encounter them when they returned. He simply didn't think too much about it and walked into the cave with Fujiwen with his head held high. However, he had never expected that when Xiaohua stepped into the cave, he would be stunned in an instant. He had a dumbstruck expression. Even Fujiwen, who accompanied Xiaohua in, had the same expression. Because in front of them wasn't the secret passage they entered before, but rather a rather large cave. This cave was similar to an ordinary cave. It was about 100 zhang in size. There were stone tables and chairs inside, as well as some strange carvings. What was special was that there was a cloud bed at the head of the cave. On top of the cloud bed was a small jade table. Motherfucker. Xiaohua slapped his own forehead, and said regretfully as if he had been enlightened, Master should have thought of this long ago. How could Master have chosen the wrong path? I have already passed Senior Tsang Lang Zi's test twice. After this cave is naturally the inner cave. Yes, Master is right. Fujiwen secretly laughed in his heart. He understood very well that Xiaohua couldn't possibly think this way. In fact, no one could possibly think this way. Anyone who reached the outer layer of the abode would choose another path to continue searching for the inner layer of the abode. Xiaohua only came to the inner layer of the abode by accident because he wanted to avoid his enemies. However, he didn't know how many chances there were to enter the inner layer of the abode. If there was only one chance, Jianghu, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren and the others probably wouldn't be able to enter again. Of course, Fujiwen also knew that since Tsang Langzi had set up such a trap here, it was highly likely that no one else would be able to enter. It seemed that Xiaohua had also thought of this. Looking at the smile on Fujiwen's face, Xiaohua couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. Ha ha ha, my disciple, take your time to search. In the future, within this cave, even if other people come, they won't be able to obtain anything. Ha ha ha, master is right. Fu Jiwen also laughed. Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode is really too dangerous. Since I was able to come here with master, I will definitely get back what we have sacrificed. Rest assured, master. That's master's good disciple. Xiaohua laughed and released his Buddhist sense. However, what puzzled Xiaohua was that within the abode, his Buddhist sense was actually imprisoned. My disciple, what about your eye-clearing technique and divine sense technique? Xiaohua turned around and asked. Fu Jiwen honestly replied, Master, I can't use them. Strange. Xiaohua pinched his chin and was very puzzled. What does Senior Tsang Langzi mean? Why does he have to imprison his divine sense in his own cave abode? Master, it should be that Senior Tsang Langzi set up the restriction after he left. Fu Jiwen reminded. That's not what I meant. Xiaohua frowned and said, what I meant was, what does Senior Tsang Langzi want to do? In the secret passage and the outer layer of the abode, it was to test our strength. Does he still need to do it here? It shouldn't be necessary, right? Fu Jiwen looked around and said tentatively, unless Senior Tsang Langzi has another cave abode. It doesn't seem like there's another one. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. There's already a cloud bed here. Oh, where are the two entrances? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a pill room, a herb garden, or a place for refining tools. There shouldn't be another cave abode. At this point, Xiaohua came back to his senses and patted his head. Look at master, what am I thinking? Go quickly. You go that way and master will go this way. See if there's anything in the cave abode and take it all. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will not leave behind even a single jade eye. Fu Jiwen obediently replied. Go. Xiaohua waved his hand and released his soul consciousness to explore the entire cave abode. Although Tsang Langzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator with endless means, he still couldn't completely seal off his soul consciousness. This cave abode was only 100 feet in size. Xiaohua's soul consciousness swept through it and saw everything clearly. After Xiaohua looked around, he felt a little disappointed. The entire cave abode was divided into 3 parts. The outer layer was near the stone wall. There were some jade shelves, but there were few things on them. Not only were there no ink cloud eyes that Xiaohua expected, there wasn't even a jade bottle. On the other hand, there were 1 or 2 scattered magic tools on Fu Jiwen's side, but they didn't seem to be of excellent quality. The middle part was filled with jade chairs and other things. There were also some jade tables, which seemed to be used to entertain guests. There were also some jade plates and jade plates on them. However, these jade plates and jade plates were empty. Not to mention spirit fruits, there wasn't even a fruit pit. The remaining part was naturally where the cloud bed was. The cloud bed seemed to be a part of the stone wall. From afar, it looked like a protruding part of the stone wall. There was a jade table on top of it, and on top of it was a small jade rui. It seemed to be placed very casually. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly lost interest. He curled his lips and secretly cursed, Senior Tsang Langzi, you're too stingy, aren't you? It wasn't easy for this junior to come here. Why didn't you leave behind any benefits? Could it be that you put all the good things in the cave abode in the maze to test the juniors? Although Xiaohua complained, he also understood that he had gained a lot through the 2 layers of maze. Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, Gusu Qiudi, Gongshu Yisan, and even Fairy Xiang Feng and Duanmu Yang Sheng must have gained something. Since everyone had gained something, then the treasures in Tsang Langzi's cave abode were actually enough. It didn't matter whether Tsang Langzi put things in the inner layer of the cave abode or not. This Xiao understands. Xiaohua looked around the entire immortal's cave and had an idea in his heart. He said loudly, Disciple, don't look around here. Quickly go. There are several magic tools on that jade shelf. Take them and go directly to the entrance. Tsang Langzi put all the things in the cave abode in the maze. Yes, this disciple understands. Fuji Wen hurriedly nodded and rushed to the jade shelves Xiaohua pointed at. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to the things in the cave abode and went straight to the entrance on the cloud bed. There weren't any restrictions on the entrance. It was just a long passage. Xiaohua's soul sense didn't find anything special. But when his soul sense came to the passage, Xiaohua's face was full of excitement. As expected. Xiaohua quickened his pace. Senior Tsang Langzi didn't put anything in the inner layer of the cave abode. But there are good things in his pill room. Or maybe Senior Tsang Langzi didn't think of these things as good things. Xiaohua didn't wait until he reached the exit of the passage. He impatiently used his soul sense to scan the pill room. When he entered the pill room, he didn't hesitate to walk to the stone wall of the pill room. He saw that the stone wall was filled with irregular grids. Most of them were empty. Only about 30% of the grids were filled with jade bottles. But when Xiaohua saw the jade bottles, he was slightly stunned. Because there were some words written randomly on the jade bottles. They were of different sizes. What surprised Xiaohua was that these words were actually very similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua could almost understand what kind of pills were inside at a glance. It wasn't until now that Xiaohua realized that the words used in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode were the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the ink bottle he got from the cave abode in front of him and checked it again. Sure enough, the words inside were really similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent's Daoist sect. Xiaohua was too happy before and didn't notice it. It seems. Xiaohua put away the ink bottle and thought to himself, the Dawn Rain continent's Daoist sect must have retreated from the hidden immortal continent, no, from the three continents. In other words, the three continents' immortals and Buddhas didn't destroy the Daoist sect. Our Daoist sect just went to another realm. From then on, we were separated from the three continents' Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. Similarly, the Dawn Rain continent's Buddhism annihilation isn't completely correct. It's just that the Daoist sect. That's not right. If our Daoist sect retreated to the Dawn Rain continent's realm, then how do we explain the Buddhist sect's ruins on the Dawn Rain continent? Could it be that the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators chased the Daoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent's realm? Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't help but gasp. His eyes widened and he almost cried out, could it be, that the Dawn Rain continent was originally a part of the three continents? No, it's one of the four great continents. Xiaohua was completely stunned. His gaze was fixed on the words on the jade bottles. His mind was spinning rapidly again. That's right, if the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators didn't cross realms to chase the Daoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent, then there was another possibility, the Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons sacred realm were all in the same realm. However, the Dawn Rain continent where the Daoist sect was entrenched was separated from the three continents where the Confucian, Buddhist, and Demon sects were. The place that was separated in the middle was Xiaohua's Kuei-Ha Sea. It was the three great formations that Xiaohua encountered at the bottom of Kuei-Ha Sea, the Great Meru Buddhist Formation, the Five Elements Annihilation Formation, and the Clear Time Demon Formation. Chapter 3755. Thinking of this, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. After all, his current strength was already comparable to the upper fifth grade of essence energy. Moreover, he was currently in the great formation set up by the tribulation-passing cultivator Tsang Langzi. Although the power of this misty mountain maze formation was extremely great, even if it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it still couldn't compare to the three great formations Xiaohua encountered before. That kind of formation was definitely not something that could be done by humans. Moreover, if the Dawn Rain continent and the three continents were not on the same plane, it would be easier for Xiaohua to return to the Dawn Rain continent. However, if the Dawn Rain continent and the three continents were separated by humans, no matter if it was Dao sect cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist disciples, they couldn't find or break these three great formations. Moreover, the three great formations had already been submerged in the dust of time. With Xiaohua's cultivation, how could he find them again? Therefore, Xiaohua very naturally chose the former possibility. He even consoled himself with a bitter smile. How could there be a cultivator in this world who could set up such a large formation? Not to mention tribulation passing, even a Mahayana cultivator. Speaking of this, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. These words were definitely self-deceiving. Because the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent indeed didn't have cultivators who could set up such a large formation, but what about outside the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent? What about outside this so-called cultivation world? Xiaohua didn't dare to imagine. Heavens! Xiaohua grabbed his hair and said with a bitter smile, I just want to live on the hidden immortal continent and find my home. That's right. After being distressed, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents are on the same plane, then wouldn't it be more likely that my home is on the hidden immortal continent? That is to say, as long as I find my home, I can also find the way to the Dawn Rain continent. It seems that once this matter is over, I'll hurry back to the Black Cloud Ridge and help the Jiang country's princess establish a country. Then, I'll leave the country's affairs to Xiong Yi and Li Xiang. I'll bring some disciples to find Lu Zhen. Now that he had a clue about his home, Xiaohua's mood was very good. He threw the matter that had nothing to do with him to the back of his mind, and his gaze once again fell on the grid where the jade bottle was placed. There were restrictions on these lattices, but what made Xiaohua happy was that the lattices were simple restrictions in order to protect the jade bottles and the pills inside. Although these restrictions were unfamiliar to Xiaohua, they were nothing in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua easily broke these restrictions, then he took all the jade bottles and stored them inside the space. Then, Xiaohua took out the ink cloud pupil and placed it on his forehead. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. The words, Vitality Pill, were written on top of the jade bottle. However, his handwriting was very sloppy. It could be seen that Song Langzi wrote it casually. This Vitality Pill is in Senior Song Langzi's ink cloud pupil. It's a pill used by spirit-severing cultivators to repair their spiritual sense. However, I don't know if the spirit-severing cultivators in Senior Song Langzi's eyes are the same as the ones in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant, but after a moment, Xiaohua felt relieved. This Zhao's spiritual sense has been tempered by the rockfall matrix, and now it has far surpassed the nascent soul stage. It has even surpassed the spirit-severing stage in the Dawn Rain continent. Even if this pill is not suitable, this Xiao has a secret technique to guard against it. This Xiao can use the Jade Blood Pill core to repair my spiritual sense, but it consumes a lot of magic power. It's not suitable. Thinking about this, Xiaohua activated his spiritual sense secret technique and swallowed the vitality pill. Boom! This really made Xiaohua overjoyed. Although this pill had been stored for thousands of years, it did not lose its effect under the restriction. The medicinal power dissolved, and immediately, an indescribable flow rushed into his Naiwan palace. This feeling was very similar to the Jade Blood Pill core. Good. Xiaohua felt his spiritual sense slowly recover, and praised, Senior Song Langzi's alchemy technique is really marvelous. In a moment, I still have to see if Mo Yuntong was left behind in the cave. After swallowing the vitality pill, Xiaohua put the other jade bottles into his space and carefully stored them away. There were too many gains from the Misty Mountain maze, and he needed time to properly organize them. As for the current green-robed Xiaohua, not only did he need to refine his spiritual tool, he also needed to comprehend the 5 elements escape technique. Where would he have the extra time? With the gains, Xiaohua's heart relaxed, and he turned to look at the other places in the alchemy room. Since it was an alchemy room, there was naturally an earth fire and alchemy room. However, in the middle of the alchemy room, the earth fire was completely extinguished, and there was no flame. Not to mention, there was no alchemy furnace above the earth fire. And the precious pills and alchemy furnace must be used by Senior Song Langzi himself, and he must have taken them away. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. He then looked at the cave entrance that was connected to the pill room. That cave entrance's restriction actually blocked even his soul sense. Clearly, it was very important. Xiaohua already understood what that place was. Outside this cave entrance is a medicinal garden. Xiaohua checked again to make sure he didn't miss anything in the alchemy room, and then walked to the entrance of the cave. The restriction that blocked his spiritual sense didn't stop Xiaohua's figure, and when he stepped into the cave, his heart filled with anticipation was once again satisfied. It wasn't beyond his expectations. The herb garden in Songlangzi's cave was also inside the array, and the space inside the array seemed to be several hundred li wide. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the heaven-earth yuan qi inside this space was especially abundant, far surpassing that of the outside of the cave. Spirit Gathering Array? The name of this array suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind, and then the array also appeared in Xiaohua's mind, but when Xiaohua released his spiritual sense and looked at the space, he slightly shook his head. This seems to be similar to a spirit gathering array, but not quite the same. Unfortunately, there isn't any array jade slip here, otherwise this Xiaohua would be able to comprehend it. Even if there isn't one here, who knows if there isn't one in another place? I don't know if this little guy Fu Jiwen has such an opportunity. Yes, Songlangzi was a master of arrays, and Xiaohua didn't believe that he didn't leave some array jade slips in his cave. Unfortunately, although this herb garden is very big, most of the spiritual herbs in the herb garden have already been taken away by Senior Songlangzi, leaving less than 10% behind. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept over and saw clearly, and then he bitterly smiled. These spiritual herbs may be rare in the eyes of others, but in this Xiaohua's eyes, they aren't anything. What is this? Just as Xiaohua was feeling disappointed, his spiritual sense fell on a very distant corner, and his body trembled slightly, and then he hurriedly flew towards that corner of the herb garden. After flying for a while, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of his hand, he released Xiaogua and Little Silver, and ordered them to help him take away all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden, and then he quickly flew to that corner. When Xiaohua landed in that corner, he felt a completely different coldness and an indescribable smell of blood. Xiaohua muttered thoughtfully, so that's how it is. But, inside this restriction, inside the yellow spring water, what is it? Xiaohua's gaze fell on a deep pit that was several zhang in size, and there was a layer of extremely tough restriction above it. The deep pit was filled with the yellow spring water that Xiaohua had seen outside the Cloud Mountain Maze Formation, and in the yellow spring water, there was a thumb-thick, dark green tree. That small tree was several feet in size, like a coral, and had branches several feet in size. The branches were covered with the same dark green leaves, and the leaves were several inches in size, uneven, and covered with veined patterns. Those patterns were very strange, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had seen them. Looking at the top of each branch of the small tree, there was a jade fruit smaller than the belly of a little finger. The jade fruit was also covered with veined patterns, and it was somewhat similar to the leaves, but there was a faint golden connection between these veined patterns. This must be the most precious thing in the entire medicinal garden. Seeing the appearance of the small tree, Xiaohua immediately thought to himself, but I don't know why Senior Songlangzi didn't take it away. Of course, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on the yellow spring water, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that Songlangzi didn't want to take it away, but that he couldn't. This thing could only be planted in the yellow spring water, and the yellow spring water could only be found in this cave. Even if Songlangzi took it away, he couldn't plant it without the yellow spring water. That's not right. Xiaohua thought to himself, the yellow springs water in the outer layer of the yellow springs array is obviously rootless. I reckon that Senior Songlangzi must have obtained it from somewhere. Since he was able to move the yellow springs water here, he can naturally move it away. It's not impossible for him to take this small tree with him. Or maybe Senior Songlangzi just casually planted it back then. Don't you think this thing can survive? Motherfucker, have I gone mad? I don't care whether the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent are together or not. I don't care why he left this small tree behind, I just need to put this small tree into my space. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and threw away these indifferent thoughts. He patted his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. Hiss. But when he saw the restriction in front of him and the situation inside the restriction, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In his delirium breaker Dharma eye, the restriction that was several feet in size was abnormally complex. Strands of brilliance intertwined together, and it was unknown how many times stronger than the restriction in the outer layer of the cave. Moreover, in this rainbow-colored barrier, in the middle of a pool of blood red, the shape of a dark green tree was especially dazzling, like a star. Heavenly pattern land deed. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eye, and immediately thought of the patterns on the leaves and fruits of the small tree. They were actually extremely similar to the heavenly pattern land deed on the mysterious dark cloud. These leaves are somewhat similar to the twilight moon. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, could it be that this thing has something to do with soul cultivators? Damn it, Senior Tsang Langzi, who the hell is he? Why are there so many mysterious things in the cave?